As a programmer, Sealing was a slave to the grind. Not only did he work 16-hour days, but he was buried under mountains of meaningless tasks. And tonight was no different. The manager had just dropped a last-minute requirement change, as usual. So there the protagonist sat, head bowed, his face slick with sweat as his fingers danced across the keyboard. He could hear the manager, lounging in a plush chair, casually demanding the impossible. He wanted the app's background to change with the user's mood. Red for happy, blue for sad, and purple for excited. After another grueling stretch, Ming's body gave out, and he collapsed onto the desk. His head landed on the keyboard. He thought he'd just fallen asleep. But the truth was, he had died. Yet, his consciousness lingered. A bewildered grin spread across his face as he began to look around. Countless blank cards floated in the empty space before him. His eyes shot wide, his mouth agape. He was suspended in a void, with nothing but the ethereal cards drifting around him. Then, a flash of someone else's life appeared before him. In that instant, he knew he'd been reborn in another world. The shocking realization made him frown, his jaw clenched tight with adrenaline. Then, another vision flooded his mind. He was walking through the streets of a bustling city, bombarded by a cacophony of voices. People everywhere were shouting about discounts, a 40% coupon. Buy two, get one free. A store owner yelled about having every kind of card, with discounts up to 50%, but warned the offer was limited. Someone else urged shoppers to hurry, shouting that their stock was running out fast. The main character stood frozen, completely stunned by the strange new world around him. Snapping back from the vision, he finally awoke for real. His eyes flew open as he shot up, frantically looking around. Where am I? He scrambled out of bed, moving into the room and walking a few steps, before freezing again, his mind racing to make sense of it all. He spotted a mirror and cautiously approached it. His fingers trembled as they touched the cool glass. He stared at his reflection, utterly bewildered. A stranger's face stared back. Who is this? He whispered. The horrifying truth crashed down on him. Ming screamed, grabbing his hair. He remembered now. He died. Right. He recalled the moments before. He was stuck at his desk, working, all because the product manager changed the specs at the 11th hour. He remembered the ridiculous demands, wondering what he'd do if it were him lying on that desk. He'd been working late into the night, a splitting headache pounding in his skull. Then, his brain just shut down. His consciousness slowly faded into blackness. Remembering it now, he let out a dark chuckle. He could just picture his lifeless face, his motionless body. The product manager would come in, pat him on the shoulder, and jump out of his skin when he realized he was dead. Shaking off the morbid thought, he sighed, pressing a palm to his forehead. As he slipped on a pair of shoes, he pieced it all together. He hadn't just died, his soul had transmigrated into the body of another person, also named Ming. The protagonist took a deep breath to focus. Clenching his hands into fists, he made a decision. His past life was over, gone with the wind. A new body meant a new beginning. But as he looked down at his fist, he froze. His eyes widened as he was pulled back into that strange mental space. The void with the empty cards. He realized these must be the memories of this body. Turning his head, he saw it. One of the cards had a small play symbol on it. No way, he breathed. It was incredible. Touching the card, he saw it was like a movie, containing an entire lifetime he could watch at will. He quickly learned that the body he now inhabited was named Lu Ming. He was 16 years old. A student at a vocational technical college, he came from a good family, with healthy parents and even a sister. Stroking his chin, the protagonist thought the basic setup was pretty decent. But he wondered, why would this Ming enter a technical college suddenly? He flinched, his eyes going wide. A girl named Jiang Su entered the frame of his memory. It was Lu Ming's sister. He gasped in embarrassment. The sister of the guy whose body I'm in is way too beautiful. Snapping back to reality in front of the mirror, he froze once more. Why did he feel a strange, lingering emotion? Whenever he thought of her, of Sue, he pictured her face again, trying to analyze the unfamiliar feeling. A storm of emotions raged within him. Inferiority, envy, a strange, possessive adoration. To him, she was a goddess. Shaking off the overwhelming thoughts, Ming turned his attention elsewhere, reaching for the blanket to make the bed. But he stopped dead. His eyes locked onto a stack of magazines scattered across the sheets. He stared at the covers, a nervous sweat forming on his brow. Then, with a deep frown, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. A moment later, a small smile broke through his confusion, followed by a relaxed laugh. When you really thought about it, it was all quite normal. Any kid with a sister that beautiful was bound to have some complicated feelings, especially a guy in his turbulent teenage years. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a nearby trash can. It was overflowing, with garbage spilling onto the floor. He froze again, staring at the mess. And in that moment, another memory began to surface, diving into the mind of this body's previous owner. He finally understood. The original Ming knew this life was all wrong. That's why he had to escape. He fled all the way to this distant city, leaving everything behind. Once he found a place to start over, he made a vow. If he could achieve success here, he could one day return and help his sister. His chosen path was to become a card maker. The memory shifted, showing him frozen before a storefront. But what happened next? Ming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to wait while his mind raced with a single burning question. What in the world is a card maker? The confusion was maddening. And then, suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted right beside him. Ming's gaze snapped towards it, his eyes wide with utter shock. He stared at the gleaming card, hovering in the air, and realized the unbelievable truth. He had truly entered another world. With that revelation, he plunged back into his memories. A new vision appeared a man, his fist clenched, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He lunged forward, unleashing a devastating strike upon his foe as he watched. A profound understanding dawned on the protagonist. In this world, the very space between heaven and earth thrummed with the most potent energy imaginable. This was why thousands of cultivation paths existed, granting people extraordinary powers. The man who was attacked, however, took the mighty blow without even a scratch. Instead, he simply closed the distance, his fingers poised, as if to flick his forehead. The attacker froze in disbelief. Ming realized some people here truly savored the sight of blood after a glorious fight. As he processed this, another memory flashed before his eyes. A man merely snapped his fingers, sending his opponent flying backward to crash violently against the ground. The victor turned towards a girl standing nearby. Ming understood immediately these displays of power were often for an audience. The winner laughed, his gaze locking onto the girl. She screamed, her body trembling and tears streaming down her face. But the protagonist noted that others chose a different path. The path of spells. And this girl was one of them. Squeezing her eyes shut, she clenched her fists, and raising her head, let out a piercing scream as magical energy erupted from within. In an instant, her body grew to a colossal size. The man who had been taunting her could only stare, frozen in pure astonishment. With so many types of spells and abilities in this world, the role of a card creator was a vital auxiliary profession. Simply put, card creators could seal all sorts of abilities, illusions, and even images into empty cards. And if the creator themselves was powerful enough, they could seal almost anything. Returning to reality, Ming asked himself, could I really create anything at all? The idea was exhilarating. His gaze fell upon the card still hovering in the air. It was an original card. Every creator was born with one. If you sealed a skill inside it, you could then copy that captured ability onto a different card. As he absorbed this knowledge, the protagonist realized it was just like recording data onto a disk. He spun the card skillfully on his finger. Maybe he and this body's old owner were colleagues, after all. He noted that Ming's card was only a single star. Sitting on the bed, he grinned. It still contained energy. A power somewhat similar to chakra. But in terms of strength, the card was at the absolute bottom. The initial level, grinning wider. The protagonist decided this wasn't bad at all. This was his first step on the path to conquering the world. Just then, he remembered Sue would be coming to visit soon. An image of her face appeared in his mind, and he steeled his resolve. He absolutely could not lose face. Another memory suddenly hit him, revealing what the former Ming had done to prove he lived in luxury. He had taken a desperate, unthinkable step, taking out a massive loan to become the owner of his very own card store. A loan. The word echoed in his mind as a cold sweat broke out. His eyes darted around the room. Where was the phone? Tossing the blanket aside, he finally found the device, relieved that it could be unlocked with a fingerprint. After opening the phone, he immediately went to the one application that held all the answers. As the numbers on the credit report materialized, he froze. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the amount. Clutching his head, he let out a soul-crushing scream. He cursed the body's previous owner, wondering how he could have possibly borrowed so much just to open this pathetic little shop. He'd never seen a debt this massive in his entire life. The horror only intensified as he collapsed onto the bed in a state of shock. He lay there, paralyzed, until a chilling thought pierced through the haze. To borrow from a loan shark, the old Ming must have put something up as collateral. He wondered what it could have been as he frowned, and dived back into the fragmented memories. He found the memory card, and his body went cold. What he saw made him physically recoil. Images of a girl in revealing outfits, striking indecent poses, cursing under his breath. He slapped his own cheeks, his horror reaching a new peak. What is wrong with this generation? His knees buckled, and Ming slammed his fists on the floor. He roared, realizing the inevitable future that awaited him, with his head bowed in despair. He knew. They would come. They'd come to collect a debt he couldn't possibly pay, and they'd tear him apart, piece by piece. He clenched his jaw, his face drenched in a cold sweat. The sheer pressure was suffocating as he cursed in his mind. Realizing this, he could only hide, seething with anger at the body's previous owner. A man he could only call a fool. Curses spilled from his lips, one after another, branding him a sick-minded transvestite. He couldn't fathom what kind of person would do such a thing. His jaw clenched in desperation. Certain the original Ming knew this fate awaited him. Rage and despair overwhelmed him, and with another curse, he shot to his feet. He swung his leg furiously, screaming. What is this even supposed to be? He'd died from overwork, only to be reborn in this man's body, drowning in a mountain of debt. This wasn't a life, it was a prison. To vent his fury, he lashed out at the door. But in the next instant, his eyes bulged wide. A shriek of agony tore from his throat as he grabbed his leg, hopping on the other in a desperate dance against the blinding pain. But through the haze, he noticed something. The door he'd just kicked had creaked open, letting out a loud, strange sound. Ming fought through the pain. He couldn't pinpoint the source of the noise at first. His brow furrowed, in suspicion. Who's there? He called out warily. He limped closer to the door, pushing it wider to peer into the next room. What he saw was a shop, its shelves lined with neat rows of finished cards. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. He stepped further inside, whispering, This is what Ming dedicated his entire life to. He moved toward the front entrance, placing a hand on the handle. With a push, the doors swung open, revealing the street outside. He stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth agape with astonishment as he tilted his head back, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers beside him. All around, merchants hawked their wares, promising a 40% discount if you brought a friend, offering a third item free with the purchase of 2. Their stores claiming to hold every product imaginable. Discounts soared up to 50%. Some shops advertised limited stock, while others held flash sales, their owners rushing customers, shouting that their goods were running out. The protagonist stood frozen, watching the crowd swarm the countless storefronts all around him. Representatives from every shop spilled onto the streets, their voices amplified by loudspeakers, each one a roaring advertisement for their own empire. They screamed that everything was on display, that passersby just had to open their wallets. They promised high quality, rock-bottom retail prices, begging people to come inside. Some even warned that haggling was useless, since they were practically giving their treasures away. After absorbing one side of the street, Ming turned, his eyes still wide with shock, his gaze locking onto another massive establishment further down. He saw several more giant shops, each one swallowing a steady stream of customers who formed impossibly long queues. Finally, the true scale of his situation crashed down on him. He grabbed his face, letting out a desperate, guttural scream. He collapsed to his knees, his head bowed in utter defeat, realizing this entire world was obsessed with these cards. It was a miracle his tiny store was still standing at all against this tidal wave of competition. His eyes widened in horror, but a nearby conversation suddenly snapped him from his thoughts. He turned, surprised to see a man and a woman walking past. The girl looked at her companion, asking if she could get a fantasy card. He paused for a moment, silent, before gesturing toward Ming's shop. Look at that place, he scoffed. How has that card joint not gone under yet? The girl just called out to him indignantly. Ming could hear their chatter, but he wasn't really listening as the couple walked right past him. The man groaned, complaining about how badly he needed sleep, much to the girl's irritation. Ming's eyes followed them, and then a sudden chill ran down his spine as he whispered the words, fantasy card. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated, announcing one unread message. The alert made him jump. Pulling out the device, he tapped the app. It chimed again as an animated envelope appeared on screen. The icon opened, and Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? He breathed. He could only guess it was some kind of hologram. In the next moment, a man's silhouette materialized before him. The figure pointed an accusing finger, his voice dripping with venom. Your time is running out, he snarled. If you don't pay your debt, you better prepare the Vaseline. Hearing this, Ming's head shot up in fear. His gaze was fixed on the space ahead. Soon, he was back in his shop, staring down at a piece of paper. He quickly realized it was an instruction manual for creating a basic card. Could it be this simple? If he just followed the schematic, he could make a brand new card. The diagram looked just like his own program. After a moment of careful study, Ming's resolve hardened. With everything laid out so clearly, it was time to begin. He started with a blank card, setting it on the table. He then picked up a special pen. Pouring his body's energy through the tip, dark lines began to form on the card's surface. He mused that the process felt a lot like coding simple operations like addition and division. These were the first things any programmer learned. As the lines took shape, he realized creating cards was just programming in a different world. As he neared the end, he whispered, "Just one final stroke." With the last line drawn, the entire card began to glow. The light faded, revealing a transformed surface. A vibrant, colorful image now decorated the card. A cry of joy escaped Ming's lips. He snatched the card, examining it from every angle. But in the next instant, his happiness vanished. A deep frown creased his brow. He glanced at the card again, then tossed it aside in disgust. This is useless. Selling these one-star cards would never pay off his massive debt. Even after 20 hours of work, he'd only make 100 yuan. The pathetic amount echoed in his mind. It was an impossibly steep climb. Pressing his trembling lips together, he wondered if it was truly too late. Was he trying to save wine from an already empty barrel? In his mind, a volcano of despair erupted with a roar. He squeezed his eyes shut as hot tears began to fall. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name, snapping him out of it. He turned to see Jiang Xiaopeng striding in. "Hey, how's it going?" His friend greeted with a wave, casually walking further into the shop. He leaned against a table, fanning himself with a blank card. "Man, it's hot in here," he complained. "Is your air conditioner broken?" Xiaopeng was an illusionist, and also Ming's old college classmate. The realization hit Ming like a lightning bolt. "An illusionist," he repeated, his eyes widening. An image of a blank card flashed in his mind. "This is perfect." A brilliant smile spread across his face. "Xiaopeng." "Speak of the devil, I was just thinking about you," he exclaimed, a little too brightly. "Don't bother," Xiaopeng shot back. "You need to handle those debts on your own." But Ming just waved a hand. "What do debts have to do with anything I need your help to create a fantasy card?" Xiaopeng laughed, raising a finger. "No problem at all. But what's in it for me?" He grinned slyly. "For you, my friend, I'll give you a special discount. Let's call it 999 yuan. Ming didn't answer, merely thinking about the power of friendship with a slightly annoyed, narrowed gaze. "So, what'll it be?" Xiaopeng pressed on. "What kind of illusion do you need? A cute sister, a lolly, or a drama queen?" But before he could list more, he stopped himself. "First, let's just calculate my profit." He pulled out a calculator, his tongue sticking out in concentration as he began crunching the numbers. A flash of anger crossed Ming's face. "Is this really what you illusion students do all day?" he snapped. Xiaopeng gave him a confused look. Ming just smiled and said, "Help me create a fruit illusion." His friend's brow furrowed. What?" he asked, completely bewildered. The protagonist sighed. "Here, take a look," Ming said, sketching out a few simple images. "Everything just needs to be the standard size, so the fruits must descend naturally." He asked if Xiaowang understood. He stressed they couldn't just all drop at once. Their fall had to accelerate gradually. But Xiaowang cut him off, asking what the true purpose of this illusion was. He reminded Ming it was to meet people's needs, but Ming simply dismissed the thought. "Don't worry about that for now," he ordered, showing he didn't care about the final form. Xiaowang reluctantly agreed. "This is almost too easy," he boasted. Placing his palms together, focusing his energy, he began to weave an illusion. Between his hands, the faint outlines of the objects materialized from thin air. Seeing this, Ming offered his support. As the illusion solidified, he cried out, "It's complete, seal it now!" But Xiaopeng just stared back, bewildered. "Are you absolutely certain this is how it's supposed to work?" "Yes," the protagonist confirmed, a nervous edge to his voice. "Just hurry up." But Xiaowang froze, a sheen of sweat covering him, not daring to push the illusion forward to seal it inside the card. Frowning with intense focus, Ming watched him with narrowed eyes. Finally, gathering his courage, Xiaopeng asked again. "You're absolutely sure? I'm starting now," he warned. Ming's patience snapped. "Just do it," he cursed, his voice a sharp command. "It's not a bomb, it won't explode," he yelled, telling Xiaowang to stop trembling. Indignant, Xiaowang scowled and shouted back, "I'm not scared, I'm just being frugal with my energy." Ming's eyes widened. before he sighed in frustration. "If you fail," he warned, "you're paying for all of this out of your own pocket." Those words lit a fire in him. Stretching his hands forward, Xiaowang yelled, "You should have just said so from the start." He unleashed the seal, sending the illusion hurtling toward Ming. As it approached, Ming extended his hands, one holding the blank card, the other summoning a magic circle. With a powerful clap, he slammed them together, fusing the illusion and the card into one. He breathed heavily, the effort draining him. But in his mind, he cheered. The illusion was sealed successfully. He opened his hands, gazing at the finished card, realizing something incredible. This meant he could recreate it entirely on his own next time. Looking at his very first creation, he knew. It was ready. The card's appearance had transformed. But Xiaopeng peered at it and scoffed. "This kind of illusion is completely useless. Who would ever buy this?" Ming just shrugged it off. "Don't worry about it. I've sent you the money." At that, Xiaowang stopped complaining. "Fine, I'm going to eat. I never finished my noodles. From yesterday," Ming warned him. "Be careful not to die from eating expired food." "No more discounts next time," Xiaopeng shot back with an annoyed shout. But just as he reached the Kin's doorway, he paused and turned back to Ming. A strange look crossed his face. "I have no clue what grand plan you're cooking up," he admitted, "but I'll be looking forward to seeing the results." The protagonist was stunned, completely unprepared for that sudden show of support. He was so surprised, he couldn't even think of a reply. 10 days later, the guy stopped in his tracks, staring ahead at a massive crowd. So many people had gathered. He was surprised, wondering if someone was causing trouble again. "More defective cards?" he muttered to himself. The girl beside him asked, "Want to get a closer look?" Hand in hand, they pushed their way through the throng. She wore a contented smile, while the guy's brow was furrowed in thought. They found a spot near a store, surrounded by a sea of curious onlookers. From the center of the crowd, a man's voice boomed. "Don't just walk by. If you're a real man, you can last 100 seconds. The same man shouted. "You have nothing to lose. This is no trick. Come and test your limits." The voice belonged to Ming, holding the very card he'd created, using a loudspeaker to amplify his voice. He was ready to reveal the secret to unlocking one's true power. "Those who have faced this challenge have become stronger, tougher, and faster," he declared to the crowd. "This is the world's first ever cultivation card. Only 100 yuan for one attempt. No tricks, no deception." He held the card high for all to see. "If you can endure for 100 seconds, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, and for anyone who can last for 7 days straight, a reward of 10,000 yuan. At this, a wave of chatter swept through the people. A girl tilted her head, asking, "Did he say a cultivation card?" Others wondered if it could really help train their speed, while some were deeply suspicious. It had to be some kind of scam. Endure for 100 seconds to win 1,000 yuan. It sounded too good to be true. To his surprise, a voice cut through the crowd. One man finally decided to step up and test his luck. Ming turned towards the sound, a grin spreading across his face. "Ah, a real man finally appears," he exclaimed. "Follow me," he commanded. "The demonstration will happen right here in the store." The man he pointed to looked stunned. "Wait, are you actually talking to me?" But before he could react, an angry shout erupted from below. Ming glanced down, startled, and noticed a much shorter man standing directly in front of his intended challenger. In his haste, Ming hadn't even seen him. The man jabbed a finger at Ming, his face a mask of fury. "Open your eyes, you fool!" Ming leaned in, then quickly apologized for the oversight. "My mistake. You follow me." The man eyed Ming with pure contempt. "I don't need your 10,000 yuan. I have my own money." "But I warn you," he snarled. "If this cultivation card is a scam, I'll report you to the Consumer Association myself." Ming just winked. "You won't regret this." He slid the card into a strange device. "Now, just press the start button to begin." He initiated the countdown for the activation. Fruit Ninja activating in 4, 3, 2, 1. A brilliant light enveloped the man, forcing his eyes shut. He waited to be teleported to another world. When the card finally activated, he looked around, his brow furrowed in confusion. A strange sensation washed over him. He shuddered, clenching his jaw in disgust. "What is this trash tier quality?" he roared. "It's all just hideous pixels." He was certain even a complete amateur could design a better environment. "This is a total fraud," he yelled, ready to leave. "This place isn't worth a second of my time." He was about to call the authorities, but just then, a watermelon fell from the ceiling. He froze, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared up. His initial anger was replaced by a flicker of excitement. Then another watermelon appeared. Then another. Soon, a torrent of them rained down. His eyes widened in absolute horror. As the watermelons crashed around him, he could only wonder, what in the world is happening here? A short time later, chaos erupted. People were rushing towards Ming's shop from every direction. Those who made it inside looked around in disbelief. Is this really the place, this tiny store? Others nearby confirmed it, shocked by the sheer size of the crowd. Some were sent by friends. Others saw an ad on the news. The people stuck in the back of the line were desperate. They clamored to know what was going on inside. Those who had never been there before waved cash in the air, trying to shove their way to the front. As one man pushed past a girl, she let out an indignant scream. "Hey, you touched my chest! You pervert!" she yelled. But the crowd, consumed by greed, paid her no mind. They just shouted over each other. "Let me through. I was here first. I'll pay double. Just let me go next." One man even offered to pay 10 times the price for the first spot in line. Hearing all of this, Ming stood with his eyes closed, a smug smile on his face. He clutched a box overflowing with money. His eyes practically turned into gold coins, imagining the endless profits. With that same grin, he addressed the mob. "Everyone, please, form an orderly queue." That evening, in a lavish office somewhere in the city, someone was getting a report. And he calls it the cultivation card. The man, Chen Shikai, held a teacup. A cultivation card? Does such a thing even exist? This was the first he had ever heard of it. His assistant confirmed the report. "Yes, sir, once the card is launched, watermelons begin to rain down from the sky. With each passing moment, their speed and number increases. If the player gets hit 3 times, the round is over." The current record, he noted, was a mere 34 seconds. Another assistant checked his data tablet. His eyes were wide with shock. "Sir, the market has exploded in just a few hours. This Ming has earned nearly 100,000 yuan, and the number is still climbing." He presented a chart, and Shikai jolted. He made 100,000. His sudden shout woke a woman sleeping beside him. Shikai trembled, nearly dropping his cup. He stood up, his mind racing. The design might be simple, but the mechanics, they're brilliant. Everything was perfectly calculated, from player engagement and rising difficulty to the marketing itself. But the most ingenious part, he mused, is that he isn't selling the card itself. He adjusted his glasses, a sharp glint in his eye. Interesting. Since when did our city have such a talented businessman? His assistants admitted they'd never heard of this Ming, adding that there was almost no information on him. Setting his cup down, Shikai noted that while the area was small, the noise surrounding it was immense. All because of a single 1-star card, from a worthless back-alley shop. He saw it then, a golden business opportunity. If the locals were this excited, then other countries would surely follow. A plan began to form, a vision for how to expand this phenomenon. If he could just get his hands on that card, he could send it straight to their headquarters. A sly smile spread across his face, followed by a low chuckle. "Prepare the car," he ordered his men. His mind made up. He would acquire that card, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun was in the middle of training, striking special equipment as he pondered the news. For someone to make so much money, so quickly, it was fascinating. Of course, to a massive chain like his, this whole affair was like trash in a back alley, but it was far more interesting than Chun had first thought. He stopped his training, turning to the assistant beside him. "Are you certain?" he asked. "That this Ming is a complete newbie." She confirmed it immediately, and a grin spread across Chun's face. He cracked his knuckles. "Excellent," he boomed. "In that case, I want you to find out immediately which one of the illusionists helped him." He was the master of a titan in the industry, the legendary shop known as Crystal Cards Model. Xingming flexed his hands, cracking his knuckles. A little later, as total darkness fell, the card's magic deactivated, and the glow from Ning's shop began to fade. Noticing this, he apologized to the crowd. "That's all for today, everyone," he announced to the long line of customers. "But I've been waiting for so long," one man cried out in desperation. Someone else cursed in frustration. Some had been in line for over an hour, but the grumbling soon died down as they left the shop. "We'll be back tomorrow," they promised. "Make sure you have more cards ready," Ming happily agreed. Once everyone was gone, he grinned. These customers would surely spread the word to all their friends. The Fruit Ninja card had brought him a fortune. He broke into a joyful dance, deciding it was time to lock up and head to bed. But before he could even move, a new figure stepped into his store. "Greetings? I'm so sorry," Ming began. "The card has used up all its energy for today. Please come back. But he froze mid-sentence, a cold sweat breaking out. He recognized the man before him. Wan Kai. A terrified scream escaped his lips as he stumbled backward and fell. The imposing figure simply looked at the creature beside him. What a beautiful animal, he said, calling Wai nothing more than a cat. But then, Shinkai stepped closer, ordering the beast to calm down. Ming's attention snapped to the newcomer. Shinkai placed a hand on Wai's head, stroking it gently before turning to the protagonist. You are him, aren't you? He introduced himself. I am the manager of Yezi. Ming's heart sank. Yezi, the largest chain of card shops in the entire city. He cursed inwardly, but kept his composure. With a forced smile, he welcomed Shinkai. What brings the famous manager to my humble little store? Shinkai's expression remained stern. Word of your fruit ninja has already reached every corner of the city. It's quite impressive, he admitted. For someone so young to make such waves. Ming laughed nervously, assuming Shinkai just wanted to meet him, and decided to bring along his pet tiger, which he cheekily called a dog. By now, Wangai had drifted to sleep. Shinkai corrected him while petting the beast. It's a tiger, but he quickly dismissed the topic. Standing up, Shinkai declared. Time is money, so I'll be direct. My company wants to purchase the design and plan for your cards for 100,000 yuan. What do you say? Ming paused, letting the offer sink in. 100,000. He frowned. Are you joking? He asked. My net profit from today alone was far more than that. And you think you can buy my creation for such a pathetic price? He knew how to run a business, and this was an insult. Shinkai looked at him, his gaze sharp. That may be true, he conceded. But don't think this is so simple. Your card's concept is original, he noted. But the design, the illusion itself, it's all quite mediocre. Ming froze. His pride stung as he listened to the cold assessment. Shinkai gestured toward an empty card on the floor. I sincerely admire your ingenuity, he said with a thin smile. You aren't selling a card, you're selling an experience. But how long do you think it would take me to create a perfect copy of this card? Ming stared back, a single question in his eyes. How long? Shinkai smirked, crossing his arms. 1 day, he declared. And that's me being generous. With max efficiency, a few hours of investment would cost no more than 200,000 yuan. His partners agreed. By morning, every shop would be flooded with their version of Fruit Ninja. As Wangai slept, Shikai declared Ming's card would soon be worthless. Those words struck Ming like ice. His eyes shot open. How? He stammered, falling to his knees in desperation. He pleaded that he needed that card to escape his crushing debt. But Shinkai, unmoved, calmly looked down on him. The market is a battlefield, he declared. Winners and losers are decided in an instant. He stepped closer. The main character looked up, his hope fading. Shinkai proclaimed that in a single day, fortunes can be made. And utterly lost. Cruel, yes, but undeniably thrilling. Squatting down, a predatory smile spread across his face. Only the successful can enjoy such games, he whispered, offering his own business card as a final insult. Think about it, he advised. But don't take too long. In a few hours, your card will be trash. As he departed with his entourage, he expressed a mock hope that Ming would make the wise choice. With a final wave, they were gone. The main character stared at the business card, and in the next moment, ripped it to shreds. A smirk played on his lips. Sorry, he thought, but your little plan won't work. I've already thought of everything. He tossed the pieces aside, but was suddenly jolted by a familiar voice. Xiaopeng burst into the shop, shouting his name and announcing he'd just seen Shinkai himself, pointing back toward the street. But Ming, despite everything, remained cool. He wanted to buy my Fruit Ninja, he stated calmly. Xiaopeng rushed closer. You didn't sell it, did you? Ming confirmed he hadn't, then asked why his friend was here. With a serious frown, Xiaopeng shared his news. Chun, the owner of the crystal card shop, had offered him 100,000 yuan for the illusionary technique Ming's card was built upon. The main character's eyes widened. Someone was looking for you, too, Xiaopeng beamed, thrilled by the recognition. Of course they finally see my value. He clenched his fist in triumph, but then added, but I turned him down. We're friends, after all. Suddenly, Ming's fury erupted. He grabbed his friend's shoulders, shouting, You fool! You should have sold it! That was 100,000 yuan. He turned away, running a hand over his face in pure frustration. Xiaopeng, completely bewildered, could only stammer. But wasn't that your secret technique? A little while later, After Ming had explained the situation, his friend was still in shock. "What do you mean?" he asked, not grasping the full picture. Ming leaned back in his chair, a cool confidence radiating from him. "To stage today's performance," he began, "I prepared 300 cards." He looked at Xiaopeng, a glint in his eye. "I never thought you were this dense." "But," he added with a slight smile, "you're a good friend?" Xiaopeng could only stare back, a mix of confusion and annoyance on his face. "Now hurry," Ming urged. "Get in touch with Chun. You need to sell him that illusion before it's too late. By tomorrow, it'll be worthless." Xiaopeng immediately nodded, but then scratched his head, still puzzled. "Wait a minute," he asked. "If that's the case, why didn't you sell your own designs?" Ming knew what he was asking. He raised a single finger to his lips, a proud, all-knowing smile on his face. "That," he declared, "is a secret." Xiaopeng could only gaze at him, utterly dumbfounded. The very next morning, the market opened, and the flood began. A wave of new products hit the stalls. One shop was already advertising a training add-on for their own Fruit Ninja. Passers-by saw men in suits handing out flyers, commenting on the cute marketing gimmick. Another stall had twisted the game into Durian Ninja, charging 50 yuan per try. A third offered Shrimp Ninja for 40 yuan, promising the top 3 players a free plate of shrimp. The copycats were everywhere. Countless shops had stolen Ming's idea, making slight changes. There was even a Cabbage Ninja exclusive. Some were even selling the cards themselves, hawking a regular Fruit Ninja for 40,000 yuan, and a so-called Sapphire Fruit Ninja for a staggering 350,000. "Don't miss the sensation," they shouted. Enthusiastic crowds, swept up in the hype, eagerly prepared their money for the new craze. A major storefront also unveiled a new product, a card called the Leaf Chain, now on free sale. It was marketed as an update for the Fruit Ninja card, and the staff urged everyone to try their luck, marveling at the massive crowd. Buyers flooding the store were buzzing with excitement, completely consumed by the anticipation of the new offers. The sheer number of people made the air thick and stuffy, but that didn't stop the endless stream of customers. Meanwhile, in a sleek office, Shinkai's team was already on the move. An assistant turned to his boss, who was relaxing on a sofa. "Sir, what was the word from headquarters?" A wicked grin spread across Shinkai's face. "They've already placed a massive pre-order. The card will be available in every single one of our branches by tomorrow." The assistant's eyes lit up. "That's fantastic news. Sir, congratulations," he gushed, bowing his head in respect. Shinkai looked smugly satisfied. Soon, he mused, he'd be promoted to headquarters manager, or maybe even given a share of the entire company. He walked towards the massive panoramic window. "I've dreamed of this for so long," he whispered. "My goal is finally within reach." His assistant stood silently behind him. "Business is business," Shinkai continued. "It doesn't matter who has the idea. It only matters who makes the most money." He smiled, lifting his chin in arrogance. "And the one who will make the most will be me." But suddenly, another assistant burst into the office. "Sir!" he shouted, his voice filled with panic. "Something incredible has just appeared." Shinkai spun around, his face a mask of weary frustration. "Enough panic," he commanded. "Report!" His assistant, gasping from exhaustion, leaned in close. "Sir, the new report, it's unbelievable." As the man fumbled with his tablet, Shinkai's patience finally snapped. "What is it?" he demanded. "Spit it out. We are a corporate giant. There is nothing in this world we need to fear." Losing his patience, he stalked forward, snatching the tablet from the trembling assistant's hands. "I'll see for myself," he snarled. But as his eyes fell upon the screen, he froze solid. For a long moment, he was silent. A violent shudder racked his body as he stared at the information. "What is the meaning of this?" he whispered. His eyes widened in pure horror as a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He recognized the face on the screen. It was Ming. A desperate scream tore from his throat as his grip tightened, crushing the device until the screen cracked under the pressure. Overwhelmed by the sheer shock, his consciousness gave out and he collapsed. Shit. The tablet clattered to the floor. The assistants erupted into chaos, screaming in panic. "Someone call an ambulance." They scrambled frantically, yelling for someone who knew CPR. All the while, Shinkai lay trembling on the cold floor. But on the shattered, yet still glowing screen, a video of the protagonist continued to play for all to see. Ming declared that everyone deserved a Fruit Ninja, and so he was releasing the complete schematics to the public domain. Elsewhere, a man named Chun watched the same broadcast, his expression thunderous. He listened as Ming calmly greeted the world, identifying himself as the creator of the Fruit Ninja. He admitted the card was originally designed for commercial sale. However, he continued. "I've heard the public's overwhelming desire for this card, and after much thought, I've made a decision." He was making the entire design public for everyone, and he warned that no illusionist was needed for its creation. Anyone could forge their very own ninja, simply by following the blueprints he provided. He closed his eyes, his voice filled with conviction. "The children are our future," he proclaimed, "and they deserve to grow strong. Consider this card my personal gift to them." With those final words, the video ended, and Chun's composure shattered. "Ming!" he roared, his voice raw with fury. The millions spent on funding, the hundreds of cards, the 48 illusionists, all of it had just turned to dust. With an inhuman scream, he hurled the tablet to the floor. The device exploded into 1,000 pieces. Shaking with uncontrollable rage, Chun gritted his teeth, repeating the main character's name like a curse. But in an instant, his anger collapsed into bitter despair, and tears of frustration began to fall. Wiping them away with his fists, he whispered a vow. "Just you wait, Ming. I swear I will catch up to you." The protagonist's video message instantly went viral. The news that he'd shared the Fruit Ninja plans became the #1 sensation online. Back at Ming's store, Xiaopeng was ecstatic. "This is amazing. All of Qingming, no, the entire internet knows who you are." The protagonist, lounging calmly in his chair, offered only a confident smile. "Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen." But Xiaopeng's excitement suddenly turned to concern. "Ming, are you sure this was wise?" he asked. Seeing his friend's confusion, Xiaopeng quickly clarified. "I'm talking about releasing those plans for free. You've just declared war on the titans of this industry." He leaned in, desperate to know. "So, what's your next move?" The protagonist simply smirked. "Don't worry about them. Those businessmen live and die by their profits," Ming explained. "And because of that, they won't dare to touch me." Xiaopeng nodded, seeing the logic. Just then, Ming stepped out from behind the counter. "Speaking of which, I have a request for you." Xiaopeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Don't tell me. Is it another bestseller?" Ming chuckled, a mysterious glint in his eye. "The last bestseller isn't complete yet," he said. "It's time for the final step." Now Xiaopeng was completely lost. He squinted suspiciously. "You're planning something dubious again, aren't you? Is this really the last step?" he asked. The protagonist's grin widened. "It is. And it's the most important part of the entire plan." He leaned forward. "Have you heard of hype marketing and viral advertising?" He smirked, resting his chin in his hand, his eyes gleaming with the light of a true mastermind. A short time passed, and, just as Ming predicted, the Fruit Ninja card exploded into a cultural phenomenon. Card makers everywhere developed new versions from his free blueprints. And Ming himself was catapulted into celebrity status. Advertisements featuring famous stars appeared everywhere. In one, a challenger held up his own custom card and roared at the screen. "I want to challenge Ming himself." In another, a group of famous idols screamed that they were the main character's #1 fans during a live game stream. An ad suddenly cut in, featuring a young woman. She announced a special segment on Ming, the creator of Fruit Ninja, causing the chat to explode. "Who even plays Fruit Ninja?" One message read. Another viewer admitted he did, but hated co-op matches. Some viewers were furious about the ad, complaining about the constant interruptions. They questioned why celebrities always did these streams, while others watched intently, focused on the ad. One viewer even commented that the host's skirt was far too long. At the start of the program, the host announced they had invited 2 famous card masters to give their professional opinion on Ming's creation. According to one of the specialists, the card was a complete joke that didn't deserve its popularity. It was pathetic, and its creator was even worse. Adjusting his glasses, the man declared the game's mechanics were chaotic and unstructured. Still, he had to admit, Ming was a savvy businessman. His friend, sitting beside him, agreed. He closed his eyes disdainfully, declaring Ming was nothing but cannon fodder from a low-tier academy for energy cards. The boy had absolutely no talent for card creation. How could he possibly compete with the true giants of the industry? They concluded that although the Fruit Ninja card was popular, its success was pure luck. The main character wasn't an illusionist, a fatal flaw. No matter how clever Ming tried to be, he couldn't hide his mediocre skills. The card's fame was a complete and utter coincidence. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, a man reported to shadowy figures. He suggested they shouldn't waste their time watching Ming. He was just a good businessman, nothing more. The man laughed, mocking the card's simple illusion and flimsy structure. "Cards like that," he sneered, "never last long on the market. Besides, the veteran creators didn't care about it. It didn't matter how much of a stir Ming had caused." Still laughing, the man revealed a surprising detail. Despite everything, a certain old man was very interested in this main character and wanted to see how this story would end. Sometime later, in a recording studio, the cameraman hit record, shouting for the scene to begin. The actress, in a partially unbuttoned shirt, suddenly gasped, claiming a strange feeling was enveloping her. She stared into the camera, admitting she felt incredibly hot, like she was burning from the inside. She adjusted her shirt as sweat beaded on her skin. She cried out, asking what could possibly cool her down. All at once, a hand shot into the frame, clutching a bar of ice cream. Ming appeared right behind it, exclaiming that this new ice cream would instantly cool her down. He offered it to her with a smile, urging her to try it. He rushed to her side and held it out. The actress took a small bite. Finally, the scene was filmed. After the video wrapped, one of the crew members gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that it was perfect. He approached Ming, amazed. "You're a professional," he shouted, admitting he couldn't believe it was Ming's first time filming an advertisement. He praised the incredible charisma the main character projected on screen. Embarrassed by the attention, Ming laughed, thanked his partner, and asked him to take care of him in the future. The man told him not to worry. As they spoke, Ming suddenly decided to ask about his payment, that their payment would arrive any second. The main character simply smiled, and just then, a transfer notification appeared. 500,000 yuan. Learning of the amount, Xiaopeng's jaw dropped, his shout echoing through the area. "That's a fortune," he yelled. Ming, cool as ever, simply leaned back with his hands behind his head. Xiaopeng mused that his friend's popularity was skyrocketing, noting that starring in commercials was a much easier way to make money than crafting cards. He dreamed of the massive profits they would rake in, enough to open a brand new store where he would serve as Ming's trusted right-hand man. The main character grinned, playing along. "Let's earn 100 million and live off the interest?" Xiaopeng excitedly declared he'd buy a mountain of food, but Ming just poked him in the cheek. "It's fine to dream," he chuckled. Surprised, Xiaopeng looked at him, his expression turning serious. "Slow down a bit," the protagonist advised. He knew that in their line of work, to stay afloat, you have to constantly innovate with new products. He sighed, admitting that right now, he was completely out of new ideas. That's why, he explained. He had to get back to the store and immerse himself in studying the cards again. Xiaopeng understood. A smile returned to his face as he realized they had not only cleared Ming's debts, but he'd also turned a tidy profit himself. He then remembered his friend had another commercial shoot scheduled for tomorrow. "Maybe that will give you some inspiration," he suggested. But Ming wasn't so sure. "You just have to believe in yourself," Xiaopeng insisted, fired up. He declared he would grab a taxi to take him back to the shop, telling Ming to get a good night's rest for the big day. But Ming waved him off. "You go on ahead," he said. "I want to walk around the city a bit. I haven't really had the chance to explore, ever since I moved here." Xiaopeng froze, latching onto those last words. "Moved here?" he asked, his eyes wide. With confusion, Ming tensed up, realizing he'd let something slip. Something he shouldn't have. Luckily, Xiaopeng was already distracted. Flagging down a cab, he jumped in, waved, "Goodbye," and sped off. Ming watched him go, smiling to himself. "Well, the debt problem is solved," he thought. "Now I just need to save up for a deposit." This new world was full of wonders that didn't exist on Earth. But in the grand scheme of things, business was business, and life was life. Walking down the street, he kicked an empty can, watching it fly. "If my past life went off the rails," he vowed silently, "then in this one, I'll climb all the way to the top." He stopped, a determined smile on his face as he gazed up at the towering skyscrapers. 1 month later, in a desolate, debris-strewn area, Shanju spotted a peculiar card fragment on the ground. Bending down, he examined the piece closely. Holding it up, he stroked his chin, marveling at the fragment's incredibly complex texture. He knew this relic could fetch a decent price, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a commotion. A group of men were arguing nearby, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades. The ground was littered with more of these strange fragments. Some time passed, and night had fallen. Ming stepped out of a sleek car. "Xiaopeng," he called out, "help me return this, or we'll be charged for." "Another day's rent?" Xiaopeng was stunned. "Wait, I thought you were going to buy this car." But Ming just waved his hand dismissively. "This car is way beyond my means right now," he explained. It turned out his services weren't quite as in demand as they used to be. As he left, Xiaopeng shouted after him, "You're still as handsome as ever." But Ming suddenly froze, his attention captured by a figure lurking nearby. It was Shanju. "I've been waiting for you," the man said. Ming's expression turned serious as he faced the unwelcome guest. He remembered Shanju, a low-level street punk who haunted the city's outskirts. Back before Ming took over this body, they had crossed paths before, and Shanju had shaken him down for money multiple times. The protagonist coolly slid his hands into his pockets. "This is the city center," he warned. "Aren't you afraid?" "I'll call the police." Shanju stepped closer, a sly look on his face. "No need for that," he said. "I'm not here for what you think." He revealed he had come to sell something he was certain would be of great interest to a card master like Ming. He agreed to see it, and when Shanju presented several strange shards, he asked, "Are these really card fragments?" Shanju grinned. "Absolutely." Ming's mind raced. He knew that through intense battles and dangerous experiments, many powerful cards were unable to withstand the strain. The pressure was too great. It shattered into countless fragments. And though incomplete, each piece still pulsed, with faint lines of power. A treasure map for any card creator. A way to perfect their own creations. Gazing at a shard in his palm, Ming felt a strange resonance. He wondered about the origin of these two pieces. He knew they weren't ordinary. A deep frown creased his brow, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. He examined the shards once more, then headed straight for Shanju's shop. "Where did you find these?" he demanded. Shanju revealed their origin with a sly grin. They were pieces of a legendary gold card, found just a few days prior. A brutal skirmish had erupted in the streets. Many lives were lost, and countless cards were destroyed in the chaos. But Shanju had managed to salvage these two shards. Pointing a finger, he noted their uniquely interesting patterns. Our main character saw right through the act. He knew exactly what Shanju was after. "How much do you want for them?" Stroking his chin, Ming sensed the ploy. Shanju wasn't just making small talk. He was trying to inflate the price. With a knowing smile, Ming made his offer 250,000. Shanju's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the deal. But as Ming left the shop, a sense of unease washed over him. Why did Shanju agree so easily? He pushed the thought aside for now. Back at his workshop, he lit a lamp and sat down at his creation table. He laid the fragments before him. His mind focused on one goal: to decipher their secrets and restore the original design. Hours turned into a blur of frantic sketching, but his hands trembled with frustration. Disappointment etched on his face. Ming cursed, slamming his fist on the desk. "I can't make sense of any of this," he roared. The impact rattled the table, causing the card fragments to jump. He questioned himself. Is this truly beyond my abilities? He couldn't even identify its category or rank. Curses escaped his lips again and again. He cursed Shanju for selling him this impossible puzzle. In a moment of pure despair, he grabbed his head as one of the fragments suddenly flew to the side, landing on the card activator. Seeing this, Ming's mind went still. An idea began to form. He grabbed a blank card, carefully cutting it to match the fragment's edge. A question sparked in his mind. What would happen if he completed the circuit? If he placed this makeshift card in the activator, he had a feeling it would work, with nothing left to lose. He did it. He hit the activation switch and stood within the circle of 4 pyramids. This was the activation zone. As the process began, he held his breath, his eyes locked onto the card. He waited for something, anything, to happen, but there was only silence. Nothing. Ming's shoulders slumped. He let out a sigh. It was a failure. But suddenly, a presence appeared behind him. A girl leaned in close and whispered in his ear. He spun around in shock, his eyes widening in pure disbelief at who he saw. It was her. The mysterious girl let out a soft laugh. What is happening right now? Our hero thought, before he could react. She grabbed his shoulder. Got you, she cried, shoving him to the ground. He pleaded for her to stop, saying he wasn't ready. But she leaned over him, a playful smirk on her face. Did you just tell me to stop? Ming was speechless. He could only stare straight ahead, trembling with a mixture of shock and excitement. Even for an illusion, he muttered. This is far too realistic. He'd never experienced anything like this. He nervously asked if she could move, but his words fell on deaf ears. She remained on top of him. Leaning in even closer, she smiled down at him. Then she took his hand and deliberately changed its position. She placed it right on her chest. The protagonist gasped in surprise, utterly embarrassed. His eyes shot wide open. It felt like squeezing a ripe fruit, juice bursting forth. This touch, it's real. His heart hammered against his ribs. Blood gushed from his nose. He had to admit, in his past life, he'd never experienced the allure of a woman's body. This had to be heaven. Hurry up, he pleaded. The girl just laughed, her hand closing around a knife. She raised it high above her head. ready to strike. But Ming, lost in the moment, had closed his eyes. "Please, pay attention to me," he begged. The girl's smirk widened as she lowered her arm. The dagger's tip aimed straight for his heart. Yet he remained oblivious, a blissful smile on his face. He was completely unaware of the mortal danger he was in. As the blade descended, the activation device began to flicker. Sparks flew. The card's power died out. And just like that, the illusion dissolved into nothing. Ming's eyes snapped open.
"What the?" he asked, completely dissatisfied. He cursed his bad luck. For it to end at a moment like that, he realized the truth in an instant. His own energy was too low to sustain the fragment's illusion. "How cruel!" he exclaimed.
He scoffed at Shanju's name again, wondering who would ever use such a pathetic card on a real battlefield. But then, a thought struck him. There was another fragment. Taking the piece in his hands, he examined it carefully, noticing its pattern. This design was far more complex than the last. He guessed it might be a complete harem card, and an image flashed in his mind. Of himself, surrounded by beautiful girls. He smirked. Now this was living. This time, he was determined to keep his eyes wide open.
He performed the same ritual as before, inserting the new card into the activation device. With a single press of the button, the process began. The card hummed to life, and Ming shuddered in anticipation. Turning to his imaginary harem, he shouted, "I'm on my way, ladies!" But his triumphant grin quickly vanished. Something was terribly wrong. The very space around him started to warp and twist. Worse yet, his own body began to contort.
It stretched unnaturally. Looking down, he panicked. What is this nonsense? He watched as his form started to blur and fade away. Moments later, he crash-landed in a strange new space. Small clouds of dust rose around him. Still on the ground, Ming clutched his head as a sharp pain shot through him, so intense that it made his stomach churn. But as the pain subsided, his head snapped up in shock. He scanned his surroundings, and his eyes widened at the sight of a colossal monster grinning down at him, cursing under his breath. Ming screamed internally, "Where am I? This can't be a low-rank card fragment." The ground was a graveyard, littered with the bones of slain beasts, and the monster before him opened its massive jaw, preparing to devour him. A scream of pure terror tore from his throat. This was the end. There was no way he could fight something this huge, but as the beast lunged forward, it flew right past him. It paid him no mind whatsoever. Ming, who had been bracing for death, slowly opened his eyes, utterly bewildered by what just happened. He whipped his head around to see the monster charging toward a small cat cloaked in a powerful magical aura. Even though the enemy was countless times its size, the tiny animal stood its ground with an unnerving calm. It simply dug its paws. The earth. The sheer force of it causing the ground to crack beneath them. At the perfect moment, the cat leaped onto the monster's body. Once it reached a vital spot, it opened its mouth. And a torrent of magical energy erupted, forming the spectral silhouette of a massive tiger behind it. Activating the red tiger spell, the cat opened its jaws wide. Commanding the spectral power, it sank its fangs into the enemy and tore the monster's body clean in two as the massive creature writhed in its final moments. Ming frowned in absolute confusion. "What is even happening?" he whispered. The beast's lifeless corpse crashed to the ground, and the resulting shockwave sent the protagonist flying. The cat leaped from the carcass, landing softly in front of Ming. He looked on nervously, frozen in place. The threatening aura of magical energy was suffocating. Then, he noticed the cat begin to change. His mind screamed as it grew into a massive beast. Once its transformation was complete, the monster placed a heavy paw on Ming's head, pinning him to the ground. He froze, overcome with sheer terror. He couldn't even twitch a muscle beneath the immense pressure. Did this creature think he was an enemy, too? A low growl rumbled from its chest as it leaned closer, pressing down harder. Ming cried out in pain. Raising a trembling hand, he made a split-second decision. He'd just pretend to be a rock and wait for this to be over. Suddenly, the beast shrunk back to its normal cat size. Ming, forcing a smile, slowly rose and began stroking its back. "Hey there, little guy," he cooed, promising he meant no harm. His smile widened. "It's written all over my face, right? I'm the picture of innocence. I just got here by accident. I didn't want to bother anyone." He even added, "It would be great if we became friends." But the cat just stared at him with an unreadable expression. Ming assumed it just couldn't understand him. The cat continued to squint, leaning closer and closer. The protagonist frowned, backing away nervously. Then, The very air around them began to crack like glass.
Both Ming and the cat turned toward the sound. Seeing the fractures in reality, our hero's face lit up with joy. "Yes, the cod's energy has finally run out," he shouted, clenching his fist. He smiled enthusiastically.
"I was just spouting nonsense," he yelled, before wishing the cat a good time as he fell into the encroaching void. The space around him finally shattered. Ming waved goodbye with a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "I hate cats," as he plunged into the darkness, disappearing from that dimension entirely. Back on the street, people were casually passing by the shop. But as he reappeared, a brilliant flash of light erupted from behind the store's door. The ground itself shook from the force of his sudden return. The ground itself began to heave as people who were barely standing screamed in terror. Was this an earthquake? They looked around in a panic. But inside the store, the card Ming used had turned pitch black, smoke curling from its edges. The protagonist collapsed, gasping for air. With a surge of adrenaline, he forced himself up. He slammed his fist into the floor, the chilling realization washing over him. He had almost died. He swore that after this, Shanju would absolutely get what he deserved. Just then, a soft meow cut through his rage. Ming shuddered, slowly turning around, praying it wasn't what he thought it was. But there it was, a cat. He shot to his feet, still trying to deny the impossible as the animal tilted its head.
Had this cat actually escaped from the illusion? He couldn't comprehend how that was even possible. He stumbled backwards and fell, staring in horror as the creature leaped towards him.
A desperate scream tore from Ming's throat. "What is wrong with this world? Stop! I adore cats!" Beads of sweat poured down his face, but as his mouth opened wide in a scream, the cat saw its chance. It launched itself straight down his throat. Ming's eyes widened in sheer shock as he was thrown backwards. The world dissolved. He found himself in a strange, ethereal space, looking around in pure amazement.
What is this place? He sensed it was pure energy, noticing glowing spheres drifting all around him. Am I in the Sea of Consciousness? He remembered the legends. The Sea of Consciousness was the sacred place where a creator's original card was stored.
For any creator, this space was their sanctum, holding nearly all of the energy they had ever accumulated. It was as vital as the human brain. Without it, a creator was powerless to work on their cards. Ming wondered why he had been brought here, assuming it must be the storage for his own original card. He ran forward, his eyes scanning the endless space, when he suddenly spotted something in the distance. What is that? He focused his gaze and finally saw it, a glowing card, floating in the void. And sitting beside it was the cat. The creature opened its mouth, leaning towards the card. "No, get away from that!" Ming cried out desperately. He stretched his hand forward, his voice cracking. "What is that cat doing?" He screamed again and again, trying to stop it. But the animal ignored his pleas, sinking its fangs deep into the card. Cracks spread across its surface like fractured lightning. Ming froze, his jaw clenched and his eyes wide with disbelief. And then, the reality of what had just happened crashed down on him. "You damned cat!" he roared, lunging forward with his hand outstretched, promising to show it a world of pain. But the cat simply turned its head, and with a flick of its tail, the world shifted. A storm of arrows materialized in the air before him, all aimed directly at his heart. In the next moment, they struck. His body was pierced through, and he screamed, falling into the void. And yet, there was no pain. The arrows had vanished. He froze, staring wide-eyed at his unharmed body. A split second later, the cat's tail, now sharp as a blade, was at his throat. Ming's face was drenched in sweat. He swallowed nervously as the creature loomed over him. Then, it suddenly retracted its tail. The protagonist let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. The cat then fell, plunging into the ethereal water below. The impact sent ripples through his sea of consciousness, disturbing the calm. Ming watched in surprise. The cat was lying motionless in the water. But as he looked closer, he noticed a deep, serious wound on its paw. A slow grin spread across his face. The cat had been injured in the previous illusion. The wound was severe. This was his chance. He slowly began to walk towards the cat, stopping right beside it. He reached out a calm hand towards the creature. The cat raised its head, its gaze serious and unwavering. Ming paused. Then, shocking even himself, he dropped to his knees. "Hey there," he said gently, a kind smile on his face. "Don't be afraid of me." He closed his eyes. "I have very little energy left, but I'm going to heal you." A soft magic flowed from his palm, enveloping the cat's injured paw. Seeing the animal's wariness, Ming told it not to worry. He then turned his attention to his cracked original card. He placed a hand on the broken surface, letting out a sigh. Now, what am I supposed to do with you? He didn't know if he could even fix it. Although, surprisingly, the card seemed to still be working. He decided not to dwell on it for now. And you, he said, turning back to the cat. Stop biting everything you see. You're not a dog. The cat, though still lying down, lifted its head and watched the main character cautiously. If you keep biting things, he warned, I swear next time I'll skin you 3 times over. That was all he had to say. Leaning in, Ming whispered to the cat, asking it to meow if it understood him. But the creature remained utterly still. Taking its silence as a yes, he questioned the cat's agreement. In that same moment, Shanshu was sent flying backwards with a blood-curdling scream. The blow was so immense, it knocked the artificial gold tooth right out of his jaw. He crashed to the ground some distance away, crying out in agony. He insisted that he'd already told them everything, pleading that he had no clue what fragment his tormentor was talking about as he struggled to sit up. In a pained voice, he confessed that over the past month, he'd sold over 10,000 similar fragments, making it impossible to remember any single one. The man standing beside the colossal beast simply gave a silent command. The monster lifted its massive foot, preparing to crush Shanshu. On his knees, Shanshu stared desperately at the man, his pleas for mercy echoing in the ruins. The area around them was a wasteland of rubble and bodies. Still, trying to cling to life, Shanshu pressed his palms together, his body trembling as he begged the figure before him. A moment later, the monster's foot descended, sending shards of stone blasting into the air. Clutching a darkened card, the man wondered grimly. Am I too late? The image of the cat on the card was the only thing that mattered. Staring at it intently, he demanded to know where the cat was now, who had taken it from him. He stood there for a long time, lost in the image. By morning, Ming sighed, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes and stretched. A new day meant new accomplishments. He stepped out of his shop, but then his morning calm was shattered. The smile vanished from his face. He gasped in shock at the sight before him. Right in front of his shop, work trucks were dismantling the building across the street. Cursing. He wondered if that rival card shop had started their promotion this early. He just couldn't fathom how anyone could despise their competition so intensely. He tuned into the voices of the growing crowd. Hearing one man ask what was happening, the girl beside him whispered that she'd heard the store was brutally robbed last night. And what's more, it seemed every single guard had been killed. The man was in disbelief. How could something so violent happen in the heart of the city? The girl agreed, adding that the most terrifying part was that nearly all the card shops in the district had been wiped out in a single night. Rumor had it, even the legendary Yezi stores were hit. Hearing this, the main character's face hardened with shock. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Could it really be true? Whispers spread like wildfire, everyone wondering who would dare to attack them. A few onlookers, seemingly in the know, claimed that the attacker was a monster of a man. They said he was so powerful, he could summon a black swamp giant. Rescue workers carried bodies out on stretchers, trying to push the crowd back, warning them to disperse before the unstable walls collapsed on them all. The police arriving would be the only thing that could save these curious fools now. Looking around, Ming saw the destruction had spread to another store nearby, the Cards Done Pan House. It had been hit, too. Even the black man's shop from the alley was damaged. Turning his head, the main character stared at the ruins of that store, his eyes wide with horror. Was this world really so chaotic? The entire scene felt like a nightmare. He had slept right through it all in his own shop. But one unsettling thought burrowed into his mind. He grabbed his hair, asking himself, how was he the only one left untouched? It was too strange. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice. What's so strange about it? He flinched. The man continued. Your little barn is so small, nobody even noticed it. Recognizing the voice, the main character asked what Xiaowang was doing here at this hour. His friend moved closer, telling him not to worry. He wasn't here for money this time. I have something interesting for you, he said. Ming laughed, asking what kind of interesting news Xiaopang could possibly have. Smiling, his friend held up a notice, announcing that the academy had opened applications for an off-site internship. He said he was worried no one would tell the main character about this incredible opportunity. So, he'd brought him a blank application form himself. When it came to good things, he always thought of Ming first. That's what best friends are for, he declared. Taking the form, the main character bowed his head in thanks. Xiaowang grabbed his hair playfully, exclaiming, What's with the formality between us? But in the next instant, Ming hurled the form to the ground, turning his back on his friend. Xiaowang stared in horror, shuddering at the cold rejection. He scoffed, not even glancing at the paper that fluttered to the ground. It was a sign-up for voluntary hard labor, and he'd had enough of that. The previous owner of this body had already suffered through one of these so-called internships. It was a scam, the academy was just supplying the local factory with free student labor. Ming recalled how he had diligently dug up an entire cartload of ore, only to be dismissed by the manager with a mere 5 points. Just then, Xiaowang snatched the discarded form, his eyes gleaming. He said this internship was at the legendary Amiro mine, rumor had it. The place held enough power stones to fuel every cultivator in the country for 10 years straight. Xiaowang urged Ming to come along, just to witness it, but the protagonist shut him down. He had zero interest in participating. Changing the subject, he asked if Xiaowang had any battle cards that required around 60 points of energy. Xiaowang blinked in surprise. 60 points? Why would Ming need something so specific? Ming's jaw tightened. He clenched his fists, stating the obvious: this area was growing more dangerous by the day, and security was a joke. He was determined to master card crafting to rapidly increase his own power and survivability. A wide grin spread across Xiaowang's face. "You've come to the right man." He beckoned Ming closer. "Come here, take a look at this." He revealed a 1-star spirit card, Wild Charge, an attack card that consumed exactly 60 units of energy. Ming immediately asked for one, ready to pay whatever the cost. "For you, my brother," Xiaowang said with a sly smile. "Only 998 yuan." The deal was done. Money exchanged. Card in hand, Xiaowang waved goodbye, telling Ming to hit him up if he needed anything else. As his friend left, the protagonist stared thoughtfully at the new card, repeating the price he'd just paid. A quick search online confirmed his suspicions. He found a site selling the blueprints for the very same card. He cursed under his breath. The blueprint cost 1,000 yuan, while a single pre-made card was only 50 yuan. Gritting his teeth in fury, Ming muttered a few choice words for Xiaowang. He'd been swindled by that snake yet again, but he pushed the anger aside. In the long run, buying the blueprint was the smarter, more profitable move. He vowed to get even with Xiaowang later. For now, after purchasing the blueprint, he immediately began crafting. He was curious about this card. Its energy fluctuations were minor, but the resources needed to create it were equivalent to 3 watermelon ninjas. As he meticulously etched the lines of power, Ming could feel it. The rate of his own energy growth was accelerating. By the time he was finished, he'd managed to create 9 new cards. With the last of his energy for the day, he had crafted an entire stack. Leaning back in his chair, he pushed off the table and ran a hand through his hair, a triumphant grin on his face. The effect was incredible. His total energy had increased by 0.5%. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. He looked down, deep in thought. The results were good, but to keep training like this, he'd need an energy replenishment card, which was far too expensive. These things weren't easy to make, and they were even harder to sell. It was a massive waste of resources. But then, a jolt of inspiration struck him like lightning. His eyes shot wide with a stunning realization. He could use a catalyst to activate the card. Then, he could use the original seal to practice encapsulation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Encapsulation required 60 points, the exact amount of energy his body now held. Leaping from his chair, he rushed to put his new theory into practice. He calculated that the card had to time the ability's flash perfectly. Only then, at that precise moment, could the original card be released. This was the only path to successful encapsulation. Even a minor mistake would lead to complete failure. Ming visualized the card, glowing with raw power. He inserted his creation into a special stand, his mind racing. This technique was especially dangerous with cards that could inflict enormous damage. If his focus wavered for a fraction of a second, it would all be over. To become a true MasterCard creator, mastering the art of encapsulation was absolutely essential. With the card finally in place, the protagonist activated the device. A synthesized voice echoed in the room. "Wild Dash card successfully activated. Commencing countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ming stretched out his hands, his face a mask of pure concentration. As he pressed his lips into a thin line, the device announced, "Original card has been released." In that very next moment, a monstrous, enraged bull materialized right in front of the main character. Head lowered and glaring, it was ready to attack. Staring at the massive enemy, Ming shuddered, his eyes widening in pure horror. A scream ripped from his throat. This couldn't be real. He frowned, clutching his chest and asking, "Is this my original card?" He repeated the question again and again as he watched the bull charge straight for him. Ming knew he'd made a mistake. He was about to die. He stared in horror as the beast thundered toward him, screaming in absolute despair. "This is my original card!" he yelled, slamming his palms together. The card appeared between his hands. He fell to his knees in relief, glad he was able to seal it. He admitted he had been terrified and had nearly lost control of his body. But suddenly, he frowned, confused, and looked down at the card. One of its broken segments had changed. A new image had appeared on its surface. Ming fell silent, just staring at it. He got to his feet and asked, what just happened? He didn't understand what had been done to the card. Did that beast spoil it? He flipped the card over, looking at its back and comparing it with the design on his drawing. He noticed it was exactly the same. The problem wasn't in the drawing. In that case, he had no idea what the problem was. Returning to his computer, he dove into research on the original card, studying its front side, analyzing the segments and the strange drawing. He realized it was a form of segment coding.
Apparently, for abilities that were too powerful, a high-level card creator had invented this technique. Just as the name implied, the card's true power was sealed within many fragments, hiding its full potential.
Ming's eyes shot wide with shock. Could this truly be a coincidence? He felt a surge of incredible luck. Deciding to test his theory, he inserted the card into the reproducing device, waiting for the bull to materialize and charge. He cast the seal. His brow furrowed in deep concentration as a magic circle flared to life around the card. When it was finally done, Ming paused. Breathing heavily, he carefully revealed the brand new card.
A wave of triumph washed over him. It had worked. He admired the new print, declaring it a work of art. The two bull cards had successfully merged into a single, more powerful one. He turned to the cat, smiling.
This was getting very interesting. He finally understood this was a true gift and silently thanked the cat. And though it was far away, the creature let out a sudden, sharp sneeze. Back in the room, the protagonist shook off his distraction. A stunning realization dawned on him. Each segment of the cover represented a separate ability. His card could hold 7 abilities in total. He stared intently at his card, and then it all clicked. He pulled out the cards he'd previously created. One by one, he began applying the seals, slowly filling each empty segment on his original card. At last, with all the pieces in place, the card erupted in a blinding, magical light. Ming gasped in awe. He saw that after encapsulating all the bull cards, the pattern itself had merged into something new. This was the very first card he'd ever truly forged as a cardmaster. The light faded, revealing the new image. But the bull? It had changed. It looked far less menacing. Ming stared, completely baffled. Did something go wrong? What was this? He couldn't believe his eyes. Why did the bull in the picture look so tame? He assumed the fusion must have failed. Inspecting the card, he saw it required 300 energy points to use. He couldn't even summon it right now, but creating it had boosted his energy reserves significantly. His cultivation speed was now 100 times faster than the watermelon ninjas. He couldn't imagine this bull's power. To require a staggering 300 energy points, yet only be a 1-star card. What did it mean? He figured he just needed to raise his energy to 300. Pushing that thought aside, another question arose. What should he name his creation? He decided on the Thunderous Bull, a grin spreading across his face. He held the card high, admiring his handiwork as it hovered in the air.
Sometime later, a bus approached the Imam Mine in the southern part of Chiming City. Perched at an altitude of 4,800 meters, it was known as the Qing Ming Laurel, home to over 300 mines.
The bus soon arrived at the Rezi Energy ore plant. An announcement rang out this was their internship site. As the students disembarked, cries of excitement filled the air. For most, it was their first time at a real plant. One of them took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air, a look of pure bliss on his face. One student boasted about the mountain of snacks he'd brought for their picnic. His friend pointed it out to their guide. And asking if the guy came here to eat or to train? Suddenly, another student shouted a warning. He'd spotted a game console in someone's bag. That's when their guide, a 3-star elemental teacher standing 175 centimeters tall, stepped forward with a smile and a warning. All snacks and game consoles were to be put away immediately, or she'd be happy to do it for them. One of the boys, clearly impressed, admitted he'd heard rumors about high-class entertainment and recreation facilities, asking if they were true. She closed her eyes, admitting it could be. It was her first time here as well. The students' minds began to race, dreaming of what luxuries awaited them, but they knew nothing would be free. She cryptically warned them they'd find out all about it when the time came. As the group approached the factory's main building, Chan Leon, who was still on the bus, watched Anne with an adoring, lovesick gaze, his cheeks flushing. That's when Ming popped up right behind him, perfectly mimicking his expression. "Oh, how I love Anne," he whispered dramatically. Hearing that voice, Leon jumped in shock. He whipped around, his eyes wide with pure indignation. Ming just gave a casual wave, but Leon's gaze turned to ice. "What do you want?" he seethed. Our protagonist felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck. Leon's intimidating aura was no joke.
I was just messing around, he thought, reaching for a card in his pocket. But before he could make a move, another student approached them. "Excuse me," he said coolly. "What are you two still doing here?"
"Dorm assignments are starting," he added, "and wants both of you to get ready." At his words, Ming and Leon both flinched, finally noticing you had appeared beside them. Leon immediately stormed off the bus. Ming, however, stopped in front of you. He ran a hand through his hair, sighing in relief. "Man, you're a lifesaver," he exclaimed. "Don't thank me," you replied. "Just some advice. Don't bother Leon. He's genuinely cruel. Even I know to stay away." This was you, a 17-year-old archer. Standing at 175 centimeters tall, his presence was commanding. Ming's eyes lit up, drawn to the powerful bow in Yu's hands. Then he noticed it. Only a single arrow rested in the quiver. He wondered why, but quickly shook the thought off. "What was that guy's name?" he asked. "Chan Leon?" You replied, and Ming began to make strange word associations. Chan sounds like Fang, and Leon sounds like Leon Wang. Ming paused for a moment, thinking it over. Then he burst out laughing. "That's an interesting way to remember it. I'm Ming, a sophomore." You introduced himself as a freshman, his specialty being the archer class, just as our protagonist was about to share his own specialty. You interrupted, his sharp gaze locking onto the deck of cards, in Ming's hands. "A card maker, I presume?" Ming was stunned. How did he already know? A moment later, they rejoined the other students, who were gathered around the dining hall, gasping in complete awe. The food wasn't just food, it was categorized by type. They even had legendary cultivation meals, dishes crafted from the meat of spirit beasts, infused with powerful energy and served with rare spirit grass. This was a feast designed to boost a warrior's cultivation. The students stared, desperate for even a single bite. Next, they explored the dorms, discovering they were tiered into different levels. The highest, most luxurious level could be exchanged for a private training room, a space specifically designed for intense cultivation. The energy concentration inside was off the charts, promising an explosive increase in cultivation speed. On top of that, there was premium equipment for virtual fantasy cards, a completely realistic, full-dive gaming device. The students whispered excitedly, a game that at realistic had to have everything. Even those legendary, beautiful girls. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers cut through the chatter. A company representative stood before them. "Our factory strives for humane management," he began with a slick smile. "All you need to do is exchange the energy stones you mine during this internship. For every 100 grams, you'll receive special points. These points," he continued, "can be exchanged for all the entertainment you've seen. The more you work, the more you get. There is no limit," he declared. The students' eyes gleamed with excitement, but Yu and Ming exchanged a more serious look. The representative's smile widened as he gestured toward the entrance. "Now," he warned ominously, "do be careful. With enough points, they could have anything." One student grinned, filled with ambition. "Is it really this simple?" he asked. The others could hardly believe their luck. They joked about blowing the cave up just to squeeze out every last drop of ore. Our hero, watching from the side, simply laughed. "What a gathering of greenhorns," he thought. A sharp gaze suddenly fell upon him, noticing his composure. "Have you been here before?" the boy asked. Ming feigned shock, then quickly recovered with a laugh. "You caught me," he admitted. "I came here as a freshman." He then noticed the other boy was also unusually calm. The boy closed his eyes, confessing. "It's just an act. In reality, my heart is pounding like a war drum." He recalled his grandfather's teaching, that a true man shows no fear, even if Mount Tai itself were to collapse before him. Ming just stared back in utter confusion, frowning at the strange declaration. While he didn't understand the words, he sensed the boy had a well-honed intuition. He decided it was best to keep his distance. As he walked away, the other boy just watched, surprised. Meanwhile, Ming's mind was focused. No one could discover his true intentions. If they did, his entire plan would turn to dust. The next day, an instructor announced that the first day of mining practice would begin, drawing everyone's attention. The students raised their hands, brandishing their equipment, and let out a unified roar. "Let's dig this mine dry," they shouted, moving forward. Soon, special transports brought them to the target mine. The mine's interior was divided into 2 zones. The outer zone was for standard mining, while the inner zone was full of complex, intertwined tunnels. Deeper still was an undeveloped region, brimming with untapped potential. The students were brought to their spot and immediately began chipping away at the cavern walls. Clutching a new piece of ore, a student named Leon laughed. "That's another point for me." The guy beside him was amazed. "You've already mined a whole bag of energy stones this morning. Is mining some kind of innate talent?" Leon simply pointed out that his friend wasn't doing too poorly either. He then gestured to an untouched area. "Besides," he scoffed, "the second-year students who came for practical training are completely useless." His eyes landed on Ming, who had calmly brewed himself some instant noodles. Sitting off to the side, he simply ate. The other students couldn't comprehend the scene. "Did he bring noodles because he can't mine enough to afford real food?" one whispered, noticing his collection bucket was bone dry. Someone asked, "Has he seriously not dug up a single thing?" Another student laughed. "The guy must be crazy. I saw him messing around with one rock for 2 hours, and he got nothing out of it." Finally, with his bucket full, Leon decided to leave. I did too. He had gathered enough power stones to exchange for cultivation resources. The others decided to head back too. They didn't expect precious elixirs, but they hoped for enough to buy a large, hearty meal. To them, it was simple. If you couldn't afford to eat, you starved. If you didn't dig a single stone, you'd go hungry all night. The students laughed at the thought, but Ming paid them no mind. He was suddenly distracted as Sinner approached him, surprised. "You really didn't find a single piece?" Our hero looked at her, then laughed sheepishly. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I haven't quite mastered this skill yet." Sinir closed her eyes, analyzing the problem. "Is it because you can't control your power while resonating? With the stone's energy, that always causes a feedback interruption, doesn't it?" She admitted she struggled with the same issue at first. The more she worried, the more she failed. "If you calm down," she said, "you'll be able to concentrate. Try to think of something positive to relax." He looked at her, surprised by her genuine advice. She then decided she would give him 2 of her own stones. "Go and eat something first," she urged. Ming thanked her, and as Sinner left, she told him to try harder. Tomorrow, confident he could do it. The protagonist put his noodle box aside. He placed the stone Sinner gave him on the ground. Then, standing up, he stretched, relieved that everyone had finally gone. It was time for his performance to begin. His expression hardened as he prepared to execute his plan. He ran forward, placing his palm against the closest energy stone, a smirk on his face. "I figured it out this morning. To absorb this energy, you just need to touch the stone. In that case, there's no need to dig it up at all." He began to drain the raw power from the stone, realizing the first step was to craft a simple energy card. Using his leg as a makeshift table, he drew rune after rune, swiftly creating a massive stack of energy cards. With a trove of these base cards accumulated, he could finally proceed to the next phase. The plan was to absorb their energy to replenish his own, then use that surging power to forge the complex Thunderbolt runes. It was a grueling cycle: create the simple cards, absorb their power, and craft the mighty Thunderbolts. He repeated this, again and again, working his way across the entire cavern. He finally let out a sigh, gazing at the fruits of his labor clutched in his hands. "Incredible," he muttered. He had created so many in just a few short hours. Looking around, Ming's eyes fell upon the now empty energy crystals. Then, he checked his status. His core energy had surged by more than 30 points. A triumphant laugh escaped his lips as he stretched, savoring the feeling. But suddenly, the sharp echo of footsteps shattered the silence. He froze on the spot, his heart pounding in his chest. Fear washed over him as miners appeared, walking down the corridor. His mind just raced in horror. Did they find out what I was doing? But to his surprise, the miners completely ignored him. They simply marched onward, tools in hand. Ming watched them warily. Then his focus shifted to the girl and Fu Hongming, who walked silently behind the group, their expressions deadly serious.
For a fleeting moment, the girl glanced his way, but her face remained a mask of indifference as she continued on. After they vanished, our main character wondered if they were the ones in charge of this mining operation.
Shouldn't everyone be resting at this hour? He thought. He couldn't understand why these people were still here. As he mulled it over, he realized those last 2 didn't look like any ordinary miners he had ever seen, especially the girl, who had an unusual aura about her. A horrifying thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Don't tell me. They're not here to steal from the mines like me, are they? He froze, running a hand through his hair. Shaking off the panic, he grabbed his backpack. He decided it didn't matter. As long as they hadn't noticed him, all that mattered was that they ignored him and didn't report him. Leaving the now barren cave section behind, Ming sighed in utter exhaustion. The fatigue was overwhelming. He desperately needed to sleep and find a place to rest. He had to recover his strength to continue his grind tomorrow. As dawn broke on the second day, the other students entered the cave. They cursed under their breath, realizing the brutal reality of their situation. Those fancy entertainment centers were nothing but a facade. "Is anyone still thinking about relaxing?" one of them scoffed indignantly. The problem was far more serious. The cheapest lunchbox cost a steep 5 points. At their current pace, they'd have to slave away for 10 hours straight, just to afford a single meal. As they cursed their luck, they realized they couldn't even afford to eat properly, let alone pay for training meals or access to the training halls. They vowed to complain about the factory once they returned. No wonder that second year brought instant noodles. One realized he must have known this was a sham. Another student spoke quietly, glancing at a weary comrade who was lagging behind the group. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," he suggested. "It's just the first day. It's not that bad, right?" His friend just closed his eyes, completely defeated. But then, a sharp voice called out to them. Turning around, they saw their instructor. "Do not lose heart," she declared. "The purpose of this internship is to practice, to learn, and to gain real-life experience. Now, everyone get to work." Leon, frowning, shouted with conviction. "She's right. We're here to train, not to have fun." "Everyone, cheer up and move forward," he roared, trying to rally the demoralized students. "Let's go!" For a long moment, the students just stared at him in stunned silence. But then, slowly, one by one, they began to raise their hands. Clenching their fists, they shouted in agreement. Leon was right. A new fire was lit within them. "Let's move," they urged one another. "We have to work even harder." With renewed determination, they headed for the mining site. But when they laid eyes on the dull, lifeless crystals, they froze, their eyes wide with shock. "What happened here?" they cried out. "Where did all the energy go?" They stared at the drained stones in disbelief.
Meanwhile, a safe distance away, Ming sighed in relief. He had already cleared 2 entire sections of the cave, and his energy had skyrocketed by tens of points. At this rate, he would easily surpass the 300-point mark before the internship was over.
And when that happened, he would finally be able to use that card. He smiled, looking down at the powerful Thunderbolt rune. He could barely contain his excitement, but his celebration was cut short by a flashing warning sign that appeared before him. He stopped, faced with a new corridor that plunged deeper into the earth, admitting he had no idea he'd come this far. A warning sign declared the area forbidden and dangerous, making him wonder if it held a trove of minerals. As for the risk, the greatest fear was a cave-in, and the chances of that happening here were definitely higher. For any other dangers, Ming figured he was strong enough to handle whatever he might find inside. He hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. Should he turn back now? After a brief pause, he stepped past the warning signs. Drawn into the darkness, he would just take a quick look. Deeper inside, water dripped from the cavern ceiling, echoing through the oppressive silence. This part of the mine felt truly unnerving. To stay hidden, he had to stick to the winding side paths. He'd lost all track of distance, but still hadn't found a single vein of energy stones. Just as he was about to give up and head back, every muscle in his body went rigid. His lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes widened, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He spun around, spotting a tent tucked away in an alcove. He froze, trying not to make a sound. The main character cursed internally. Why in the world would a tent be set up here? Perhaps someone else had the same idea as him, planning ahead to seize this opportunity. He cautiously crept closer. "Is anyone in there?" he called out, his hand reaching for the zipper on the tent's entrance. He pulled it open, and the sight that met his eyes made him recoil in shock. A gasp escaped his lips. Sinner was sleeping peacefully inside, with Shawang lying right next to her. They were sharing the same blanket Ming stared, utterly dumbfounded. His sudden cry startled Shawang, who slowly opened his eyes and yelled Ming's name in alarm. "Yeah, it's me," the protagonist said flatly. Xiao Wang was speechless, so Ming cut straight to the point. "You have a thing for Sinir." An awkward smile crept onto Xiaowang's face. He admitted it was true, but quickly tried to explain. He claimed he knew the internship was stressful, so he was here to comfort the students. "You can buy Sinir too," he added. Ming's jaw dropped. He reached out a hand, his fingers brushing against Sinir's cheek. Recalling Xiaowang's flimsy excuse, he realized something wasn't right. This wasn't as simple as it looked. With a slow smile, he said, "You made a really beautiful doll." But then his voice rose in disbelief. "Wait, how is this possible?" "It's just a doll," Xiaowang insisted, panicked. "I haven't done anything to the real Sinner." Ming cut him off. Whoa, where are you rushing to? I haven't accused you of anything, yet. Suddenly, Xiao Wang's composure broke. He lowered his head, a hand on his chest, and confessed with raw honesty. I really like Signer, but I'm too scared to even talk to her. So I made this to get through the long, lonely nights. He tried to say more, but his voice choked as tears welled up in his eyes. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. Calming himself, Xiao Wang asked quietly, Do you understand now? The main hero simply placed a hand on his shoulder. Perfect. I'm planning to make a new card soon. I need an illusionist, he noted. And you could be a great help. Xiao Wang just clutched his shirt, stunned into silence. Finally, he erupted in frustration. I just poured my heart out to you. How can you be so heartless? Ming just raised an eyebrow. So, you want me to tell the real Signer about this? I can tell her everything. How you made a doll of her. To sleep with. Xiao Wang paled. No, don't do that. His mood shifted in an instant. A bright smile appeared as he exclaimed, It's just an illusion. There's no problem. Of course I can help you, he said confidently. Then, pretending to be offended, Ming turned away. So, what's your price? He asked, sweating. Shouang quickly replied, For you, it's free. We're friends, after all. A satisfied smile spread across Ming's face. You're right about that. Then, he remembered something. By the way, do you know your way around this mining area? Like where the really big energy veins are? Xiaowang's eyes lit up. A moment later, he led Ming into a massive cavern that pulsed with brilliant light. He stood beside Ming, watching as the protagonist stared, his jaw hanging open in pure astonishment. This is a blessed land, Ming exclaimed. The sheer amount of minerals was staggering. Xiaowang just laughed. Figured this would cheer you up. Ming could feel it. The energy here was 10 times purer than outside. It was magnificent. He surged forward, placing his hand on one of the glowing crystals, feeling the power thrum beneath his palm. A surge of energy filled the cave. With this much ore, in less than 2 days, he would hit his goal of 300 points. He declared this cavern his new home, a place to make cards, eat, drink, and everything in between. He was certain no one would ever find him. But suddenly, Xiao Wang's voice cut through his excitement, warning him of a hidden danger. He had to be cautious, or the miners would discover him. Ming stared, confused, until Xiao Wang explained their location. They were dangerously close to the next mining site, where crews worked 24 hours a day. Ming had to stay invisible. The protagonist nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, massive drills bit into solid rock, their metallic screams echoing through the tunnels. Hongming and his sister watched the operation from a nearby hill. After some time, a tense silence fell. A worker monitoring the equipment suddenly threw up a hand, ordering everyone to stop. His signal demanded attention. He scrambled up the hill to where the two siblings stood, announcing their failure. They had dug to the designated point, but the vein was completely empty. The girl paused, calculating, then stepped forward. She ordered them to continue digging. The worker stared in disbelief, his voice rising with alarm. The depth had already reached the safe mining zone. Pushing further risked a total structural collapse. The entire mine could come down on their heads. It was far too dangerous. If an accident happened, he couldn't explain it to the company. Listening to his pleas, the girl simply closed her eyes. A flash of irritation crossed her face. Turning her back, she made a cold declaration if they didn't finish the job. They wouldn't get a single penny. The man's jaw dropped. He reminded her of their agreement, of the risks he and his men were taking. She scoffed, putting a hand to her head. Risk justifies the investment, she said plainly. Taking off her helmet, her gaze hardened into steel. She promised him 5 times the pay if they kept digging. The man froze, his face a mask of bewilderment and greed. As the 4th day of training began, the students collapsed, dropping their equipment. They were exhausted, starving, and broken. This was, without a doubt, the worst ordeal of their lives. One boy sank to his knees, cursing this entire practice. Some hadn't eaten in 3 days. Others just bickered endlessly. Suddenly, a voice cut through the despair, asking a simple question. Has anyone seen Ming? One of the guys grumbled that he'd vanished. Another chimed in, sneering. You mean that second year who was slurping noodles? He figured Ming had simply deserted them. The girl closed her eyes, a wave of guilt washing over her. This was her first practice. She never imagined it would be this brutal. As they spoke, Yu walked forward with unwavering confidence. Liang scrambled after him, pleading. I told you, this mining area is off limits. We shouldn't be here. Did he truly believe Ming was hiding in this forsaken place? Yu admitted it was just a hunch. Liang's eyes widened. A hunch. He was risking everything on a guess, but Yu remained perfectly calm. He looked at his panicking companion and explained his logic. They had searched everywhere else. If he was right, the protagonist had to be here. Don't lie to me, Liang pleaded, desperate to avoid getting into more trouble. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Ming counted the last of his creations. He had finally finished. 300 cards. The final pattern flared with light. He held the card aloft, a triumphant shout echoing off the walls. It's done. 4 days of hell. But he had reached the 300-point mark. He was a certified genius. Cards lay scattered around him. Looking at the image on his newest creation, he beamed. He could finally use the legendary Thunderbolt.
Card? He smiled, admiring his work, and raised the card high, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was about to unleash its power when he suddenly froze. A shadow fell over him. Yu and Liang stood at the cave's entrance. Liang's face was a storm of fury. Yu, however, simply smiled and waved. The protagonist was caught, hand in the air. Liang's gaze was venomous as he pointed an accusing finger.
I knew it, he roared. He knew Ming was up to no good. Are you trying to steal the ore? He screamed. Yu frowned, clearly unimpressed by his friend's outburst. For Ming, it was over. But then, an idea struck. He burst out laughing, running a hand through his hair. What a wild coincidence. Running into them here, he tried to play it cool, claiming he was lost. He asked if they were lost, too. Liang wasn't buying it. Shut up, stop pretending, he yelled, accusing Ming of being a thief. He even tried to quote Section 1356 of the Mineral Code. But his mind went blank. He couldn't remember the exact wording. He turned to Yu with a nervous nudge, asking for help, reminding him of the law. After a tense silence, he finally spoke. Section 1356 states, that energy mines are the property of the state. Anyone who steals from them without permission is committing a felony, a crime punishable regardless of the amount. Leon seized the moment. Confirming this, he roared that Ming was nothing but a criminal. Closing his eyes, Ming simply asked what they were talking about. He was curious, just what kind of proof they thought they had. Yu put a hand in his pocket. Don't you worry, he declared. We have all the evidence we need. He pulled out his phone with a smirk, revealing he'd recorded everything. Ming's entire process, from stealing stones to making cards, all captured from a distance, and every second was in high definition. Staring at the phone clutched in Yu's hand, Ming cursed under his breath, his jaw clenched as he admitted to himself. He couldn't believe these two had managed to corner him. How? He finally asked. How did you know? He was certain they couldn't have just stumbled upon him by chance. Yu revealed the truth. I've been watching you, Ming, since the very first day. He realized Ming was aware of their operation, and the way he vanished immediately after. It was too suspicious to ignore. The main character listened to his cold explanation. My intuition, Yu stated, is exceptionally good. He continued, explaining how he noticed the outer mining sites were mostly waste ore, about 15%. He had to admit, the protagonist was clever. Such a small percentage was almost unnoticeable, but deeper inside the mine, the amount of waste ore shot up, sometimes reaching as high as 50%. Yu guessed that Ming never thought anyone would dig so far in. He also mentioned another clue: he found empty instant noodle boxes in all those spots. Recalling the abandoned containers, he put the pieces together. He was almost certain that Ming, the mysterious, second-year student, was the culprit behind it all. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing just how hard it was to escape Yu's notice. This guy was a real thorn in his side. All of Ming's reserve cards were gone. His base energy of 300 points was barely enough to summon the Thunderbolt card once. He cursed his luck. If he messed this up, he would end up in prison. There was only one option left. He had to get that phone and destroy the video. He clenched the card in his hand, ready to unleash its power. He was about to chant its name. But in that instant, Yu suddenly unlocked his phone. With a few quick taps on the screen, he deleted the video. Then, closing his eyes, he showed the blank screen to Ming. It's gone, he announced. I deleted everything. Liang, standing beside him, was stunned.
What does this mean? He yelled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even the protagonist stood frozen, completely baffled by the sudden turn of events. Why? Liang demanded. Why did you delete our only evidence? Yu's reason was simple. I just wanted to test something.
My intuition. It's never failed me before. Liang called him an absolute fool. That's your reason for deleting it. He called him stupid again. But Yu calmly stated they shouldn't send Ming to prison. The protagonist just watched. As their argument escalated, Leon shouted that Yu was making a huge mistake, vowing to report everything to the authorities. He turned, preparing to storm off. You have no proof. Yu warned him, but Liang didn't care. He marched towards the cave exit. But before he could take another step, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Looking around, in terror, sweat pouring down his face, he stammered, What is this? Raising his head. Yu's eyes widened. He looked at the groaning ceiling. It can't be, he whispered. The horrifying truth began to dawn on them all. Ming screamed, his face pale with dread. Don't tell me it's really happening, he choked out, in a single, fluid motion. He grabbed his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. He yelled at Yu and Liang, Hurry, we have to get out of here, now. The mining area was already a danger zone. Ming knew a total collapse had just begun. He started sprinting, then frowned, yelling back, What are you two waiting for? He urged them to move, snapping out of their shock. Yu and Liang bolted after him, desperately scanning the ceiling to avoid the deadly shower of rocks.
Chunks of stone, both small and large, rained down around them. Be careful, they shouted to one another. Run faster. The quake was so powerful that even the buildings on the surface shook. Inside their offices, workers panicked.
What's going on? They cried, searching for the source of the tremor. At that moment, a miner's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, filled with dread. The mine, he warned. It's about to collapse. Every miner froze, staring up at the debris falling from the darkness above. For some, there was no time to dodge. They lay crushed beneath the rubble. Either dead or dying, a miner ran to his boss, screaming that two of their own were already gone. But the man paid him no mind, simply staring into the chaos. His eyes widened in shock, finally understanding what they were truly after. Hongming and the girl leaped down, landing before the shimmering object. After a careful look, she knew. This was the place. Their long search was finally over.
As she and her companion stared at the strange construct, one of the miners gasped. He pointed a trembling finger, shouting to his boss, It's a gate!
At the same time, Mingyu and Leon were racing for their lives through the collapsing mine, dodging falling debris. A furious Leon yelled that he'd warned them this would happen. He accused Mingyu, claiming his theft of the ore had triggered the cave-in. But Mingyu shot back that it was impossible. He hadn't even used a pickaxe. Leon waved it off, promising to explain everything once they were safely out. The main character could only agree, his mind racing. He had to get to safety first. But he worried. Was the video truly deleted, or was it just another one of Leon's lies? He couldn't trust that unpredictable snake not to blackmail him at the worst possible moment. As they ran, the mining boss stared at his phone. A wide grin spread across his face as the transfer notification appeared. The money's in, he chuckled. Now, let's talk about how we're splitting this treasure. The girl frowned, confused by his sudden greed. The boss argued their original deal never mentioned a fine like this, and besides, he had lost 2 brothers down here. The girl stated coldly that this was no treasure. The contents held no value for common miners. He laughed mockingly. And how would you know, if it's not even open?
Let's cooperate, he threatened. Or a post about this little discovery goes viral online. He was certain treasure hunters from all over would come flocking.
The girl simply closed her eyes and sighed, turning her back. Go ahead, she said, waving a dismissive hand. The boss stared, dumbfounded. Are you serious? He yelled. But Hongming looked at her, confused. She paused, then uttered a single, chilling command. Kill them all! Hongming's face twisted into a crazed, ecstatic grin. With pleasure, he snarled. He began to stalk toward the miners. What are you doing? The boss yelled. There are more of us. But Hongming closed the distance in an instant, his hand clamping around the boss's head like a steel vise. The man's phone slipped from his grasp, shattering on the stone floor as Hongming lifted him into the air. The boss clawed desperately at his arm, screaming for mercy, pleading for his life. In response, Hongming simply tightened his grip. With a sickening crunch, the man's helmet imploded. The other miners screamed in terror. Gazing at their horrified faces, Hongming sneered.
Weren't there supposed to be more of you? As the slaughter began, the girl approached the gate, but as her palm touched its surface, she recoiled, crying out in pain.
The gate was pulsing with raw magical energy. It was sealed with a powerful enchantment. This barrier would demand immense power to break. How? She wondered. Can I open this? Meanwhile, Hongming made short work of the remaining crew. A brutal kick sent one flying like a rag doll. The man's body hurtled past the girl, slamming into the cavern wall with a deafening crash.
Shards of rock exploded outwards, but she didn't even flinch, completely unfazed by the chaos. She spared the broken corpse a look of pure disdain, as Hong Ming planted his foot on another victim.
Not even one worthy opponent. He sighed in disappointment, calling them utterly pathetic. He held the severed head of a miner, then tossed it aside in disgust. Useless for anything but digging. He raised his leg, ready to finish off the last screaming survivor cowering before him. The man cursed, knowing his end had come. But Hong Ming suddenly stopped, a curious chuckle escaping his lips.
It seems, he mused, turning his head.
A little fish slipped through the net. Come out, little coward. He called towards a pile of rocks. Behind them, Xiaowang trembled in a cold sweat. Terrified, he clasped his hands together, begging for mercy. But Hong Ming ignored his pleas, stalking towards the rocks and peering behind them. There he found Xiaowang, trembling uncontrollably. The boy awkwardly raised a hand, his face a mask of pure terror. He managed a pathetic greeting before Hong Ming dragged him from his hiding spot and threw him mercilessly to the ground. Xiaowang squeezed his eyes shut, screaming for them to leave him alone. Hong Ming then turned to his companion, grabbing her attention. He announced that he'd found a student hiding nearby, sneering as he wondered what they should do with him. The woman replied calmly, her eyes fixed on the gate. She mentioned a strange barrier she had never encountered before. Breaking it would take some time. Xiaowang looked up at her, his fear deepening as she gave her next order. She commanded Hong Ming to dispose of the workers' bodies first, and disguise them as victims of the collapse. It was crucial to avoid any unwanted attention. With a chillingly indifferent expression, she then addressed their uninvited guest. He will be buried along with the others. Those words plunged Xiaowang deeper into despair, while Hong Ming flashed a wicked grin. Giving an approving gesture, he was ready to follow her command. He grabbed Xiaowang's leg and began to drag him away. Xiaowang could only scream, kicking his free leg wildly in a desperate attempt to resist. He stretched his hand out towards the woman. He cried out, his voice thick with tears, that he was an illusionist, and he knew the secret to the spell on this gate. He claimed he had once read about it in an ancient tome called the Heaven's Gate of Paradise. The spell was called Hades, and he knew how to shatter it. The woman's eyes flickered with a hint of interest, while Hong Ming squinted his own, repeating the spell's name in disbelief. He finally let go of Xiaowang. The boy scrambled to his knees, rushing to explain. It means to do everything for oneself. He noted that unlike normal spells with codes and keys, this one was completely different. The master who forged it was an eccentric, making it impossible for any ordinary person to break. Hearing this, the woman let out a small gasp of surprise. Her interest now fully piqued. She demanded that Xiaowang tell them how to break the spell. She made him a promise help her open the gate, and not only would she spare his life, she would also strike a deal with him. Inside gain, he could take anything he desired, except for one specific item. Or he could simply ask for money. Xiaowang stared in disbelief, asking if she was telling the truth. Hong Ming leaned in close. He grinned, assuring him his sister was a woman of her word. Seeing no other choice, Xiaowang agreed. Listen closely, then, he said. With a determined frown, he pointed forward and made a bold declaration. The only thing that could break this spell was a strong attack. He explained the original spellbreaker had tried countless complex methods that all failed. In the end, he simply used brute force, struck the spell, and it shattered. The woman's eyes widened in utter shock. Hong Ming repeated his words. A strong attack. Turning towards him, the woman gave a simple order. Try it. A wide smile spread across Hong Ming's face. Brute force is my specialty, he boasted. He clenched his fist, so tight that the veins on his arm bulged like ropes. With a look of intense concentration, he surged forward, swinging with all his might and delivering a devastating blow to the gate. A blinding explosion of light erupted from the impact. But when the light faded, the shimmering barrier remained, completely unharmed, still protecting the gate. It hadn't worked at all. Leaning closer to the barrier, Hong Ming studied its surface, completely baffled. It was useless, he growled, realizing Xiaowang had lied. The boy leaped to his feet, exclaiming that it wasn't so. It's not a lie. Just listen to me, he pleaded. A nervous smile played on his lips as he began to spin a new tale. You're powerful, yes, but this requires teamwork. More than one person is needed to break this kind of spell. Think of it like a percussion instrument. You have to have a sense of rhythm. He started tapping his foot on the ground. It has to be done like this, he exclaimed, and began humming a strange tune about flowers blooming in the spring. After counting out the beat, he proudly announced he had the rhythm down. Hong Ming just froze, his brow furrowed in confusion. He watched the ridiculous display without saying a word. Finally, Xiao Wang stopped his performance with a new proposal. He claimed many of his classmates were nearby. While they weren't strong individually, together, their power could certainly open the gate.
Hongming growled that the boy was just stalling for time and suggested killing him. But the woman was lost in thought. The heavenly gate of paradise. She remembered her master speaking of such a book before. It truly existed.
Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Xiaowang with a concentrated frown. At last, she declared that they would believe him, but delivered a chilling warning. If he tried to run, they would kill him first. And then they would hunt down every last one of his classmates. She concluded by repeating that she would trust him for now. Xiaowang quickly promised he wouldn't escape, insisting he wasn't lying as he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A wave of relief washed over him. He traced his own face, then let out a smirk, ignoring the bead of sweat that trickled down his cheek. It was all a bluff, he thought, but a convincing one. As long as he reached his classmates, he knew he would be safe. They weren't exactly powerhouses, but he had a plan, and, for instance, may look weak. But she was a 3-star master. Even if she lost, she could buy them precious time to call for help. And if Hongming and the girls saw things going south, they wouldn't waste time finishing him off. They would simply run. He praised his own tactical genius. Some say your circle defines you. And lately, since that loser Xiaopeng had been clinging to Ming's side, his own intellect had clearly leveled up. With that thought, he moved to find his classmates. But then he froze. He watched as Hongming and the girl began dealing with the corpses, deciding to dispose of the evidence and bury them beneath the rocks. At that very moment, Yu, Liang, and Ming finally reached a group of students huddled in the hallway. Liang shouted Anne's name, ready to expose everything Ming had done. But the words died in his throat. The protagonist himself gasped, his eyes widening as a shiver ran down his spine. Liang and Yu wore the exact same expression of shock. They were stunned into silence by the scene before them. What in the world happened here? Someone finally gave an explanation. Their only way out had been completely sealed off. A few students noticed Ming, Liang, and Yu standing nearby. Their arrival caught Anne's attention. The entrance was now a solid wall of massive boulders. Sainier immediately pulled out her phone. She desperately tried to get a signal, to send a message to the outside world, to tell them what had happened. However, there was no service. The phone just beeped, futilely searching for a network. Sinner stared at the device worriedly, then turned to Anne. "I still can't get a signal," she said, her voice strained. "We can't contact anyone." They were completely cut off from the world, trapped. A wave of despair began to spread through the students, but Anne calmly told them not to worry. "The people outside must know about the accident," she reassured them. "If they can't reach us, they'll send help immediately," she added cheerfully. "Besides, there are no casualties, and we have supplies. All we can do is be patient and wait." The students clung to her words for hope. Yu, standing beside Liang, murmured that he hoped nothing else would go wrong. But Liang, his temper flaring, snapped at him to shut up. He hurled insults at Yu. Ming, standing slightly apart with his arms crossed, simply watched them in silence. Yu ignored Liang's sudden rage. He just picked up a bottle of water, refusing to engage. He walked a short distance away and took a sip. Our main character, however, frowned, his mind racing. His mind. A good situation had turned bad, and a bad one had turned good. He guessed, for the time being, they wouldn't be reporting him. Yet, he couldn't shake a deep feeling of anxiety. Analyzing the feeling, he realized it was as if he'd missed something critical. And in a flash of insight, his eyes shot wide open. He remembered Xiaopeng. He frantically scanned the crowd, a worried frown on his face. He wasn't here. He remembered Xiaopeng hadn't been with their group at all. Suddenly, a bright light shone in his eyes. He spun around with a gasp and saw Xiaopeng approaching, lighting the path with a lantern. And behind him were Hongming and the girl. "Xiaopeng," Ming shouted joyfully. "I was just thinking about you, and here you are. You really are something else." But Xiaopeng just stared at him in shock, only managing to whisper his name. Ming rushed forward, throwing an arm around his neck. He was still beaming. "You lucky bastard," he cursed playfully. "You're still alive. I honestly thought you were dead." Xiaopeng pleaded with him not to joke like that. Ming just laughed, then asked him, "So, tell me what you went through." He rested a hand on his friend's face, waiting for an answer. Xiaopeng looked away awkwardly, not knowing where to begin. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed. "It's a very long story," he said. "I met 2 minors." He gestured toward Hongming and the girl standing behind him. Ming glanced at them, his mind already piecing things together. When Xiaopeng finished his tale, the entire group erupted in astonished questions. He's talking about a secret world. The other students couldn't believe it. To have discovered a hidden realm, they called him insanely lucky. In that case, they murmured, it's no wonder the mine collapsed so violently. They surrounded Xiaopeng, demanding to know, where is this secret world?
With a triumphant smile, he told them not to worry, promising to explain everything. But Siner, who was standing to the side, turned excitedly to Anne, only to find her staring at the strangers with intense concentration. Anne didn't react at all.
Liang and Yu were also frowning, looking warily at the girl and Hongming. They weren't sure if any of this was true, but the protagonist, holding his chin in thought, felt a jolt of realization. In the memories of the original Ming, the secret world was described as this legendary place. The so-called secret world was an ancient gateway to another realm, a cavern prepared by powerful ascetics for their cultivation. Over ages, these caves absorbed immense energy, developing into pristine, untouched domains. They became true treasure troves, what the world came to call a secret world. Though most were riddled with deadly seals and ancient traps, the lure of forgotten treasures and powerful secrets was too great.
Each time a new secret world was discovered, it sent shockwaves through the cultivation world, driving countless warriors into a frenzy. The main character, Ming, watched them battle monsters within one such realm, a deep frown creasing his brow.
He knew Shoang should be thrilled to find this place, but the man's expression told a different story. He focused on their words again. As a student asked in shock if Shoang knew about the defensive seals, Xiaowang averted his gaze awkwardly, confirming their fears and admitting that was why he needed their help. The students buzzed with excitement, declaring it was no problem at all and eagerly pledging their aid. Very good, Xiaowang sighed with resignation, thinking to himself that he never expected the exit to be completely sealed off. His eyes narrowed. He had to think this through carefully, deciding to wait and see how things unfolded. But suddenly, Ming inhaled sharply. Hearing that sound behind him, Xiaopeng spun around. In the next instant, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his body trembling as his eyes widened in absolute horror. The girl looked at Ming, puzzled, as he leaned toward her, sniffing the air. What are you doing? She asked. Nothing special, he replied calmly, explaining. I have an ability that enhances my perception. That, and a very keen sense of smell. With every word Ming spoke, Xiaopeng's terror grew. He bit down hard on his fingers, trying desperately to suppress the storm of emotions erupting inside him. Ming closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. I detect the light fragrance of flowers on you, he mused, holding his chin, almost like cinnamon, he declared. An excellent scent. But then his expression shifted. And yet, I smell something more. He paused, a long, dramatic silence hanging in the air. Then his eyes shot open. I know this scent. It's the smell of blood, he declared. Hearing this, the girl's brow furrowed, her gaze turning sharp and serious. His words sent a wave of fear through the other students. Did he really say blood? They stared at the girl in terror. Why would she smell like blood while others wondered something else entirely? If that's true, one asked, why can't the rest of us smell it? Another glared at Ming with disdain. What are you, some kind of dog? However, considering her companions, the miners, were all crushed to death, it seemed only natural for some blood to have gotten on her. But one student pointed out a chilling fact. There wasn't a single visible drop of blood on the girl herself. Listening to this, Xiaopeng wanted to cry out. Ming, are you trying to get us all killed? He screamed in his mind. The students were already stirring up trouble. All the workers died, but these two are perfectly fine, one shouted. That's beyond suspicious. Ming agreed with a nod. Beautiful lady, he said, his voice laced with ice. Perhaps you can explain the smell of blood. Her fists clenched so tight, her whole body trembled. The next moment, Ming's eyes shot wide open in shock. She glared at him with pure fury. But then, she suddenly bowed deeply, leaving him utterly astonished. She held the bow for a moment, then apologized. It's because I'm on my period. Still reeling from shock. The main character's eyes were wide as dinner plates. He couldn't help but stammer out a bewildered exclamation. The students had the exact same reaction. You call that enhanced perception? They roared. Surprise quickly turned to pure rage. I knew it. This guy is a total fraud, one of them spat. His friend agreed. What a complete waste of our time. Let's go. We have a lot of digging to do, they decided, running down the corridor where Xiaowang had appeared from. Xiaowang desperately tried to stop them. Everyone, wait, don't do anything rash. It's too early. We don't know what dangers are inside. We have to wait for backup.
But the students didn't listen. By the time help arrives, the guild leaders will have claimed everything, one shouted back as they ran. We need to find the heart of the secret world now. They charged ahead, disappearing into the darkness.
Shoang called after them, but it was hopeless. Only Yu and Ming remained beside him. Yu looked at the protagonist, stunned, repeating his words. Enhanced senses.
Why have I never heard of such an ability before? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. What exactly is it? Ming just laughed, closing his eyes, and confessed that he'd never heard of it either. He explained it was all a fabrication.
Simply to provoke the girl and gauge her reaction. Yu gasped in surprise as he stroked his chin, admitting he was happy for Ming. He then asked if he knew the real problem. He confessed he wasn't certain yet, but his gut told him this wasn't so simple. Those two were definitely hiding something from them, needing his opinion. He asked Yu what he thought. Yu closed his eyes in deep concentration, and finally announced, My keen archer instincts tell me. It's time to hurry and rejoin the pack. And with that, he immediately sprinted forward. The other could only watch in disdain as he left. Soon, the students had
reached a massive gate, shimmering with a protective barrier. In awe, they whispered, Is this the secret world? Cries of amazement echoed through the crowd. Some even swore, realizing this was something truly spectacular.
None of them had ever witnessed such a sight. A reaction like this was only natural for first-timers. Finally, one student's impatience took over. Well, what are we all just standing around for? Wait, another student called out. The gate is sealed. An attack is the only way to open it. Hearing this, one boy clenched his fists decisively. In that case, what's the holdup?
Let's begin, he urged. But at that moment, Xiaopang stepped forward, waving his hands gracefully. Everyone, calm yourselves. Pay close attention to my hand gestures. He commanded the others to follow.
His movements, to get into the rhythm, and begin a synchronized assault. We will open this gate with a beautiful melody. The students stared back, frozen, their mouths hanging open in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with confusion, ignoring the dozens of stares. Xiaopang continued his performance, reciting musical notes in perfect order. His whole body began to move, a strange dance of arms and legs.
With his eyes shut tight, he flowed through the motions. And after listing the final note, his eyes snapped open. With a fierce glare, he bellowed his command. Now unleash your most powerful attack. Open this gate to untold treasures. With a unified war cry, the students sprang into action, perfectly mimicking the strange movements Xiaopang had shown them. One student summoned a torrent of lightning. Another unleashed 5 spectral whips. The rest assumed their positions and activated their techniques. Water ball rock, strike airwave beam, Zan Yunazahu. A storm of attacks hurtled toward the gate. As the magic struck the barrier, a massive cloud of dust exploded into the air, followed by a blinding flash of light. However, when the chaos finally subsided, Xiaopang froze in shock. It failed, he thought, his plan a total disaster. Lowering his head in shame, he knew he had to think of something else. He closed his eyes, clenching his jaw, desperately crying out to Ming in his mind. Help me! A few students were still pouring out their mana, when suddenly one screamed and collapsed. My strength! It's gone! The others quickly agreed, their own reserves depleted. Mine too. Let's stop, it has to be close. As the dust settled, they urged each other to look. The gate stood before them, completely undamaged. They couldn't understand. How was this possible? Our rhythm must have been off, one boy suggested. An angry voice immediately shot back. Then who messed it up? The frustration began to boil over.
What a waste of time. I can't believe I wasted all my energy on this Another cursed looking at Xiaopang. A student demanded, What do we do now? He stood there frozen, unable to utter a single word. It's normal for it not to open, he finally stammered. Just listen to me. He then fell to his knees, shouting, The truth is, I lied to you all. I'm sorry I have no idea how to open this gate. The students stared, their shock quickly turning to fury. You what? You useless piece of trash. How dare you lie to us? Did this fool have any concept of their collective wrath? I didn't mean to, Xiaopang sobbed, trying to explain. But his words were drowned out by roars of fury. All our effort, wasted. Shut your mouth, you liar. They swarmed him, their anger exploding into violence. He cried out in pain, powerless to resist. Nearby, Hongming simply crossed his arms, turning to the girl beside him. Well, looks like Xiaopang really led them by the nose. "So," he asked, "what's our next move?" The girl promised she would find a way to open the gate, and turning her back to Hong Ming, she delivered an order. He could handle the others, but she warned him not to touch the one named Ming. She needed him alive.
She would take him home after this was over. He jerked in surprise, repeating her words. Take him home? A foolish grin spread across his face, assuming Ming had captured the girl's heart. But she shot back furiously. What nonsense are you talking about?
With a chilling frown, she swore to cut off his limbs, gouge out his eyes, and rip out his tongue. Then she would put him in a vase and watch him slowly die. As she spoke, Ming approached the gate, placing his palm on the barrier. He focused on the shining lines, while Hong Ming stood frozen by the girl's terrifying words. The main character peered at the barrier. Yu appeared behind him, asking if he truly had a way to open the gate. Ming closed his eyes, smiled with absolute confidence, and declared that for him, it was a trivial matter. Yu frowned, looking at him with clear disbelief. The protagonist simply said he could believe it or not. But what seemed like a complicated seal was, to Ming, as simple and clear as mathematics. "Are you being serious?" Yu asked, still bewildered. But the protagonist didn't answer. He touched the gate again, thinking that everything has its own rules. As long as a person understands them, they can find the answer. He decided to let his body's energy flow into the seal first. By following its pathways, he could map out its entire structure. In his eyes, the charm before him was not a charm, but something more like raw data. And this data, appearing in his mind as pure numbers, was a simple riddle. For an experienced programmer like him, the answer came swiftly. He just had to figure out the next step. Suddenly, Yu, who had looked away for a moment, saw a blinding flash of light from the side. He looked around frantically, wondering what was happening. He opened his eyes wider. The place where Ming had just stood was now empty. "Where did he go?" he shouted. He couldn't comprehend how the protagonist had vanished. Meanwhile, Ming had appeared in another space, collapsing to his knees. He gasped for air, and after collecting his thoughts, he looked around and cried out in surprise. Getting to his feet, he asked himself what had just happened. His eyes widened in horror, trying to understand where he was. He saw high walls on both sides of him. He paused, then took a few steps forward. Could it be that the so-called charm was actually a portal? He had activated a mechanism and teleported himself into a secret world. The realization dawned on him. If this was true, it meant he was completely alone here. A huge smile spread across his face as he realized all the treasures of this secret zone were his for the taking. He was going to be incredibly rich. He danced on the spot. "This is the first day of my new year," he exclaimed. Continuing forward, he shouted for the world to hear, beat the gongs and bang the drums. Lost in his joy, he leaped up and down, completely sure that his life was now full of rhythm. He shouted joyfully, not realizing that the high walls, rising around him, formed a colossal labyrinth. A little while later, after calming down, Ming finally noticed it. There were high walls everywhere. He couldn't understand why a secret world would be a maze. As he turned into another passage, he cried out in surprise and froze, his eyes wide. He screamed and rushed forward. He had found a treasure chest. Reaching it, he opened the lid with a huge smile. But he suddenly froze, asking in disappointment, "Is it really only a sheet of paper?" And he cursed his luck, took the paper, and read the letter. It congratulated the lucky man on his journey. This was the labyrinth of fantasy. To overcome the gate, Ming needed to find the way out of the labyrinth. The letter urged him to quickly find the treasures inside, warning that there were no supplies of food or other necessities in the maze. Therefore, he had to find a way out of the endless labyrinth before his life ran out. The protagonist froze after reading this. The full reality of the letter crashed down on him. "What kind of nonsense is this?" he yelled. He realized this wasn't a secret world, but just an illusion. He held his chin, realizing this was very troublesome. He never expected things to turn out this way. The entrance to the real treasure could only be opened by finding the exit from this labyrinth. Now, a new, daunting thought struck him, but this was far too simple. Rereading the letter, a chilling realization struck him. This labyrinth was endless. He repeated the word again and again, then froze in pure horror. A cold sweat dripped down his back from the sheer tension. His eyes shot wide. "Endless," he whispered again, crushing the paper in his palm as the terrifying memory surfaced. An infinite labyrinth belonged in video games, not the real world, but in this place, such a thing could be built with a powerful illusion. Theoretically, you could solve an infinite maze by focusing on a single point. Because as your search area expands, The circle of exploration continues to grow. Eventually, that circle is bound to find the exit. The time it takes all depends on how far you are from the center. But if that center point is too far from the exit, the search itself could become endless. The protagonist realized this was it. This was how his life would end. His eyes widened in absolute dread. And a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat the next moment. He opened his mouth, and a cat leaped out, freezing for a second. It clutched the original card firmly in its teeth. Recognizing the creature, he cursed. Noticing its injuries were completely healed. Not only that, the cat looked far stronger than last time, but his shock was cut short when he saw his own original card in its jaws. With a sudden leap, the cat sprang away, rushing forward. Ming scrambled after it, screaming, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" He was absolutely outraged. Was it really abandoning him now that he was in mortal danger? Have you forgotten the night we first met? He never knew the creature could be so shameless. Still chasing after it, he desperately called out, "You can go! Just leave the card!" he roared. "My life is on the line." At that very same moment, the girl and the others were still at a standstill, frowning. She knew a trap was hidden within the gate. Out of respect for the legendary creator, she dared not enter without a solid plan. But then she noticed Ming was gone. He had vanished. She assumed he'd already fallen for the trap. The brute force attack Xiaopeng suggested was initially the most logical way through the barrier. But the girl knew it was pointless. The combined strength of these students was hopelessly insufficient. After all, the one who created this place was a true legend. Lost in thought, she placed her palm against the gate's cold surface. She had no idea what to do. Should I risk walking into this trap, she wondered? But suddenly, the gate beneath her hand began to tremble. She and the others stared at it in bewilderment. Elsewhere, Xiaopeng was on the ground, clutching his hair, on the verge of tears. "Please, just listen to me," he begged the others. "I was forced into it," he pleaded. But the furious students closed in. "Forced by who? That's nonsense. All our energy was wasted because of you," they yelled. Suddenly, Xiaopeng was distracted by a shadow falling over him. He raised his head and cried out in shock. It was Hing, standing right there. Hing's hands were clenched into tight fists. Xiaopeng stared worriedly at his threatening gaze. But then, one of the other students pointed, shouting and grabbing everyone's attention. "Look, the gate is opening." Xiaopeng's jaw dropped in utter amazement. Everyone else froze in shock, watching the gate slowly swing open. Immediately, the students lined up, preparing to charge. They wanted a head start. "Run! Go! Go! Go!" they shouted, bolting from their positions. Their only goal was to get inside as quickly as possible. With eyes fixed forward, they rushed towards the gate, completely blowing past the girl who was standing right there. They stormed inside, thinking the trial wasn't a bust after all. Their minds raced with thoughts of surprises, dangers, and treasures. As they vanished, the girl frowned at the gate. She couldn't understand why it had opened. "Don't tell me," she muttered. "That Ming did this." Meanwhile, Ming was pursing his lips, pretending to give the cat a kiss and calling it beautiful. As he brought his face closer, the disgruntled animal simply pushed him away with its paw. Kneeling before the creature, our hero admitted, "I thought you were really abandoning me, but now I see it was all just a big misunderstanding." Smiling, he asked, "How did you know the exit was here?" He figured the cat must have been here before, but the feline simply closed its eyes, giving no answer. Ming changed his approach. "All right, let's talk. Will you give me the card?" He promised to buy it fish later, noting that there was also canned food and catnip on the table. He swore he would buy the cat anything it wanted, or even get it a small kitten friend so it would never be lonely. He closed his eyes, smiling broadly, when suddenly, the cat appeared. Its eyes narrowed in anger. With a sharp flick of its tail, it slapped the protagonist across the cheek so hard he screamed and went flying. At that moment, the other students, having entered the so-called secret world, slowed to a stop, looking around in awe. One of them whispered in disbelief, "Is this really a secret world?" But their awe quickly turned to disappointment. It was pitch black. They ventured deeper into the chamber before them. How could a secret world be this small? It was nothing more than a tiny, empty room. Grumbling amongst themselves, they still admitted it was a great opportunity. And then, the pillars in the room began to stir. A strange sound echoed as their tops began to open. A student cried out, pointing upwards in shock. Nestled inside each pillar was a brilliant core, pulsing with light. One after another, they all activated. Seeing this, the students began to panic. "What is this? What's happening?" they yelled.
Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the far end of the chamber, forcing them to shield their eyes. Cries of pain filled the room as the intense light overwhelmed them. As their vision slowly returned,
Their eyes widened, drawn to the far end of the room where a stand, shaped like a clawed paw, presented a single, faintly shimmering card. The students crept closer, gathering around the pedestal, their gazes fixed on the prize, and they quickly saw that it was a card. One of the students muttered that this wasn't just any ordinary card. His friend, stroking his chin, agreed. It was obvious this artifact was special, because it was pulsating with a faint light. He guessed there had to be a design on the back. Touching its surface, he noted the pattern was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The color, the texture, it was all extraordinary. A thought sparked between them. Could this be a legendary card? They admitted they couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain. An item like this would sell for a fortune. One of the guys clapped his friend on the shoulder. Enough staring. Let's just grab it and sell it when we get out of here. They'd split the profits evenly, a proper compensation for their miserable internship at the mine. The student agreed to the plan, but as he reached for it, a sudden cry of shock escaped his lips as he froze. Hong Ming appeared from nowhere, his hand clamping down on the student's head. In the next instant, he yanked the student forward and brutally slammed his face into the stone floor, cracking the kid's helmet. Hong Ming's expression was ice. "I'm very sorry," he said, his voice dripping with menace. "But you have no right to touch what is mine." The students could only cry out in shock, completely helpless. His friends stared at Hong Ming in pure horror, asking what was happening. One of them recognized the attacker. As Hong Ming straightened up, he announced his name and rank. "I am a 3-star, energy warrior," he declared. "And that card is mine." He gave them a final threatening warning. "Leave now, if you want to live." He stood over the boy he'd just crushed into the floor. The students repeated his words in horrified whispers.
A 3-star warrior? One of them pointed out the terrifying reality. We're only 1-star cultivators. Even with Ning Yu and Chan Liang, we're all just 1 star. The gap between 1 and
3 stars is an absolute abyss. In that moment, they understood. Hong Ming was a wolf standing among sheep. The image of a monstrous beast, leering over a helpless flock, filled their minds. They had no idea what to do. They looked at each other in panic, until one of them suddenly had a brilliant, if foolish, idea: the power of teamwork. The boy charged forward with a defiant roar. A group of 1 stars is the brightest star in the night sky. He shouted some nonsense about the taste of a bloody king. Hong Ming simply raised an eyebrow, more amused than threatened. The boy stopped short, striking a dramatic pose, then waited. And, turning back to his comrades, who hadn't moved an inch, he asked in confusion, "Why are you all so scared?" He reminded them of their numbers, but one of the others just called him an idiot. "We're 2 stars below him. We can't possibly win." Another student shuddered. "Don't say that. I remember getting punished by a 2-star cultivator back at school. And Hong Ming is a 3-star. But the fool wouldn't give up, pointing at Hong Ming. We don't even know if he's real or fake. How could a simple miner become a 3-star warrior?" But a new voice cut through the chaos. "That's because we're not miners at all." Turning around, the students saw Yin, who explained the situation. Hong Ming and the girl had come specifically for this card. She, along with Liang and Yu Len, with a furious expression, Xia Peng stormed into the room, her voice thundering as she called out to her students. They rushed to her side, recognizing the presence of a true 3-star elementalist. One of the boys cried out that Hong Ming was trying to steal the card, and he was attacking their classmates, extending a protective hand. She ordered the students to fall back. She promised them she would handle this. Closing his eyes with theatrical boredom, Hong Ming covered his face with a sigh. He admitted his oversight, never imagining a 3-star elementalist would be in a place like this. Stepping forward, she revealed that she'd discovered miners, their deaths staged as an accident, but nearly all bore the wounds of battle. She locked her gaze on him, assuming he was the cause. Taking off her glasses, her eyes were cold. Officially, this was a matter for specialized inspectors, far outside her jurisdiction. However, Hong Ming had threatened her students. For that, there would be no forgiveness. She activated her power. Her eyes blazed with light as mystic lines etched themselves across her face. Her gaze intensified, promising retribution. Hong Ming, utterly unimpressed, merely closed his eyes, sighed, and cracked his knuckles, a predator growing bored. At first, he just wanted her to open the gate. He would have taken the card and left peacefully. But now, she stood in his way. That meant he would have to change his plans. Before he even finished speaking, He stomped his foot down, shattering the stone floor.
Then, launching himself forward, he declared his intent with a chilling finality he would kill them all. With focused eyes, she tracked his explosive approach. The moment he was within range, she vaulted aside, dodging his devastating strike.
Hongming landed with his hands on the floor, crouching on one knee as the dust from his impact swirled around him. He looked up at her, his eyes narrowing. He had to admit, her reflexes were sharp. Slowly, he rose to his feet, ready for round 2. In response, she began weaving her arms, calling the very wind to her side. Seeing this, Hongming flinched, his brow furrowed as he watched her with newfound caution. She continued to channel her magic, her eyes widening with concentration. The wind converged around her, a swirling vortex of power. With a final gesture, she unleashed her technique. Wind shot. The sheer force of the energy blast sent her flying backward into the air as the gale force streams of mana
shot directly toward Hongming. He cried out, completely unable to resist the overwhelming torrent as it slammed into him. The impact sent him flying, and as he crashed into the ground, a massive pillar of dust and stone shards erupted into the air.
The students who witnessed this stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their minds completely blown. They shouted in disbelief. Was this the same gentle teacher they knew? They couldn't believe their eyes. It was as if a goddess of war had descended to protect them on Earth. She stood, breathing heavily, trying to recover her own energy. But suddenly she froze, her eyes fixed on the settling dust. A silhouette emerged. Hongming stood there, admitting her attack's momentum and power were impressive. But then, he said with regret, her 3 stars and his 3 stars were on completely different levels. A sinister grin spread across his face, his body now enveloped in a shimmering aura, a shield of pure energy. He declared that he was a true 3-star warrior, one who had survived thousands of battles, not some pampered university teacher. Looking at the defense coating his body, her mind raced. Was this energy armor? Her jaw dropped in utter shock. How was this possible? She couldn't believe Hongming had actually mastered energy armor. She recalled the theory. Normally, a warrior could only concentrate energy in a small area to form a simple defensive shield. But this was a legendary technique, an enhanced version of that basic skill. The energy armor covered his entire body, providing absolute protection. It was impossible to deal real damage
without an overwhelmingly powerful attack focused on a single point. A cold sweat dripped from her chin. She knew instantly her wind attack was the wrong type. This was bad, she thought. This was incredibly bad.
Yet, she stood her ground before him, her lips pressed into a stubborn line. She knew that among her students, even those with honed skills wouldn't be able to put a scratch on that armor. She didn't know what to do.
How could she possibly protect them while her mind raced? Hongming vanished, reappearing right in front of her. He grabbed her head with both hands. She screamed, her eyes wide with terror, her own hands uselessly clawing at his.
He squeezed harder, his fingers digging into her skull like talons. She could only scream as he began to lift her off the ground. Blood sprayed from her mouth as an audible crack echoed through the room. Frowned as Yin shouted, "Life on the battlefield changes in an instant. It's either fight or die." He then roared, "Yin's head belongs to me, and I'm going to tear it off." The students watched, paralyzed by terror, their eyes wide. Sinner covered her mouth, stifling a scream, while both Yin and Hongming's faces hardened. Suddenly, Liang stepped forward. "Hongming," he ordered, "let go of him." Hongming glanced back, annoyed, but Liang's expression was grim.
"When I first started school," he began, "everyone made fun of how I looked. I was depressed. I felt weak and helpless. And only Yin patted my head, and kindly told me not to worry about what other people thought." As he spoke, he touched his own hair, recalling Yin's words. "He told me that if I became strong enough, no one would ever laugh at me again. Instead, they would all value me and want to be my friend. That's what Yin told me. He inspired me. He's the one who pushed me to keep cultivating, to become one of the best in our group." Taking off the hair from his head, revealing it to be a wig, he threw it aside. His voice shook with rage. "How dare you treat my Yin like that right in front of me?" Hongming threw the boy he held aside, sneering. "Liang, have you gone completely insane?" But ignoring his taunts, with tears of fury welling in his eyes, Liang dropped into a fighting stance, his focus absolute. He commanded Hongming to die, his voice laced with venom. The other students watched in horror, realizing Liang was losing control. He was going berserk. Some tried to flee, while others froze, shutting their eyes tight. But Yu, calmly putting on dark glasses, glanced at Xiaopeng. The boy had no idea what was happening. "Don't ask questions," Yu warned him. "Just close your eyes, now." Xiaopeng was still confused.
But he obeyed. Pressing his lips into a thin line, he covered his face with his palms. Just in time. Liang let out an unholy scream. His face contorted in focus as blinding flashes of light began to erupt from his eyes and mouth. Hong Ming could only stare in disbelief. Yu, for extra protection, shielded his own eyes with his hand. He knew this power. When Liang's anger peaked, he would fall into a blind rage, capable of unleashing something truly terrible, a power he couldn't control. It was the genetic inheritance of the light element, unique to the Liang family, an ability so potent, it once sent their own master to the hospital. Yu tried to process this, but he had no more time. Liang activated his ultimate technique, a blinding flash of light called the power she of imagination erupted from his body. The entire world was swallowed by a pure white radiance. After a moment, the light slowly began to fade, revealing the room once more. After unleashing the spell, Yang froze, gasping for air before collapsing to the ground, utterly spent. The other students remained where they were, their eyes squeezed shut. Is it over? One of them whispered. I think so, another replied. Someone, open your eyes and check. A student pleaded. The guy next to him shot back. Why don't you do it? In the end, Yu was the first to see. He lowered his glasses, his eyebrows raised in assessment. He scanned the aftermath. Liang's technique was undeniably powerful, but it had one fatal flaw. If your opponent simply closes their eyes, the attack is useless. This was why Yu was number 1. And Liang was only number 2. The others were still blinded. But Yu's gaze fell upon Hong Ming, realizing with certainty. He hadn't known the trick. He took the full force of the attack. He stood there, jaw clenched tight, his palms covering his face. Blood streamed from his eyes. Yet somehow, they were still intact. Even Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, a shudder running through him. It didn't work, he thought to himself, spitting out a clot of blood. Hong Ming coughed and cursed. What in the hell kind of trick was that? The light had pierced his armor and struck him directly. He was lucky he had managed to shield most of his vital organs. Otherwise, his brain and everything inside him would have been completely fried. Seizing the moment, Yu snatched an arrow from his quiver. In one fluid motion, he knocked it and drew the bowstring, taking aim. His mind raced. Hong Ming had suffered a severe internal injury. The defense of his energy armor was dangerously weakened. This was the perfect time to strike. He released the string. The arrow flew forward, heading straight for Hong Ming, who froze as he saw death approaching. In that instant, Yu recalled a memory of his grandfather. The old man's words echoed in his mind. In a battle, the opponent is not what matters. What's truly important is yourself. He hadn't understood back then, so when he asked, his grandfather explained, it is like a clear lake where everything is reflected like a mirror. The younger Yu was still bewildered. His grandfather then explained that when a person's heart is clear, when facing a powerful foe, victory and defeat are decided in a single instant. This requires more than skill. It demands a mind of absolute calm, waiting patiently for the perfect moment, a moment where one's entire body becomes a weapon. In a single step, the man could claim victory. The grandfather's hand shot out, intercepting a fly mid-flight. The tiny creature, knocked from its path, began to tumble. Do you understand? He asked. The boy nodded, then admitted he didn't. With a soft laugh, the grandfather told him not to worry. You will understand, he assured him. When the time is right. The fly, one of its wings now torn from the blow, buzzed desperately as it fell into the grass. You now understood. The bow and arrow were the most precious legacy his grandfather had left him. And while there was only a single arrow, it possessed 2 incredible abilities. The first was its immense value. You pictured a king's ransom, with this one arrow resting atop the treasure. Then, he focused on its second ability. He watched as his weapon soared towards Honing, striking his energy armor. The warrior lowered his gaze, looking at the arrow lodged in his side, and let out a contemptuous smirk. Amazing, how these children attack in turns. He faked a sigh. I've suffered so many wounds like this. I can barely even feel it anymore. But in the next moment, a frigid, magical energy erupted from the arrow, transforming into a creeping frost that began to consume Honing's entire body. He stared in confusion, his smile fading as he watched the ice form. His entire arm was already encased in a thick layer of ice. His eyes widened in panic. What is this? The frost had now claimed his whole limb. The onlooking students gasped in utter shock, while Yu remained perfectly calm.
With lips pressed tight, he snapped his fingers. The power of the ice was absolute. Honing's arm was frozen solid. The snap echoed. And the ice, along with the arm inside it, began to crack. Honing stared in horror as his disciples' eyes bulged in disbelief, stunned by the impossible sight. One of them finally found his voice. Did Lang Yu actually shatter the arm of a 3-star warrior? Meanwhile, Hong Ming roared in agony, clutching the stump where his arm had just been. You worthless insects, he screamed. Seeing his unbridled rage, Xiao Wang yelled to Yu. Quick, shoot him again. But Yu simply closed his eyes. My apologies. I can only use that once per day. Xiao Wang's brow furrowed in confusion as Hong Ming charged forward, bellowing with fury. I am a 3-star warrior. I have survived countless battles. How could I lose to a bunch of brats? He roared. I'll tear every last one of you to pieces. The students stared in terror. This can't be. He's still coming, even without an arm. They knew they had to run. Who's going to stop him? They cried. But just as panic set in, Ming stepped forward. He raised his hand, clutching a strange card. Everyone, get out of here, he commanded, planting his feet firmly. Let me handle this. The other students looked on, bewildered. The protagonist activated the thunderous bulls. His classmates watched with bated breath, their eyes wide with confusion. Ming, Xiao Wang shouted. Finally recognizing his friend, Ming repeated his command. Move aside. He thrust the card forward. Realizing he was serious, the students scattered as massive spectral bulls materialized from the card. The beasts thundered forward, their target locked on Honing. He was stunned by the sight of the monsters, but had no time to react. The bulls opened their massive jaws, filled with rows of fangs, and began to tear into him as he screamed in pain and terror. The stand holding the card was obliterated by the stampede, sending the card flying. The monstrous bulls charged on relentlessly, leaving a trail of shattered stone in their wake. The card fell silently to the ground, unnoticed. Everyone was too distracted by the gaping hole now torn in the wall, and the thick cloud of dust kicked up by the bull's devastating charge. Xiao Wang, frowning in disbelief, could only ask, how did Ming do that? As the dust began to settle, Honing's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Wang and the other students threw their hands in the air, shouting with joy. Ming did it! He actually killed Honing! Overjoyed by their victory, they rushed toward their friend, yelling, You're an incredible master! They surrounded him, asking in a bewildered chorus, what were those 7 bulls? And what was that card? They had never witnessed a charge of 7 bulls before. Seeing their curiosity, Ming began to explain. It was a perfected technique he'd developed. The mighty thundering bulls. He unveiled his collection, making an incredible offer. Listen up. Buy 2 cards. You get 1 free. Buy 3. And you'll get 2 for free, plus a 20% discount on any purchase of 10 or more. But while he pitched his deals, the main character, Yu, noticed the fallen card. He bent down, his fingers just inches away from the treasure on the ground. The other students buzzed with excitement. An improved version of a skill card was a rare find, but their excitement died when they saw the cost. Shem, or Mijisa, a staggering 300 energy points. None of them could afford that. Yu paused, studying the card intently. When suddenly a presence appeared behind him, making him cry out in shock. He whipped around, shouting Ming's name to get his attention. Catch! He yelled, flinging a card through the air. In that same instant, the girl's leg arced through the air. The attack was devastating. But Yu had already sent the card flying. The impact sent him screaming backwards, crashing into a mountain of stone debris. But the protagonist caught the card perfectly. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at what was in his hand. The other students were frozen in disbelief. They turned, finally recognizing the attacker. She was with Hong Ming. They realized he must be working for her. Horror washed over them as they saw the girl fell Yu with a single blow. He was now on the ground, screaming in agony, completely incapacitated. All eyes turned back to the girl. A terrifying aura now surrounded her, a menacing, magical energy. But the students tried to steady their nerves. Don't panic, they whispered. He's not out of this yet. The protagonist had an entire backpack loaded with cards. Ming turned to Xiaopeng, demanding to know what he was holding. That's it, he explained. The one true treasure in this entire secret room, he exclaimed at the girl. And Hong Ming had posed as miners just to dig it up. The protagonist realized it all made sense now. He examined the card, noting its truly unusual design. His eyes were drawn to the intricate pattern on its back. After a moment, he looked up, his gaze locking onto the girl. I'll handle this, he promised. Xiaopeng, get the wounded out of here, then come back for me. He agreed without hesitation, leading the others away. The girl,
seeing her chance, charged straight for Ming, but he stood his ground, simply holding up a palm. "Wait," he said calmly. The girl, shocked by his composure, froze in her tracks.
A faint smile touched the protagonist's lips. "As far as I know," he began, "Cardmasters have a simple fighting style. They just overwhelm their opponents with a sheer number of cards, wearing them down until they can't fight back."
But we can avoid all that. He revealed his own deck of Thundering Bull cards. "You've just seen what one of these can do," he said, "and I have a whole backpack full of them. But I'm a businessman," he added smoothly. "And businessmen always prefer peace and prosperity. We can resolve this peacefully." The girl's expression grew serious. She watched him intently, listening to his proposal. Ming closed his eyes for a moment. "They say every path leads to a different destiny. So let's try something new. I'll give you the card," he promised. "You let me and my classmates leave. How does that sound?" The girl stood in tense silence, considering his words. Then her posture relaxed and she nodded. "You're a smart one," she agreed. But even with her approval, Ming was sweating bullets. He swallowed nervously. It was true his max energy had reached 300. But there was a fatal flaw in his plan. He didn't have a single energy replenishing card on him. He couldn't even use a basic wild dash to escape. He realized he was slower than every single student behind him. His eyes narrowed, his jaw set in determination. "We'll meet again," he declared, tossing a card towards her. As she moved to catch it, he spun around. "Everyone, run now!" The students stared in confusion, but immediately broke into a sprint. "Did you really just give her the card?" Xiaopeng asked, bewildered. "Less talking, more running," the protagonist shot back. The girl glanced down at the card in her hand, only to realize it wasn't the treasure she wanted. It was a Thundering Bull card. Pure fury erupted on her face. She crushed the card in her fist, screaming his name. She crushed the Memjit. Meanwhile, Ming ran with a grim smirk. He knew that by tricking her, he'd made himself her sole target. She would hunt him down, which meant Xiaopeng and the others would be safe. The mine's terrain was complex and treacherous. His best bet was to hide somewhere deep inside. And pray. The rescuers arrived in time. Everyone assumed Ming had given the card to the girl, not knowing he had secretly kept it for himself. He was laughing internally at his cleverness, but suddenly froze. "Wait, what's going on?" The gate had slammed shut. He hadn't even seen it happen. Students were running towards him, their faces masks of desperation. They screamed his name, Xiaopeng, his expression grim, pointed behind them, warning. "That girl. She's radiating a serious killing intent." Ming spun around, clenching his jaw as he cursed in his mind. Clinging to hope, the students shouted, "Ming, use your cards. Do something. Don't worry, he has plenty." They reassured one another. "Hurry up, Ming, use them now." Their urgent pleas filled the air, but the main character lowered his head and apologized. "I can't use any cards," he admitted. "I'm completely out of energy. And I didn't bring any energy cards with me."
Xiaopeng stared in shock as the other students cried out in despair. "Impossible! You're the creator of the cards! How could you not have energy cards?" They turned to each other frantically. "Does anyone have one? Give it to Ming." But the replies were hopeless. "Who brings cards to an internship?" someone muttered. The only card anyone had was already used, by the gatekeeper, leaving the students in a state of utter confusion. They turned to Ming for answers, who suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. His eyes widened as a smile spread across his face. He remembered the cat, and mentally begged it for help. The bearer's life was on the line, hearing his master's desperate call. The cat's eyes snapped open. It stretched, stood, and began to walk. Then it lunged, seizing the card in its teeth, but did nothing more. Ming's eyes narrowed in frustration. Suddenly, a desperate shout of his name shattered. The tension? He looked up, his eyes widening even further. The girl had vaulted in front of him, her body already in a combat stance. Ming was stunned by the immense surge of power that erupted from her. Energy practically bled from her body, compressing and shaping the very air around her. He realized in that instant. She was overwhelmingly strong. The girl thrust her palms forward, her voice laced with fury. "You arrogant fool! Ming, how dare you deceive me again!" She declared he would watch his classmates die one by one, and that his fate would be sealed right after theirs. Xiaowang stared at the protagonist in disbelief. "Did you really harass her?" he stammered. Ming just frowned. "It's not what it looks like," he snapped. Xiaowang's face crumpled in desperation. "Then do something," he pleaded. The protagonist scowled back. "What can I possibly do?" Xiaowang's head dropped, his lip trembling. And then he broke, wailing in despair.
Why is this happening to me? He pulled out a card and threw it towards Ming. Just take it, he cried, turning away. Ming caught the card, his eyes locking onto it. It was a charge card. He cursed. Why didn't you tell me you had this before? He demanded. Xiaowang admitted he didn't think it would be needed. Do you have any idea what this card is worth? He sobbed, covering his face with his fist. It took me years to fill this card. You owe me for this. Ming, you have to pay me back. Consider it done, the protagonist roared, activating the charge card and pressing it against his chest. He recalled everything about it. Charge cards were a special type of energy card. 3-star rarities that could be bought in the store. But the cards themselves held no power. They required the owner to constantly pour their own energy into it. Most ordinary practitioners wouldn't dare, due to the massive losses they would suffer during their training. But for those at the bottom of the food chain, it was a different story. They would charge these cards to their limits, then sell them on the market for an insane price. To put it simply, these were disposable batteries for cultivation, and in a crisis, they were a priceless treasure.
At that moment, the card exploded with light, unleashing a torrent of pure energy. As the power flooded into him, the protagonist screamed. Feeling his body overflow, he threw his arms wide,
his cards swirling around him like a vortex. This is like a river flowing into the sea, he declared. But he immediately corrected himself. No, this is the sea flowing into a river. A tidal wave
of power, crashing down wave after wave. This feeling was incredible. The girl froze, watching him, her eyebrows raised and her eyes wide with pure shock. Ming grasped his cards, ready to unleash his newfound power. He roared the name of his card, repeating it like a mantra, over and over again. And in an instant, a colossal stampede of bulls manifested from the cards, thundering forward and annihilating everything in their path. Horror flooded her eyes as a scream was torn from her throat, but there was no time to dodge. One of the demonic bulls slammed into her, dragging her brutally across the stone floor as she cried out in agony.
The rest of the stampede fanned out, tearing through the chamber and shattering the ancient support pillars. Dust choked the air as shards of rock exploded in every direction. The already fractured walls began to give way, crumbling under the immense pressure as rubble rained from above. The bulls, ignoring the chaos, charged relentlessly toward the hole they'd made, crashing into it again and again. The opening widened with every devastating impact. As massive boulders began to fall, one of the students screamed in pure terror, realizing the entire chamber was coming down. They had to run or be buried alive. Get clear, Ming commanded. I'm breaking through the gate. He prepared to activate another card, turning towards the sealed passage, but was interrupted by Xiaopang. The boy smirked, his eyes closed. No need, he said. The bulls will handle the gate, not you. Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously. Shut your mouth and stay out of my way. But Xiaopang just kept smiling, completely unfazed by the sharp reply. With you here, he said calmly, what problems could I possibly have? The main character didn't answer, but a flicker of approval crossed his face. A moment later, he unleashed another card. As if on command, the charging bulls smashed through the gate. They stormed into the tunnel beyond. Seeing the path was clear, the students scrambled for the exit. They urged each other on, desperate to escape the collapsing secret world. Keep moving! Don't fall behind! They yelled, not daring to slow down for even a second.
But as more debris crashed down from the ceiling, Ming glanced back, his eyes widening in shock. Massive boulders were piling up near the exit, sealing the very path they had just escaped from.
The entrance to the secret world was completely gone. Ming scowled, stopping for just a heartbeat, realizing the girl had been buried alive. While a part of him knew it was a better fate, he felt a pang of regret for her tragic end. He closed his eyes in a moment of silent sorrow, then pushed onward. His thoughts shifted. Of course, the card is buried with her, he thought, a grim smirk touching his lips as he raced ahead with his comrades. They had to get out of the danger zone. The students kept shouting, "Don't stop, run for the excavation site." This whole place is about to be history. But back inside the collapsing tomb, the girl was still alive. Gasping for breath and clutching her injured arm, she refused to give up. Even as she cried out in pain, giant rocks crashed down all around her. One slammed into her back, knocking her hard to the ground.
Cursing, she fell. With a desperate lunge, her hand shot out, grabbing the strap of her nearby backpack. With every last ounce of strength, she pulled it closer, her fingers fumbling inside. She managed to retrieve a small device, sticking her finger into the slot and touching the card within. It began to glow with immense power. The device whirred to life, beeping loudly as it initiated a card transition. Time was running out. A system voice began the final countdown. 3, Just then, a massive boulder broke free from the ceiling above, plummeting directly towards her.
2. She looked up, her face a mask of grim determination. 1. As the countdown finished, the boulder hit the ground, erupting in a massive cloud of dust and debris. At the same time, the students had finally escaped the most dangerous area and began to slow their pace. Suddenly, a light pierced the darkness ahead. Hope surged through them. As they drew closer, they saw figures in the distance. At first they tensed, ready for a fight. But their caution turned to disbelief. It was a rescue team, clad in tactical gear and holding weapons, overcome with relief. The students charged forward, shouting with joy. "It's the rescue squad! They couldn't believe they were finally safe." "Are you the ones who opened the passage?" they asked breathlessly.
One of the rescuers nodded grimly. "Don't worry, you're safe now." Another agent immediately called for the medics. "Get the injured on stretchers, now."
At that very moment, far away in a desolate mountain range, a brilliant flash of light tore through the air as the girl reappeared. Gasping for air, she collapsed to her knees, her hands pressed against the ground. She was lucky to have a transition card. Without it, this place would have been her grave, tearing off the mask she had hidden behind. A venomous promise escaped her lips. "Ming," she hissed, her jaw tight with rage. "I will find you, and I will end you." Meanwhile, in the mind management department, Xiaowang sat slumped over, the weight of the world on his shoulders. When Ming walked in, he approached his friend and placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled by the touch, Xiaowang looked up. "Ming," he muttered, his voice hollow, seeing his friend's despair. Ming remarked, "You're lucky to be alive, so why the long face?" "Don't you dare laugh at me," Xiaowang cried out. "What's so funny about this?" Ming simply smiled, closing his eyes. He knew exactly what this was about. That card was more than just an item. It was the culmination of years of brutal training, a treasure he had planned to sell for a small fortune. Defeated, Xiaowang lowered his head and confessed, "You're right. I was saving up to buy a house." The words hit Ming like a physical blow. "A house?" he asked, bewildered. Xiaowang could only explain that it was his entire plan for the future. The protagonist was speechless, his mind reeling. He never realized the financial struggles in this world were so intense. This was a whole new level of pressure. Pushing the thought aside, he held out a folded paper to Xiaowang. "Here, take this." Then he sat down beside his friend, throwing an arm over his shoulders. Ming grinned. "It's for you." Xiaowang stared at it, completely confused. What was this piece of paper? Some kind of compensation? Maybe. But as he unfolded it, his eyes shot wide open in disbelief. A choked gasp escaped his lips. His hands started to tremble. On the paper was a staggering number and a signature that made it all real. After the collapse of the mine, the internship came to an abrupt end, and the students were evacuated by bus the following day. To mend their broken spirits, the school offered monetary compensation, and according to the main character's calculations, he had enough to lay low for a very long time. The school also presented special awards to him, Xiaowang, Yu, and Liang, for their incredible bravery in the mine. But looking at the paper in his hands, Ming scoffed in disgust. "Is this a joke?" he muttered. "All we get is a flimsy certificate." The sheer audacity was baffling. He couldn't believe how cheap the school was being. Without a second thought, he crumpled it up and tossed the worthless certificate into the trash. He crashed onto his bed, fuming, but eventually, his anger subsided. Staring at the ceiling, his mind drifted back to his past life, recalling his work on projects from requirement analysis to overhead design. He had to write endless reports for clueless bosses, but that relentless grind had honed his skills. It gave him the power to analyze and summarize anything. He now saw that every Thunderbolt card possessed an extremely high level of craftsmanship. After crafting hundreds of them himself, he'd mastered the art of drawing the basic patterns. His practical experience was now immense. In the days to come, Ming planned to forge entirely new decks. He would constantly level up his energy, his recovery, and his speed. A clear path to overwhelming power. As he lay there plotting his next move, his phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. He answered, putting it to his ear. "Hello, who is this? And what do you want this late at night?" A familiar voice replied. "Late? It's only noon." Ming instantly recognized it. It was Xiaowang. He sat up straight. Xiaowang suddenly asked, "So, what are you planning to do with your certificate?" The protagonist was confused. "My what?" Xiaowang clarified. "The award from the school, remember?" Ming closed his eyes, annoyed. "Can you even use that piece of junk?" he asked. "Of course you can," Xiaowang shouted back, a wide grin audible in his voice. It's an amazing thing, he declared. You can exchange it for professional training, or even a personal referral from the principal. Ming's mind replayed those words. Professional training. A referral from the principal. His eyes flew open, the true meaning finally sinking in. That paper is incredibly valuable, Xiaowang insisted. A curse exploded from Ming's lips as he shot out of bed. I thought it was just garbage, he yelled. Xiaowang just laughed, assuming he was joking. But Ming wasn't joking. He frantically dug through the trash can, pulling out the crumpled certificate. It seemed his past life's knowledge didn't cover the common sense of this world. He'd have to conduct some serious research. From now on, he decided he had to take everything here seriously. Then, a thought struck him. Xiaowang. You didn't call just to ask about the award, did you? And Xiaowang honestly replied, honestly? Admitted he hadn't called for nothing, explaining he had a bombshell of both good and bad news. He asked Ming which he wanted to hear first. The protagonist chose to face the worst, so Xiaowang began with the bad news.
According to reliable sources, the school dispatched a team to the mine yesterday, searching for the missing students. Ming was baffled. Missing students. He was sure everyone had made it out alive. He'd counted them himself. What could have possibly happened? Xiaowang shot back. Are you dense? Of course the students were alive. But the real prize, the treasure from that hidden room, had vanished. He asked if Ming understood the implications.
The school's true objective must have been that card. Closing his eyes in frustration, he lamented that they would surely find it. We lost 100 million, he wailed. Hearing that number, Ming's voice trembled with shock. 100 million beads of sweat formed on his brow as he asked in disbelief if the card was truly worth that much. Xiaowang confirmed he'd overheard classmates talking. This wasn't just some card, it was a legacy, or something just as legendary. He admitted he didn't know the exact details. As his friend spoke, the protagonist slowly pulled the phone from his ear, his gaze distant. The card. It was in his bag. A frantic energy seized him as he scrambled around his apartment, searching for it while asking,
So what's the good news? Xiaowang simply told him to take a guess. Annoyed, Ming just ordered him to spit it out. With a smug smile, Xiaowang announced his date with Schwerer today. The next second, the call abruptly ended with a beep.
He froze, a flicker of disappointment on his face before shouting at his phone, realizing his fatal mistake. He should have asked Ming for advice on what to do during the date. Meanwhile, our protagonist finally located the bag. He pulled out the artifact, staring at it with awe. To think someone would pay 100 million for this. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He dashed over to his desk, exclaiming that there had to be information about this online. He quickly typed "card with a picture of the moon" into the search bar, his eyes widening at the results. The screen flooded with entries. There was an overwhelming amount of information about this mysterious card. He clicked a link. The text revealed there were only 7 Shadow Moon cards in existence. And one of them was right here, with Ming, at the First Academy. A student known as the 5th Star Swordmaster, Wu Heng,
had acquired the very first Shadow Moon card, using it to create his own unique companion card. The First Academy. He recalled that the original owner of his body had a sister studying there, but then he paused.
What did that last sentence even mean? He decided to focus on the card itself before getting sidetracked. Another website provided more details. The card's name was Shadow Moon, inheritance type, 7-month moon complexion. Its number was not specified. An inheritance set. Ming could hardly believe he was holding something so precious. But what exactly was a legacy card? The answer formed in his mind. It was an artifact for passing on a master's entire being. The ultimate inheritance, left behind by legendary figures who had transcended this world for their descendants. A great master would pour their soul, their experience, their very life's work into this vessel, instructing a card maker to forge it. It was a treasure trove of knowledge from a powerful predecessor. By inheriting the card, one could slowly unlock its secrets, growing until they, too, became a true master. The card set was a technique of consciousness cards, a concept Ming found absolutely terrifying, as its creation was impossibly difficult. One had to divide a technique into distinct parts, while ensuring the separated pieces could still form a perfect whole, preventing them from collapsing due to physical instability. Then, each pattern had to be sealed within an individual card, a single, added technique. Cards forged through this divine method were beyond valuable. Shutting down the computer, the protagonist froze, his gaze locked on the artifact. It was no wonder those two were so desperate. This thing was worth 100 million, and likely far more. But with great value came immense danger. Ming knew that if word got out, he'd be hunted down in an instant. A death sentence was hanging over his head. He thought to himself that there should be 7 cards in total. If a single one could cause such chaos, what would happen if an antagonist managed to collect all 7? It would unleash a cataclysm on par with the great techniques of the 7 Dragon Balls, Dragon Slayers, or the 9 Sun Sword Manual. He lacked the power to even dream of fighting for the remaining pieces. And according to the web, this was the legacy of a sword master. Ming wondered if this was true. The legacy of a sword cultivator was useless to him, a card creator. It wouldn't help him grow. He had no idea what to do with this ticking time bomb, pacing back and forth in turmoil. The thought was tempting, but he instantly crushed it. If word got out that he possessed such a card, he would be hunted down. He lacked the power to protect it, let alone sell it. He stared at the card again, wondering what to do, when a cold shiver ran down his spine. His eyes shot open as a realization hit him. This is a sword cultivator card. He couldn't use it, but he knew someone who could. His sister, Sue, was a student at the First Academy and a powerful sword practitioner. In Little Ming's memories, she was a true demon on the battlefield, a prodigious talent who annihilated her foes in a heartbeat. He figured if he sent the card to her, his problems would be solved. He quickly grabbed a sheet of paper and began to write a note. His new plan sent this cursed treasure to Sue as fast as humanly possible. After packaging everything securely, he handed the box to a courier. Watching the delivery man walk out of his shop, Ming sighed in relief. A weight had been lifted. He'd dodged a fatal bullet. Still, he felt a pang of regret that he couldn't cash in on it. But no matter. In the end, this was an investment in his powerful sister. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and sneezed, ruffling his own hair. What was that, he wondered? Maybe he was catching a cold. Or maybe, just maybe, someone was talking about him. At that very moment, in the restaurant. Xiaopeng stared in confusion as the girl uttered his name. What did you say? He asked, leaning in. I didn't hear you. She squeezed her eyes shut, her voice trembling with awkwardness as Xiaopeng's
own eyes grew wide. He watched her intently until finally, Sinner confessed, I like you. Xiaopeng was completely speechless. Meanwhile, the girl who had left the restaurant leaned against a translucent wall. Gao Lan approached her,
draping a cloak over her shoulders. It's late, he said gently. You'll catch a cold. She looked up, surprised. Lan stopped beside her, placing his own hands on the partition. Are you still dwelling on what happened? He asked. She apologized, feeling she had failed to secure the card for Lan, but he cut her off. Don't be foolish. You did everything you could, he declared. Why are you blaming yourself? He added that some things are simply left to fate. The girl's expression hardened. Ming is only a 1-star, she insisted. Finding him should be easy. She was about to suggest a plan, but before she could finish, Lan flatly refused. It's not about him, he explained. It's about who's standing behind him. The girl repeated his words, bewildered. That's right, he confirmed. I'm talking about Sue, Ming's sister. Hearing that name, the girl's head snapped toward Lan. She whispered the name in disbelief. Sue, the sword genius of the First Academy. The one they call the demonic sword. Your old classmate? He confirmed it all. With a frown, she gasped. So Ming is actually Sue's brother? Lan gazed out at the glittering city lights. A few 1-star trainees defeated a veteran 3-star fighter, he mused, forcing his sister to use a teleportation card. This was no simple coincidence. He spoke with grim certainty. If I'm right, then the Shadow Moon card is already in Sue's possession. The girl stared at Lan, lost in thought, pulling the cloak tighter around her. He turned to leave. Let's go back inside, he said, walking away. Don't worry about it. This is beyond your power now. You should get some rest. She stood frozen, watching him go. Are you really giving up on the card? She asked. The question made Lan pause in his tracks. Without turning back, he declared, the legacy of the Shadow Moon is every sword cultivator's ultimate dream. 7 Shadow Moon cards, 7 marks of inheritance, 7 chosen ones, all fighting for the supreme right. He knew the competition would be brutal, but a winner had to emerge. And one of those 7 cards, Bon vowed, clenching his fists with burning resolve, must be mine. He strode back into the house, even if it means I have to kill for it. He was 18 years old, the young master of the Gao clan, a 5-star cultivator and the inheritor of the Gao clan seal. Soon after, events began to stir at the legendary First Academy. It was the finest institution in the world, with a tradition of excellence spanning centuries, boasting the strongest faculty and a vast array of disciplines. The academy drew the most elite students from every corner of the globe. And at this moment, a special selection was underway. The event's host was none other than Hong, the first known holder of a Shadow Moon card, and a 5-star swordsman. The news spread like wildfire. Students stared at their phones, reading the announcement. The stated goal of the event was to find a skilled card creator, one who could help complete the Shadow Moon card's legacy. It seemed the legacy itself was built upon cards.
With so much on the line, the selection of a powerful creator was paramount. And so, Hungi organized a public recruitment, laying down 3 ironclad conditions: high fame, exceptional card creation, and a
recommendation from a First Academy member. Once those were met, a popular vote would decide the winner. But these conditions were incredibly difficult to fulfill. While many were just reading the news, 2 starstruck boys, lost in admiration, didn't see each other coming and collided with a cry. After a quick, flustered apology, their attention immediately snapped back to the main event. Sue was striding proudly down the hall. Her presence alone captivated the other students. Her name echoed through the corridor, with whispers of her stunning beauty. One boy sighed that she was the best in the academy. Another next to him breathed in awe, calling her a goddess. But just then, a thunderous crack echoed through the hall. Hungi slammed his palm on a table, shooting to his feet with a curse. He, an 18-year-old cadet, of the First Academy and a 5-star sword cultivator, scowled with fury. He roared that he would never accept such a worthless person as his partner. He was convinced this nobody would get him killed, and he refused to let it happen. The director of the Card Manufacturers Association considered the situation. The result was unexpected, but it was the official outcome. Meanwhile, the head of the First Academy just shut his eyes, pressing a hand
to his head. This was turning into a massive headache. Suddenly, the door swung open. Sue entered, her voice sharp. "Who?" she demanded coldly. "Said that person would be Hungi's ally." Hungi's glare snapped towards her as he spat her name.
The director and the academy head froze in place, completely stunned by Sue's sudden arrival. Hungi, regaining his composure, demanded to know what she was doing there. He couldn't imagine what business she could possibly have. She simply echoed his question. "What were you just saying about me?" Walking straight to the high table, she planted her foot firmly on its surface, vaulting on top. She stood over them, radiating authority. "There was a public election. My brother was chosen, according to the rules you yourself established." Her eyes narrowed. "Are you saying you refuse to accept the results?" Hungi's face contorted with rage. How dare she speak to him like that? Do you think anyone would have known about Ming's pathetic watermelon ninja card if you hadn't gone around promoting it? As he spoke, the glass of water on the table trembled. Droplets spilled as Sue began walking across the tabletop towards him. Hungi's voice rose to a shout. "He's just a 1-star card creator. He's a school-level rookie who, in their right mind, would want the founder of Fruit Ninja." He cursed. "Are we supposed to go out and slice fruit?" He leaned in, his voice dripping with venom. "Do you have any idea how much I spent on the Shadow Moon card? How dare you make a mockery of me?" She stopped just before him. "Listen closely," she commanded. "You organized this. You set the conditions, and you signed a contract with the Card Manufacturers Association." Her voice dropped. "Are you really planning to break that contract?" Hungi's angry glare didn't waver. His face was a mask of fury. Finally, he roared, "I will break the contract!" Sue looked down at him, her expression ice. Silence. A powerful magical energy exploded from her body, surrounding her in a shimmering aura. Hungi grit his teeth. The pressure in the room suddenly immense. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The very air grew cold, covered in a frosty steam. The water in the glass began to freeze solid, as did the plants around the room. The academy head shivered, sneezing. The association director's mouth fell open in shock. His mind raced. Was this Sue's true power? He couldn't believe it. The entire space had instantly changed under her energy surge. The temperature had plummeted. He was horrified. For someone so young to have reached such an unbelievable level of cultivation, it was monstrous. Sue maintained her suffocating aura, her lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze fixed on Hungi, whose anger only burned hotter. He let out a furious roar, finally getting her attention. "Sue," he shouted, "you of all people should know. What your brother is, why would you ever want him as an ally?" Her serious expression never changed. "I know my brother," she stated simply, "and I need to show him the world. This is his chance to learn." Rising from his chair, Hungi stared in disbelief. "Are you serious? You're doing all of this just for that?" He thought she had to be joking. "Enough of this nonsense," Sue ordered. "Fulfill your end of the deal," another man pointed out. "But this, Inheritance is for sword cultivators. This is incredibly important to Hungi. Hungi scoffed. Exactly. He finally realized that talk was useless. His expression hardened. This could only be solved one way. He vaulted onto the table to face her. But Sue didn't even flinch. Her own frown simply deepened as he stood before her. Hong decided to be blunt. He declared he would never accept that boy, Ming, as his assistant. His opinion of him couldn't be lower. Witnessing the sheer tension, one of the men froze in place, desperately praying that this powder keg wouldn't ignite. And so, Hong asked, if this was all about a price, then what exactly did Sue want him to pay? She let out a sharp, dissatisfied sound. The head of the First Academy, seeing this, paled. A major battle was about to erupt. He knew he had to call in security immediately to control the chaos. The association's director turned to his colleague. He asked if they should try to stop it, but his friend was already heading for the door. I'm not getting involved, he warned. He advised a swift retreat, and the director instantly agreed, having no intention of becoming collateral damage. Hong stared hard at Sue, his lips pressed into a thin line. With a flick of his wrist, a token materialized in his hand. He held it out, demanding to know how she could do this. Sue's eyes widened in genuine surprise at the sight of it. Hong explained it was a legendary one-time token, redeemable for a month of exclusive lessons from any master. Even retired legends were an option. He had poured blood and sweat into obtaining it, yet never used it. He told Sue to give it to her brother, as compensation. Her shock slowly faded, replaced by a thoughtful frown. What is this? She asked, her voice laced with confusion. The two men, nearly at the exit, stopped dead in their tracks. They spun around, their faces masks of pure astonishment. What was happening? They had been so sure a battle was inevitable. Then they saw it. Sue accepted the token. Crouching down, she rested her chin in her hand, studying it. Not bad, she assessed. She then asked where Hong even got such a thing. He sat down, his head bowed in defeat. He ran a finger across the tabletop. I bought it, he admitted sadly, adding that it cost him an absolute fortune. Sue simply let out a small chuckle. Standing up, she declared the matter settled. It wasn't what she wanted, but she would take it. For Ming's sake. What? Hong asked again in disbelief, his brow furrowing in anger. He cursed under his breath. Sue was speaking as if she and the main character were the ones at a disadvantage, but she paid him no mind. Turning her back on him, she gave a dismissive wave, a farewell gesture as she began to walk away. Hong's glare burned into her back. Don't you dare! Think this is over, he vowed silently. Once he accepted the inheritance, he would make her regret this day. Reaching the edge of the table, Sue leaped off, landing gracefully. But then she paused, remembering something, closing her eyes. She knew. There was one more thing she had to say. Don't you dare try to blackmail me again, Hong roared. But as she reached into her clothes, she calmly told him not to worry. This has nothing to do with you, she warned. She explained that she'd received a peculiar package that morning. Inside was an unexpected gift, and with a flourish, she produced the Shadow Moon card, announcing its name for all to hear. Hong's eyes shot wide open. He cursed, shouting that it was impossible. Sue just smiled. From this day forward, she would also be one of the leaders of the legacy. The other two men watched, their minds completely blown. They were frozen in shock, unable to process the reveal. Sue turned to face Hong directly. Announcing her own name, she made a solemn declaration. She chose her brother, Ming, as her official ally. Hong and the two onlookers all gasped in unison. What? Sometime later, at Ming's school, though once prestigious, it had long since fallen into decline. But now, the students were buzzing with excitement. One of them claimed that he'd heard Ming's battle cry ring out across the grounds. The students gathered around him. As the storyteller waved his arms dramatically, the crowd gasped in awe. He spoke of the main character's intense training. The boy continued his epic tale. He said Ming waved his arms like a thousand-handed war god. And in an instant, tens of thousands of attack cards materialized. According to the story, screams and cries filled the air. The earth shattered and mountains collapsed. Seas dried up and cliffs crumbled. A furious wind raged as the main character buried the mines and dozens of his foes. A boy stepped back, his voice trembling. Just how powerful is Ming now? Meanwhile, in an office somewhere, a man stared at a file with Ming's name on it. He reviewed his history. He started as the watermelon ninja and rose to the still unknown Bullard. The man noted a crucial detail. If something happens once, it's a fluke. But for the main character to achieve this twice, that was proof of true, undeniable talent. Walking to the window, a man named Jang Fo admitted it wasn't surprising. After all, Ming was Sue's brother. No matter how brilliant his sister was, the main character was every bit her equal in talent. And the person standing behind him just nodded in serious agreement. That the mine incident had truly showcased the student's hidden potential, adding that his team had just exchanged their rewards for professional training. She believed that after this, they would ascend to new heights. Fang beamed at the news, then turned her attention to Ming, curious about what had become of him. She noted he'd been living off campus lately and hadn't claimed his reward. Since PH was the school's #1 card maker, a legend in the city, she was certain our main character would choose his tutelage. PH moved closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He understood her concern and told her not to worry. He vowed to personally oversee Ming's entire future, his studies, his training, his life, his goals. He would orchestrate everything for him. Fang smiled, exclaiming that would be absolutely perfect.
PH closed his eyes with a confident smile, promising to take full responsibility as the director of card creation. But suddenly, the office doors burst open. A man scrambled inside, capturing Fang's immediate attention.
He breathlessly announced that Ming's certificate had appeared. Fang was confused, wondering why she wasn't notified. She assumed the protagonist had simply chosen a different mentor. But the boy declared that Ming hadn't chosen anyone.
PH's brow furrowed in confusion. Not grasping what he meant, the shocking news left everyone stunned. The boy, eyes squeezed shut, struggled to get the words out, too overwhelmed to form a proper sentence. Finally, he yelled that Ming had sold the reward Fang gave him. She gasped, repeating the question in disbelief. She glanced at PH, about to speak, but he remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. He chuckled, stroking his chin, and mused that their disciple, Ming, was a true wild horse. At that very moment, our protagonist stood in his shop. With a satisfied sigh, he stretched, feeling the fatigue from the past 2 days melt away. He strolled through his workshop, hands in his pockets, recalling Sue's call from earlier. She had a gift for him, and since she had already obtained the card, Ming saw no reason to refuse. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Thanks to the Lightning Flight card, he had forged a completely different path, a training style perfectly suited for him. He no longer needed a teacher's guidance, especially not from the school's instructors, whose strength was limited. He knew that even if he accepted their help, it would barely make a difference. It was far better to carve out his own destiny, summoning his card. He smiled. As it turned out, the principal's reward sold for a fortune. He could use that capital to fund his own unique training. With a plan forming, he put the card away and walked over to a table, leaning on its surface. He was still producing the Thunder Bow, and while its power was growing steadily, it would take ages to reach its true potential. Then, a wild thought struck him. What would happen if he merged 7 Thunderbolt cards? After all, merging 7 bull cards creates 1 Thunderbolt. Would it create a card with 49 bulls? Or 1 colossal, monstrous bull? He had another theory. Frowning, he envisioned a gigantic beast, clutching a massive weapon in its hands. The idea was insane. He grabbed several Thunderbolt cards at once. A manic grin spread across his face as he declared the very thought was breathtaking. There was no time to waste. He rushed to the playback device and placed a card upon it. He had to see what would happen. These were 7 immensely powerful cards, after all. But there was one problem. Ming realized he had to seal the workshop before creating the card. But to do that, he had to activate the original card right at the moment before the bull fully materialized. He wasn't even sure if it was possible. But there was only one way to find out. He brought his hand to the activation button. His brow furrowed in deep concentration. He pressed down. The device chimed. Activation of cards successful. A countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ming held his breath, sweat beading on his forehead. The countdown ended. Activation initiated. The card erupted in a blinding flash of light. This was his chance. With a determined grit, he thrust his hands forward and roared. A magic circle flaring to life. In an instant, a new card, crackling with raw magical energy, materialized between his palms. Analyzing its power, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. This was a completely new creation. He stared at the intricate lines etched onto the card's back. The crosscut engraving. This, he knew, was the mark of true technology. The art of genuine card creation.
His analysis of its power had just begun. The energy requirement was only 1,000 points, far less than he'd anticipated. He figured that the card creation technology had been optimized. But when he flipped it over, his eyes widened in confusion. The pattern was completely alien to him. He wondered if this was some kind of mistake. The bulls he expected were gone. There was only one way to find out what this card could do. He had to test it, needing a safe place for his experiment. He soon arrived at the Card Makers Association's official testing grounds. As he approached the reception desk, a girl greeted him with a smile and asked how she could help. He told her he was there to test a card. The girl nodded and asked for its star rank. When he replied that he had a 1-star card, she smiled brightly and quoted the price 100 yuan. She then directed him to use Band A for the 1-star testing chamber. But Ming, smiling back, had other plans. He requested access to the 2-star testing grounds instead. Sensing this new card was too volatile for the standard room, the girl's eyes went wide with shock. She started to ask him to repeat himself. But just then, a man stepped forward. "There's no need for such arrogance, boy," he warned. Ming turned to face the newcomer. As the girl looked on, even more surprised than before, the man declared that he'd have to verify if the protagonist even met the requirements.
For the 2-star area, he closed his eyes, announcing he was the head of the testing department. He claimed it was his right and his duty to assess a 1-star rookie's resolve to challenge the 2-star trial.
With that, he held out his palm, a folded handkerchief resting upon it, and asked if Ming understood. Ming raised an eyebrow, completely baffled by the gesture. He stood frozen, trying to decipher the man's intentions. But finally, the man sighed, closing his eyes in disappointment. He placed a hand on Ming's shoulder, utterly dissatisfied with the youth of today. Ming just stared in bewilderment as the man stepped back, calling him a little bug. He lectured that only by staying grounded could one achieve greatness, ordering Ming to be sensible and test his card in the 1-star room. As the man walked away, Ming watched him with pure annoyance, wondering who this old fossil was to call him a little bug. But he wasn't one to give in so easily. He ran a hand through his hair, a sly grin spreading across his face. "You're right," he admitted. "But the thing is, I'm afraid the card I'm testing this time is just too powerful." The man stopped and turned, his expression stern. "You have failed the assessment," he stated coldly. "Do you understand?" The protagonist's eyes narrowed into slits. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he conceded, fine. He would go to the 1-star room. For now, the department head then walked over to the reception desk and asked a clerk for a pair of nail clippers. As he started tending to his manicure, he muttered about how today's youth had no skill, only boundless arrogance. "If they have any talent," he scoffed, "showing off like this will only bring disaster upon everyone." Ming, meanwhile, made his way to the correct entrance. He swiped his special pass through the reader, waited for the green light, and then opened the door. His eyes immediately widened in awe. What he saw inside was incredible. Someone was practicing a full-blown fireball technique right in front of him. Frozen in the doorway, the protagonist could only exclaim how cool it was. His gaze fixed on the user who was roaring with effort. As he perfected his skill, Ming's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe a place like this was practically empty. Suddenly, a man behind him adjusted his glasses and curtly asked him to move. Ming glanced back in surprise, then quickly apologized, exclaiming that the whole scene was just so shocking. He then asked why there were so few people around. The man sized him up, guessing he was a newcomer. He explained that most people just bribe the manager to get into the 2- and 3-star rooms. A light bulb went off in Ming's head. So that's what the middle-aged man wanted. The handkerchief was a demand for a bribe, but since he was here now, he decided he should at least find a spot with enough room to conduct his test properly. He walked over to the fireball user, scratching his head awkwardly as he smiled. "Excuse me," he said, trying to get the man's attention. "Could you please move back for just a minute? I'm not quite sure how powerful my card is going to be." The man stared back as if Ming had lost his mind, and snidely remarked that there was plenty of space. He then accused Ming of having some sort of problem, asking if he was the type of guy who needs 2 urinals at the public toilet. He crossed his arms, declaring he wasn't moving an inch. Ming simply closed his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. "I see." But the moment he turned his back, the friendly mask fell away, replaced by a deep frown of displeasure. His lips tightened as he quietly wondered to himself, what kind of fools were these people? They had only themselves to blame. He hoped this testing ground would be enough to see what this new card could really do. He drew the mysterious card. Holding it between his fingers, he raised his palm to the sky, activating the summon. The man watching him frowned, utterly bewildered. He gritted his teeth, demanding to know what was happening. The protagonist, meanwhile, pressed another card to his chest, instantly amplifying his energy reserves. He waved his hand, commanding his summon to appear.
A brilliant aura flared to life around him. The air crackled, followed by a blinding flash of light. But as the light faded, Ming froze. The entire training field before him was completely, utterly empty. Staring down at the card, he was baffled. Why did nothing happen? He could only assume the card was a dud. The man who had been watching his every move sneered, exclaiming that it was all for show. But then, a voice called out.
"Boss," it growled. "Should we eliminate this human frowning in confusion?" Ming's eyes shot wide open. He cautiously turned around and saw several colossal monsters, their eyes burning with fury. Standing right behind him, he was stunned by the sight. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face as the pressure mounted. The bull-like creatures snorted with rage, repeating their question, not waiting for an answer. They roared, thrusting their massive weapons forward. They charged, ready to slaughter everyone in the hall. The other rookies began to scream. Panic erupted as they scrambled for safety. One of the monsters brought down its huge weapon with devastating force. Even Ming barely managed to leap aside, clenching his jaw as his eyes widened in horror. No one could comprehend where these beasts had come from. And the monsters, summoned by Ming, began their rampage. They smashed everything in their path. One monster shattered the ground with its axe, while another tore down a wall. Soon, after only a few devastating blows, massive cracks spiderwebbed across the entire structure. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, everything was breaking apart, screaming in terror. People realized the room was collapsing. They cried out for help, begging for their mothers. Some were already weeping, paralyzed by sheer fear. And far from the chaos, a man in another room frowned, feeling the violent tremors shaking the building. What is going on, he wondered. Unable to pinpoint the source of such a powerful earthquake, back in the chamber, the main character stood amidst the rubble, staring at the huge fragments of stone scattered across the floor. The entire room was covered in cracks. He was frozen in shock, awestruck by the monster's immense size. But this scene felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, it clicked. His eyes narrowed as he pulled out the card again. He looked at the image on its surface and realized it perfectly depicted the destruction caused by these very monsters. His thoughts were shattered when one of the nearby rookies yelled, "What in the world is this craziness? Did anyone see where they came from?" He panicked. Another guy chimed in, his voice trembling. "This is terrifying. Those things almost trampled us to death." For a moment, Ming stood in calculating silence. His eyes narrowed. He clenched his fist, hiding the card from view, then roared with practiced indignation. "This is outrageous. The association doesn't even treat us one-star rookies like human beings." Everyone nearby heard his words and immediately joined in, shouting that this was completely unacceptable. Ming maintained his furious expression, but inwardly, he sighed in relief. They bought it. This whole disaster felt like a terrible dream. His thoughts were cut short by an overwhelming presence. A furious manager stormed into the room. "Everyone, shut up!" he bellowed, his voice dripping with rage. "Who is responsible for this?" All eyes snapped in his direction. He strode deeper into the ruined chamber, his fury escalating. "What happened here?" he demanded. "How could the one-star testing room be completely destroyed?" One of the rookies closest to him explained. "Huge, minotaur-like monsters. They appeared out of nowhere and wrecked the place. It was horrifying. We were almost killed. But the manager completely ignored their pleas for safety. The system will reveal who did this," he announced coldly. "But I'll give you one chance. Confess now. If you don't," he threatened, "the punishment will be far worse. You don't want to complicate this, do you?" A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd. What is he talking about? We're the victims here. They realized with a growing anger that the manager didn't even ask if anyone was hurt. He was only blaming them. The man scoffed at their one-star rank, but suddenly shot his hand into the air. "I know who did this," he shouted. Grabbing the manager's attention, he pointed a trembling finger straight at Ming. "It was him, that monster he summoned. It's the one that destroyed this room. I saw the whole thing with my own eyes." The protagonist's brow furrowed in annoyance. He glanced aside, realizing just how bad the situation looked, irritated that he'd been caught red-handed. He stepped forward, standing alone before the manager and the accusers. The man crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. "Well, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Ming mentally branded them all as a bunch of idiots. A sly chuckle escaped his lips. "Oh, you want to hear what I have to say?" He closed his eyes, his voice deceptively calm. "In that case, we absolutely need to talk about this. I was merely testing a card," he stated plainly, "and everything that just happened was the result of a pre-existing problem." He declared that the testing rooms were completely outdated and fragile. "How long has it been since this room was properly maintained?" he asked coolly. The man's face tightened. However, he retorted, the card you just tested was clearly far beyond the 1-star level. The manager, feeling supported, closed his eyes with a proud smirk. With his head held high, the protagonist spun around, pointed a defiant finger, and issued a command. Tell the manager everything. He had requested a 2-star testing room, but was unjustly denied access. Gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding crowd. The manager flinched as Ming, with unwavering confidence, declared, The cameras and audio logs don't lie. You can all check the records for yourselves. The manager stared back, his face a mask of pure horror. Regaining a shred of composure, he was about to speak, but Ming cut him off. Ming stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. Pointing directly at the man, he demanded, Not only did you show me complete disrespect, but you endangered everyone here. Do you really think that's acceptable? The accusation hung heavy in the air. The manager froze, desperately trying to find an excuse. But before a single word could escape, our hero smirked, crossing his arms with an air of absolute victory. Or do we, the 1-star card creators, not deserve to enter a higher-ranking room? He challenged. Did you assume we're all just worthless? At that, a fire ignited in the creators behind him as they roared in support. He's right, they shouted. This is an insult. We took this seriously, and this treatment is too cruel. We 1-star creators have dreams too. The manager stared, utterly stunned by the sudden uprising, at a complete loss. But then, his eyes narrowed into slits of fury. He clenched his jaw, silently admitting, this Ming was a problem. He had gravely underestimated him. The manager twitched, but instead of lashing out, he swallowed his pride and gave a deep, humiliating bow. This time, he conceded, it was an accident caused by our own carelessness and arrogance, he added. As compensation, please accept 10 energy cards at registration. The creators erupted in laughter and cheers. That's more like it, they exclaimed, the mood instantly shifting. Everything was suddenly much better. But the manager wasn't finished. In addition to this, he said, looking at Ming, you will have free access to the 2-star and 3-star test rooms from now on. Pleased with the outcome, the protagonist closed his eyes with a knowing smile and waved a dismissive hand, as the creators celebrated their victory. As joyous shouts filled the hall, the manager stood alone in his shame, drowning in misery. He kept his head bowed, hiding his twisted expression, biting his lip. He screamed internally, This isn't over, Ming. Soon after, the protagonist left the testing department, and the employees, now smiling warmly, asked him to visit again. He simply waved goodbye, and moving to the side, his thoughts returned to his powerful new card. How could those creatures be so strong? That the card itself only depicted pure, unadulterated destruction, he was certain it should have shown 3 bulls. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Diving deep into his energy space, he approached the slumbering cat, apologizing for interrupting its rest. He awkwardly scratched his head and explained, I wanted to ask, is the change on the card's face related to that lightning crack? The cat's ear only twitched. Without reacting further, it simply rolled over and continued to sleep. Ming watched in silence for a moment. Then, pressing his palms together, he bowed respectfully, wishing the cat a speedy recovery, and said his goodbyes. Lying there, the cat's lips curved into a faint smile as Ming returned to his body. He hung his latest creation on a special board, a testament to his craft. Sitting down, he balanced a pen on his upper lip, deep in thought. He knew he had to practice more, to refine his skills for what was to come. Rising to his feet, he resolved that the trouble was over. This was a necessary lesson. But just as he prepared to cultivate his energy, a furious pounding rattled the shop's door. Someone was bellowing his name. Confused, Ming turned towards the commotion. A voice roared from outside, ordering him to open up, insisting they knew he was inside. Ming's brow furrowed in irritation. He opened his notebook, wondering aloud, who would dare cause a scene in the middle of such a peaceful day? Walking to the door, he cracked it open just a sliver, cautiously asking who was there. A man named Jian Yunan stood outside, his face a thunderous mask. Cracking his knuckles, he snarled his name, Ming, looking back with cold indifference, opened the door wider. Should I know you? He asked. In response, Yunan thrust forward the Fruit Ninja card. Does this belong to you? Ming glanced at the card, but his attention was drawn to the small crowd that was beginning to form. With so many eyes on them, he hoped things wouldn't get out of hand. Suddenly, a brilliant smile lit up his face. Ah, you wish to buy the Watermelon Ninja card. Spreading his arms in a grand welcome, he invited the man inside, offering to fetch the card for him. Still seething, Yunan cursed him. I'm an injured parent. With a snarl, he ripped the card. And into 2 pieces. My son was a model student. He loved to learn, to work. He was guaranteed to pass the main entrance exams, but because of this trash you created, he failed. The crowd erupted in whispers. "See, I told you," one man said to the others. "I told you that card was bad news." "He's right," another chimed in. "Children these days need more discipline."
"All these games and comics should be banned," someone else shouted, fueling the fire. Yunan's rage intensified. His hands clenched into tight fists. "It's you," he roared. "You're the one killing our children's future with these unprofessional cards." Ming, maintaining a calm facade, stepped back inside. "Let me get you some tea," he offered, walking to the counter. His finger discreetly pressed the panic button hidden beneath.
He then turned back to Yunnan. "Allow me to ask you something. How many cards does your son use in a single day?" Yunnan scowled, admitting he wasn't sure before shouting. "About 40, Ming picked. 40.
Up a glass of water. "Take a look at yourself. If anyone used that many cards in a day, they'd have died long ago." The crowd gasped, a murmur of realization spreading among them. Ming's point made perfect sense.
But Yunnan only grew more enraged. "You're twisting my words with your flimsy arguments." A blazing, fiery aura erupted around his body. Ming's eyes widened in shock. "You're a cultivator?" he asked. The man lunged forward, his face contorted with rage. "I just wanted to scare you, but I see you're actually begging for a beating." The protagonist knew this was serious. His hand slipped into his pocket, closing around the Thunderbolt card. In the next instant, Yunnan charged, screaming. "Go to hell!" Ming's expression hardened, ready to unleash his own power if he had to. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat. But just an inch before impact, brilliant arcs of lightning suddenly enveloped Yunnan's body. He let out a piercing scream, his aura collapsing as he froze, his eyes rolling back before he crashed to the floor. A police officer stood, just behind him, a taser held firmly in his hand. Ming winced. That had to hurt. The officer approached, apologizing for being a bit late. "It's fine," Ming replied. "Just make sure. I get compensation for the damages to my store." The officer assured him it would be handled and began writing his report. Much later that night, someone was at home sketching a new card when a voice cut through the silence. "I've had enough of this." It was Yunnan, leaning in a doorway and smoking a cigarette. "It's a shameful business," he said. "There are so many ways to ruin a life. Why choose this path?" A figure named Foam held up the card they were drawing, turning to face Yunnan. "So, you know," they said, adding, "the boy we discussed, he's quite unusual." The next morning, Ming threw open the doors to his shop. "I'm ready for another day of hard work," he declared, stretching his arms wide and clenching his fists with determination. His focus shattered. He opened his eyes, brows furrowed in confusion. Then he froze solid when he saw Genyi perched casually on the statue right next to his shop. She blew a bubblegum bubble, and just as it popped, her eyes met Ming's. He instantly shut his eyes, covering his mouth and muttering, "This little brat." "Don't you know it's rude to chew gum while someone is chanting?" he asked, rubbing his temples to stave off a headache. Trying to calm himself, he pressed on. "Let me guess, you're here this early for the branded watermelon ninja card. Still chewing?" Yi just looked at him blankly. After a moment, she asked, "Are you really Ming?" The main character sat down beside her, stuttering, but with a hint of pride. He confirmed that it was indeed him. A bright smile lit up Yi's face. She reached into her backpack, pulled out a letter, and handed it to him. Taking the envelope, he unfolded it. The letter was from her father, Yunnan. It spoke of yesterday's incident, expressing deep regret for the trouble caused. But since he was too poor to pay for the damages, after much thought, he had decided to have his daughter, Yi, work at the store to pay off the entire debt. Back inside the shop, Yi casually licked a lollipop, watching Ming's every move while he ate a burger. He reread the letter, his mind racing. Seriously? Even in a manga, you wouldn't see such a ridiculous plot twist. He finally set the letter down, looking straight at Yi. "So, you're really going to work here?" She nodded. "Father told me to help you with everything, and to obey your every command." Suddenly, she began fanning her face with her hand. "It's so hot in here," she complained. "Why isn't the air conditioner on?" Ming paused mid-bite, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. "It can't be this simple." He was certain this was a honey trap from his rivals, a plot to corrupt his spirit. Is this a good thing? Or a very bad thing? He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, lowering his head in deep contemplation. Yi shuffled closer, pointing at his meal. "Hey, you got any more Coke?" "No." he muttered, still lost in thought. Stroking his chin, a slow, cunning grin spread across his face as an idea sparked. He had a plan, looking at her with newfound purpose. He asked, "What's your name?" And Yi, she answered. "Shouldn't you be at school?" She closed her eyes, took his glass, and downed a few gulps before explaining. "I skipped a year, so you're already in middle school," Ming mused. "Young and talented. Then it's time to choose your future career." He placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Listen closely." Yi, still sipping his drink, just gave him a puzzled look. Ming leaned in, a sly smirk on his face. "You should become a card maker," he whispered. But she immediately backed away, tossing the empty glass. "No way."
Card makers are poor, weak, and lonely. Each word struck Ming's heart like a poisoned dart, and tears welled up in his eyes. He'd heard those words before, a painful memory of people mocking him.
"The Lu family boy is getting older and older, and still hasn't found anyone." Their laughter echoed in his mind. He became a card maker and achieved nothing for so many years. To hide his shame, the main character quickly turned away, wiping the tears from his eyes. Noticing his distress, she asked with genuine confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Ming lied. "Just some dust in my eye." Composing himself, he turned back to Yi, grabbing a stack of notebooks. "Your father said you have to listen to me in everything, right?" He thrust the notebooks at her. "Then draw. This is the most basic work in the store." Yi frowned, admitting. "But I don't know how." Ming sighed dramatically, shrugging his shoulders. "It's the absolute basics," he said, staring at her seriously. "If you can't even do this, then you're useless to me." She scratched her forehead, deep in thought, seeing his chance. Ming turned his back, a grin forming. "Tell me, have you ever thought about becoming a sword cultivator?" In an instant, Yi's entire aura changed. She clenched her fists,
her eyes burning with passion. "Of course I have," she shouted. Ming's plan was working. "Heh, children are so simple." Behind him, Yi was already shadow fighting, her arms a blur of motion. Ming spun back around,
pointing a finger at her dramatically. "Then the first step is to become a card creator." Yi stared at him, utterly bewildered by his strange logic. But Ming explained, a fire in his own eyes. A card creator can seal any skill into a card that includes the divine arts of a sword cultivator. He closed his eyes, shouting with conviction. "You'll be able to create cards with countless legendary skills. There's nothing a card maker can't do." With a defiant frown, she asked if she could ever hope to become as strong as Sue. Ming delivered a hard truth, explaining that in this world, the title of genius is earned, not given. His thoughts turning to his sister, who was slowly overcoming her own obstacles and growing stronger. As her brother, he knew exactly how much she had sacrificed to reach her current level. As he was thinking this, he walked toward Yi. He stepped closer, placing a firm hand on Yi's shoulder for confidence, then pointed a finger toward the heavens. He declared that if she was truly willing to learn, to endure the agonizing pain and pour her soul into the sword, she wouldn't just become the next Sue. No, he promised she would one day surpass her entirely. For a tense moment, they stood in silence, locking eyes in a gaze of mutual understanding. Yi finally broke the silence, asking when her training would begin. She was desperate to learn how to forge sword skills into cards. Ming grinned, announcing they would start immediately. He told her not to worry, promising to show her how to create a basic card. He dropped a stack of his personal books and notebooks onto the table, explaining they were his private notes. They contained countless tips and insights, and he told her to absorb everything she could. Yi immediately opened a textbook and began to study. The main character stepped aside, reminding her not to be shy and to ask him anything she didn't understand. But Yi gave no answer, already completely immersed. Ming, meanwhile, sat on the steps outside the store, lost in thought. He couldn't stop thinking about Yunan's disappearance. Had he really abandoned this girl here? He desperately hoped Yunan would return for his daughter. Otherwise, Ming felt he might never sleep peacefully again. Sometime later, Yi appeared behind him. "What should I do after I've infused my energy into the card?" she asked. A glowing card pulsed in her palm. The main character spun around, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He was completely bewildered, unable to contain his frustration. He screamed internally, his jaw clenched tight. What's the real difference between us? He couldn't understand why he was surrounded by so many people with more natural talent. Surprised by his outburst, Yi tried to get his attention. "So, when can I learn the sword skills?" But just then, Ming was distracted by a familiar voice shouting his name. Turning around, he saw Xiaopeng waving at him with a big smile. "Hello," he called out. "How have you been?" But before our hero could finish saying his name, Yi pointed a shaky finger. Is
Is that really him? She stammered, her eyes wide in shock. Xiaoping, covering his face with his hand,
spun around and made a desperate run for it. However, he didn't get very far before Ming caught up to him. Grabbing the terrified boy by his collar, he demanded to know why he ran. He looked seriously at Yi, who was standing nearby, and asked if they knew each other. She just smiled. You could say that? Someone caught Xiaopeng stealing exam papers from my father's office, she explained. And he was beaten half to death for it. Xiaopeng burst into tears, grabbing Ming's leg and shouting that he didn't know the full story. Director Fong is a monster! Ming's mind reeled. Director. Fong, he remembered the man, Yunnan, who had visited him earlier. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could that man really be the director? He stroked his chin, realizing something was strange. Pointing toward Yi, he asked, Wait, isn't your father that Yunnan guy? Yunnan is my uncle, she clarified. Xiaopeng, still hugging the main character's leg, wailed. Her father is Fong. You really didn't know, he cried. Ming clutched his head as the terrible truth crashed down on him. This meant the entire situation was a setup. The school principal himself had orchestrated this, using an actor to send his own daughter to him. It was also needlessly complicated. Ming guessed it could only be because of his incredible beauty. He took out a comb, ran it through his hair, and made a decision. He needed to meet this director Fong. He got Xiaopeng's attention by shouting that he would help him today. Xiaopeng stared in disbelief before exclaiming that Ming was the best. The main character then turned back to Yi. Give me your father's number, he demanded. She handed him her phone, and as he dialed, Ming prepared himself. He answered the call in a completely different, gruff voice. Xiaopeng watched intently. His eyes narrowed. Am I speaking to Fong? He growled. I have your daughter with me. Transfer 300,000 yuan to me, or she dies. But Director Fong, not at all scared, simply told Ming to wait a minute. He calmly decided to light a cigarette. After a short pause, he asked, Is that you, Ming? The main character froze, his face twitching in amazement. He burst out laughing, admitting that he was just joking. He confessed he didn't expect Fong to see through his act so quickly. Fong also laughed and asked if Ming had nothing better to do with his time. Fong told him to speak his mind, so Ming cut right to the chase, asking when he'd be picking up his daughter. Is she a troublemaker? He asked. Ming denied it. Then is she ugly? Fong pressed. But our hero shot that down too. The questions didn't stop. Don't tell me. She's stupid, putting a hand to his face. Ming confirmed none of it was true, wondering what on earth this old man was getting at. Fong then zeroed in, asking what exactly Ming disliked about Yi. Fired up. Our hero shot back that Fong. Didn't even know him. Why would he trust a stranger with his own daughter? He demanded an answer, glancing over at Yi. Fong just laughed. Oh, I think I know a little something about you. He then began to list off the facts. Some time ago, the police closed the watermelon ninja case, and I noticed the subtle handiwork of a skilled card maker. In addition, he mentioned Sue's moon card from the first college. And just yesterday, he continued, I received a call from the Card Maker Association. Apparently, one of his students had completely destroyed their one-star test site. As Fong laid out all the evidence, the protagonist froze. His eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. Seeing his silence, Fong pressed him. What do you say to that? Suddenly, a wicked glint appeared in his eye. Oh, and I almost forgot when you were a child. You loved watching your sister bathe, and your father beat you senseless for it. Ming squeezed his eyes shut, begging him to shut up. This shameless old fox. He collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. He'd never met anyone with so much power over him. After collecting himself, he admitted Fong was putting him in an impossible position. He guessed the old man must have known this body's original parents. Fong simply stated he had minor issues to attend to, which is why he was leaving Yi with the protagonist. He added that she was more than capable of taking care of herself, so Ming had nothing to worry about. But our hero insisted that he couldn't just babysit her. Fong smirked, seeing his opening. Then name your price. Ming was taken aback, admitting he hadn't even considered it, promising to call back once he'd figured it out. After that, he slammed the button to end the call, a sly grin spreading across his face. Knowing a reward was now on the table, Xiaopeng, however, narrowing. His eyes felt like he was being left out. The protagonist glanced at him. What do you know about this? It's all strategy, he explained, leaving Xiaopeng completely baffled. Just then, Yi turned towards the store's entrance, announcing she would go study. Ming looked at her and asked her to wait for him. A little later, inside the store, he declared he'd promised to look after Yi for a while. But, he said with confidence, I'm not doing it for free. He turned to her. What do you think I should choose as my reward? Xiaopeng leaned in close, frowning and warning that Yi was too young for him. But Ming grabbed a book from the table at random and shoved it in his friend's face, pushing him away. Get out of here, he ordered. He then turned his attention back to Yi, who was deep in thought. She assumed he could choose money, but noted that other things, unlike cash, would last forever. A smile crept onto Ming's face. Spoken like a true director's daughter, he praised. So, what do you think would be useful? He asked, gesturing with the book still covering Xiaopeng's face. Yi replied, That's not a bad option. Ming examined the book carefully. As he opened it, his eyes lit up. This was perfect. He realized not all cards
would be as simple as the Fruit Ninjas. With encryption technology, he wouldn't need to worry about piracy. This technology was incredibly expensive, with the cheapest level costing 60,000. Giving a thumbs up, the protagonist
praised Yi, exclaiming her choice was excellent. She smiled, pleased with his words. It wasn't long before Ming was back on the phone with Fong, who was surprised he'd come up with an answer so quickly. Our hero didn't waste a second. I want the encryption technology for cards, he exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong agreed. Done. Ming frowned, thinking it was too easy. But before he could finish the thought,
Fong added a condition. I want you to teach Yi the art of creating cards. In his opinion, card makers were safer than most professions, able to protect themselves.
Even in dangerous times. He confessed he didn't want Yi to end up like her mother. Realizing this came from a parent's heart, Ming said that he understood completely. When the call ended, Xiaopeng asked if Fong had agreed. Our main character declared it was a done deal. He then stood up, walked over to Yi, and asked if her father had given her any other instructions. She said no, but as she walked closer, she remembered that Fong had told her one last thing. Yi realized Ming was right. A memory sparked. He had warned her that card creators possess special powers. Ming himself had confirmed it, saying she could learn the skills of a sword, cultivator through cards. A fire ignited within her. She had to try creating them. As Ming listened to her passionate vow, he saw her unwavering resolve. I will become strong, she declared. Ming leaned in, placing his hands on chests. Her shoulders? That's the spirit, he proclaimed with confidence. You'll do great from this day forward. You are my disciple. Yi Yi's eyes widened in awe. So cool, she exclaimed, calling him teacher. A faint smile graced Ming's lips as he patted her head. But just then, a loud clap shattered the moment. Ming spun around, his expression souring. Why are you still here? He demanded, glaring at Xiaopeng. What are you even doing? Xiaopeng closed his eyes with an air of superiority. I'm not going to lie, he announced. My illusion skills have reached a whole new level. Ming crossed his arms, unimpressed. Are you serious? A bit hurt, Xiaopeng shot back. I am always serious. The main concept is an illusion that changes color based on the user's mood. Ming's eyes flew open. He cursed. Internally, that was the very technique he was researching before his death. He rushed forward, grabbing Xiaopeng's shoulders. You actually succeeded. Show me now, Xiaopeng smirked. Easy there. I need to get in the mood. He stood still, concentrating. Hurry up and cast it, Ming urged. Teach us? He turned to Yi Yi. Memorize everything. Notebook in hand, she nodded eagerly. A moment later, the illusion formed before them, revealing a small dog. Is that a dog? Yi Yi asked, confused. Ming's brow furrowed in annoyance. Xiaopeng, don't tell me it's just a dog. He didn't answer. Instead, he pointed dramatically. Go! The dog, suddenly enraged, shot forward. The three of them watched, frozen in place. Finally, Xiaopeng pointed at a conjured tree. The dog began scratching it furiously. Behold! He roared, clenching his fists. The eye color changes. With a deadly serious frown, he urged. Look closely. The dog's eyes are a slightly different color. Isn't that cool? The main character collapsed to his knees in utter defeat. He slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. His other hand covered his face, masking his profound disappointment. After a moment, he slowly rose, his composure regained. But Xiaopeng was still marveling at his creation. And when my mood shifts, the dog's excitement level changes too. Ming cut him off, his voice flat. We get it. Now turn it off. The illusion vanished. Xiaopeng began explaining. A happy mood means happy colors. Sad means cold colors. Excited means hot colors, he boasted, convinced this was a massive breakthrough. But Ming had already turned his back on the fool. Placing a hand on Yi Yi's back, he said, Let's go practice. He then glanced back at Xiaopeng. Yeah, It was cool. He walked over, steering the clueless inventor out of the store. Don't worry, Ming sighed. We'll discuss your light-changing technique later. Xiaopeng's face lit up. It will be very soon, he declared, clenching his fist with determination. Ming said nothing, simply offering a weak goodbye before slamming the shop doors in his face. Xiaopeng stood there, frozen, hands clutching the handles. He sighed gloomily. Truly hopeless. But then, he heard Yi Yi call his name. Ming turned to see her approaching, phone in hand. My father replied to your message, she said. He thinks it's some kind of encryption technique. Taking the device, Ming's spirits lifted. Wonderful, he exclaimed. That Feng is faster than I thought. Yi just nodded, a knowing smile on her face. Ming opened the app and saw the result. Encryption level D? He froze, eyes narrowing in disbelief. He cursed under his breath. Yi Yi's father was even stingier than him. She just smiled. You'll get used to Feng being like this. He sighed, calming down. Forget it. At least we saved 60,000. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Yi, how much energy is in your card? He asked. Show me. She summoned the card, and on it, the number 100 appeared. A wave of familiar despair washed over Ming. I just love this feeling, he muttered sarcastically, on the verge of tears. Seeing his expression, Yi asked innocently, Teacher, is that not enough? Ming could only manage a pained smile. The previous owner of this body held a card with a pitiful 15 energy points, fueling his hatred for anyone. Born a genius. When Yibi received no reply, she called out to him, completely baffled by his silence, pulled from his dark thoughts. Ming noted her power level was a bit low, deciding he would have to teach. Her engraving soon? She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening as she promised to train with everything she had. With that, she turned back to her practice. Ming crossed his arms, a tight smile on his face as he watched her go. If she pushed herself this hard, he wondered, how was he even supposed to keep up? Shaking off the thought, he grabbed his phone, deciding it was time to hurry up and master decryption. Each encryption method had its own unique algorithms and quirks. As the encryption hologram materialized above the screen, Ming stroked his chin, studying its design. He realized that, according to the creator's plan, the 3 core functions were split into 3 modules. There was an energy module pulsating with negative energy, an encryption module running a costly negative encryption algorithm, and an energy release module with a negative encryption release function. At the center of it all was the heat module in simple terms, an encrypted wire. Settling at his desk, the main character resolved to begin, diving deep into the encryptions, details and preparing to test it himself. Sometime later, his work was finally complete. Looking at the card, he saw the new encryption layer now concealed the original core. The front side no longer seemed so ominous. Placing his palm on its surface, Ming realized this was just a lock, one that required opening several levels. Frowning in deep concentration, he felt that it was all a bit too easy, doubting this technique was anything remarkable. The real issue was that the encrypted path was inferior to the limited cards from the template. Since the encryption only coded the surface layer, the protagonist suspected there were too many redundant elements. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He realized the encryption card was actually incredibly powerful. A thought sparked in his mind what would happen if he combined identical cards. Just as he did with the bull. After creating several encryption cards at once, he decided to put his theory to the test. Yibi, who was approaching with a tray of food, froze in place, her eyes widening in confusion as she watched him. Minning began to fill in the card sections, noting that just as he predicted, the same phenomenon as before was occurring. So far, nothing had changed. Taking the final card, he frowned, focusing his magical energy and steeling himself. Everything depended on this last step. When he finally finished, a cry of joy escaped him. It was a success. He held out the slightly altered card, his brows furrowing as he examined its surface. But before he could speak, Yibi, now standing beside him, asked why he wasn't resting at such a late hour. The protagonist explained he'd discovered some problems that demanded further investigation. Still studying the card, he added that she could start by learning to make energy cards herself. He knew he'd be staying up all night for this important breakthrough. Clasping her hands together, Yibi exclaimed that he was working so hard, resolving to redouble her own efforts. Much later, Yibi entered the room, which was now littered with crumpled papers. Smiling, she suggested Ming have breakfast and take a break. She paused, noticing a scrap of paper had drifted to her feet. Picking it up, she unfolded the drawing, resting a finger on her chin as she thoughtfully studied the sketch. Then, crumpling it once more, she dismissed it as nonsense and tossed it aside. Approaching the protagonist, who was surrounded by failed designs, she asked if he could hear her, urging him once again to rest. Still getting no reaction. She raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was okay. Ming finally gave a thumbs up, insisting he was fine, then repeating it for emphasis.
Pulled from his work for a moment, he told Yibi to call Xiaopang immediately and tell her he had a new card idea. He was certain this would finally make him rich. A little later, at the store, Xiaopang asked how large of a chun
dividend Ming would offer him once they struck it rich. But the protagonist, impatient to begin, brushed it off and urged him to get down to business. Xiaopang began to activate the illusion, starting a countdown from 3. Ming stood opposite him, card at the ready. The moment the countdown finished, he cast a magic circle, sealing the illusion inside the card. Once it was done, Xiaopang stared at Ming, impressed. He asked with buzzing excitement, "Did it work?" Holding the card in his palm, he exclaimed, "It's a complete success." Yi gazed at it thoughtfully, asking, "What in the world is that card?" He declared, "This is the pinnacle of my genius. Something unprecedented and unheard of," he roared. "With this card, we're destined to become legends. And filthy rich." Yi narrowed her eyes, cutting through his excitement. "That's great, but you still haven't told me what it actually does." Stepping closer, he mirrored her serious gaze, his voice low. "Remember everything that's about to happen. First, tell me," he asked. "How is your training with the energy cards coming along?" Dumping a massive pile from her bag, she cried out, "I've tried my absolute best. Am I just learning too slowly?" Ming frowned, assessing the mountain of cards. "It's not as good as I'd hoped," he noted. "But for a beginner, it's not bad." Xiaopang stroked his chin, looking at him. "I have to ask, what were you like when you first started out?" Without even turning, the protagonist delivered a swift slap. "Are you having another one of your memory lapses?" he shouted. He finally decided to reveal the card's secret to Yi and Xiaopang. "Look closely," he instructed. "Do you see the 2 arrows? One is filled with energy, representing energy infusion. The other is the activation sigil." "Infusion and activation," Yi repeated, processing the new terms. "So it's like feeding a guard dog before you unleash it." A wide grin spread across Ming's face. "Not a dog," he declared. "Think of it more like a fish." In his mind, he saw himself commanding vast oceans, a master of the deep. But a voice shattered his daydream, admitting, "I still don't get it. One day, I will become the king of the seas." He vowed internally, but his grand vision was abruptly cut short. A still confused Yi asked, "What does any of that even mean?" Raising a finger, Xiaopang explained, "Just think of it as fish farming." "Exactly," Ming exclaimed. "That's the perfect analogy. In fact, I've decided to call this creation the kin. It contains all of my blood, sweat, and genius from the past few days. This is my very first combination card." In surprise, Yi asked, "What's a combination card?" Ming thought to himself. "It's a fusion of cultivation and summoning principles. The more energy you pour into it, the stronger the kin cultivation becomes, and the more powerful the beast you can summon. While it's a one-time use summon, in a moment of absolute crisis, it can deliver an unbelievably powerful strike." Realization dawned on Yi's face. "That's incredible," she shouted, while Xiaopang asked, "So, when do we start selling them?" Ming smiled, but held up a hand to stop him. "Don't be so impatient. Our current encryption technology is a major problem. It can stop small-time counterfeiters, but a serious card maker could crack this masterpiece in a matter of minutes." He stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "I need to come up with something foolproof." Scratching his head, Xiaopang asked, "What if it's impossible, just like with the fruit card?" Suddenly, Yi's eyes lit up. "Wait, the phone mentioned something. The Card Makers Union. A person can get a copyright certificate there, and then no one would dare copy your designs." The meaning of her words hit them all at once. Triumphant smiles spread across their faces as they exchanged approving looks. Walking over to the computer, Ming noted, "The Union would never recognize a ridiculous card like Fruit Ninja. But this new card is on a completely different level. It's far superior to anything else on the market right now." He pulled up the official website of the Card Makers Union, where the registration window glowed invitingly. He recalled, "The phone said you have to officially join the union before you can apply for a certificate." The main character decided it was time. "Then I'll register now," he said, and began to fill out the required information. But he stopped at the line that read, "Invited by." He and Xiaopang exchanged a sly, knowing glance. A wicked smile appeared on Ming's face as he typed in Fang's name, looking at Yi. "See, it's always good to have a powerful father." Soon, a notification sound chimed from the computer. "Hey, Ming, come take a look at this," Xiaopang shouted, pointing at the monitor. He had submitted his application, only to be met with instant rejection. Frowning furiously, he growled, "What is this? Why was I denied?" He immediately assumed it was a prank. "Is that old man messing with me?" He furiously called him. After Fang accepted, he demanded, "I know you saw my application to join the union. Don't tell me you rejected it. I can't believe I didn't pass." "What is going on?" he asked indignantly. Fang explained, "That's for card makers who have achieved a higher level than you." "Higher level?" Ming asked again. "Do you really think I'm that weak?" Fang sighed. "It's because you made the Fruit Ninja card. Every day, makers in the union admire your silly card. Now they all want to get famous and make a quick buck." Sitting in his office with a lit cigarette, he stared at his laptop. "Frankly, it's not a good look for our profession." Gazing at the screen, he adjusted his glasses and spoke. The union believed the protagonist's creation had corrupted the very ethics of card making, and that was the reason for his rejection. After hearing this, Ming Yi and Xiao Wang froze. Their eyes narrowed as they tried to comfort their friend. Xiao Wang placed a hand on his shoulder, but Yi's support turned to rage. Her hands clenched into fists as she demanded to know what this had to do with Ming. She spat that they were just a bunch of jealous fools who wanted to imitate Ming's genius, trying to break the tension. Xiaopang put a saucepan on his own head, but Ming's gaze remained unbroken, staring straight ahead with a look of grim resolve. In the end, Xiaowang just shrugged his shoulders, asking what their next move was. He knew that if they couldn't join the union, they couldn't secure a copyright. He wondered how they could ever make real money now. The protagonist paused for a moment, then gripped the pot's handle with authority. He declared that money would definitely be made. Did these fossils really think it was so easy to crush an independent card maker? He was about to show them the true art of card creation. Half a month later, as the sun rose, Ming finally pulled himself up from his work. Sighing, he picked up one of the countless cards surrounding him, exclaiming that it was finally done. With a determined frown, he announced they were ready to make some serious money. Approaching from the side, Yi awkwardly touched her stomach. "Can we eat first?" she asked, sitting amidst a sea of cards. Her hands were wrapped around her belly. Ming looked at her thoughtfully. Then a smile broke through. Today was a great day. He decided he would cook for her himself. Her face lit up with joy as she asked what he was making. The protagonist decided that to celebrate the birth of the Kun card, they would have fish, and in no time at all, he was finished. He placed the sizzling dish on the table, looking at it with pure delight. Yi shouted that it looked delicious. It's just then Xiaopang appeared, tapping Ming's shoulder and screaming in amazement, asking how he knew that he loved fish. He laughed, but the protagonist, with a frown of annoyance, closed his eyes and told him not to get any ideas. He'd only called Xiaopang to discuss the new card's price. This fish was for Yi. Ming ordered him sternly not to even think about it. Hearing this, Yi looked over at Ming, then caught his attention with a warm smile. "You worked harder than anyone," she said, "so you should try it too." She handed him a plate, and he seemed slightly embarrassed, trying to refuse, until he noticed Xiao Wang and Yi had already sat down and devoured a huge portion of the meal with a scowl. He yelled that he hadn't given the signal to eat yet. He announced that first, they had to decide on a price for their new masterpiece. Soon after, having set up a stall with colorful balloons, Ming stood beside Yi, using a megaphone to amplify his voice. He revealed the new card's price. Only 2,000, and what's more, every buyer would receive an incredible 2 cards for the price of 1, he repeated. You get 2 cards. This was a deal they couldn't afford to miss. One of the guys in the gathering crowd stared with wide eyes, exclaiming that 2,000 was an insane price for a card. He wondered aloud just what kind of miracle card Ming was selling. With his eyes closed, the protagonist turned to Yi. "Secretary Yi," he said, "if you would be so kind as to explain." She nodded, then addressed the crowd, revealing their newest creation, the Kun card. It's a monster card that can be upgraded independently. Theoretically, the monster could evolve to a mighty 6-star rank. The stronger the cultivator, the more powerful the summon becomes. Defeating a 4-star opponent as a 2-star is no longer a dream. She held up the card, and one of the onlookers yelled in amazement, asking if he could buy the card, along with the girl, but the others were still skeptical. "What do you guys think?" one asked. They suspected it was just a money trap, wondering who would buy such an expensive card. Suddenly, a thought struck someone. Wait, isn't this the same company that made the Fruit Ninja game cards? At that moment, a man in the crowd raised his hand high, shouting that he would take 10 pieces. He walked up to the main character, asking if he could pay by card and holding out a terminal. Ming confirmed it was possible, announcing that everything was set up for the customer's convenience. Once the man paid and received his cards, Yi and the male lead bowed deeply. "Please come again," they said. Waving goodbye, the man walked off. The crowd, still thinking it was a scam, was now intrigued. "Maybe we should try it," someone murmured. "Give me some cards, too," another yelled. Just then, the man who had bought the cards rounded a corner and took off his disguise. It was Xiaopeng. With a confident smile, he opened the app and began typing. Soon, Yi reported that even after that incredible performance, only 5 people had bought cards. She questioned if this plan would even work, but Ming just chuckled, telling her she didn't understand. This was merely the first move in their grand advertising strategy. Just then, a user in the chat began to wonder, what in the world is a Kun card to him? It sounded completely unbelievable. But another user chimed in. "I just bought one." He declared it was surprisingly good. And just like that, a storm of discussion erupted among the users. The main character, pleased with how his plan was unfolding, smiled knowingly. Yi could only stare at him in total amazement. Before long, a massive crowd had gathered outside the store, demanding Ming sell them the new card. Some were even prepared to buy several at once, shielding his eyes from the frenzy. The protagonist collected the cash, assuring them there were enough cards for everyone. Watching from a distance, one of Ming's rivals wondered, what trick has he pulled this time? But Feng, standing beside Zhang Yang, corrected him. This wasn't a cheap gimmick like before. This was something different. He urged him to look closer. Yang was skeptical, but heeded the advice, examining the card intently. A shiver ran down his spine. He gasped, realizing the creator was only a 1 star. He couldn't comprehend it. How could a novice like Ming master such a technique? Feng adjusted his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips. This kid had talent. At such a young age, he was already showing immense promise. Perhaps he was worthy of a little assistance. Setting the card down, Yang ordered Feng to bring the protagonist to him. He was going to speak with this boy personally. The president of the Cardmakers Union wore a grim, serious expression. Later, Ming was in disbelief. "They really want me to come to the Cardmakers Union. Now," he asked indignantly, "does the fact that I'm busy all day mean nothing to them?" His contact simply explained that the president wasn't the only one who wished to see him. Despite his annoyance, the protagonist's curiosity was piqued. He soon arrived at the designated building, wondering about all the secrecy. A thought suddenly struck him as he looked away. "Do I really need to be here?" Just then, the doors opened. Feng greeted him warmly and invited him inside. Ming returned the greeting. An old man, tapping his cane lightly on the floor, approached him, a smile on his face. He was glad to finally meet Ming in person. Extending a hand, he introduced himself as Yang, the president of the Cardmakers Union for the city of Qingjing. Shaking his hand, the protagonist bluntly admitted he had never heard of him, but added that it was a pleasure, even if Yang was a complete unknown. Hearing this, both Yang and Feng froze. Their eyes narrowed, and beads of sweat formed on their brows. But Yang quickly recovered, laughing it off. He said it was no problem at all. He just wanted to ask Ming about the Kun card he had, recently created. "Did you truly forge this card? By yourself?" He was astounded when, without a hint of hesitation, the protagonist gave a proud nod, confirming he did it all alone, frowning in sheer disbelief. Yang confessed he couldn't believe it. "Do you even know?" he asked. "That combining cards is a skill only creators of 4 stars or higher can master." Ming's eyes went wide. 4 stars. For a card like this, his mind raced. He shuddered as a revelation struck him. Why is there a layer on top of the encryption layer? He realized this was the true secret. A single card's surface was too small for so many complex engravings. To accommodate the sheer number of patterns, another layer was absolutely essential. The more intricate the design, the more layers were needed. And the layer that connected the first to the last, that was the key to a composite card. If he hadn't merged the cards himself, Ming would have never noticed this crucial detail. He had no idea how long it would have taken him to reach this level of understanding on his own. It was all thanks to that mysterious cat. He knew he couldn't let it get away, but first, he couldn't let Yang or Feng suspect a thing. He narrowed his eyes, studying them cautiously. Then, with a resigned sigh, he confessed, "I know I can't hide it. Sue helped me," he lied. "She showed me some lamination techniques." Yang's smile returned. Of course. How could he forget that Ming was Sue's brother? It all made sense now. He cleared his throat and apologized. He then noted that this card, much like Ming's previous work, was a game-type card. But there were significant differences. The Fruit Ninja card wasn't made with this advanced lamination technology, but it was brilliant in its own right. The protagonist's new card, however, was a simple engraving. Nothing too complex for a seasoned card maker. And yet, his fundamental line work was astonishingly close to perfection. Yang stepped closer, placing a hand on Ming's shoulder. "You are truly remarkable," he exclaimed. "You must continue on this path." With that same joy, the main character's eyes widened, looking at him with pure excitement. But suddenly, a voice shattered his focus. Fong leaned in, demanding to know how Yi was progressing. He was getting impatient, asking when Ming would finally teach her the lamination technique. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist shot back. "I was planning on teaching her today," but his brow furrowed as another hand landed on him. Fong placed a hand on his shoulder, pleading, "Please, don't pressure the boy." Ming had enough. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Yang gave an approving nod, smirking at Fong. He knew the old man had always admired him. "But don't try to copy my every move," he teased. Ming's patience snapped. "That's it, I'm going," he warned them, his voice laced with displeasure. As he stormed out, Fong desperately called after him, "Don't forget to teach Yi." But Ming offered no reply. He just walked out, slamming the door behind him. Chin in his hand, Yang scoffed. "How dare you send your daughter to another man's house?" "Your mind must be clouded," he mused, cursing. Fong shot back, "I have my reasons, you old fool." Realizing he wasn't wrong, Yang sighed. "Just inform my assistant when you leave." He decided it was time to change the photos in Fong's office, elsewhere. An assistant turned to his boss. "Sir, has Ming created another incredible card?" Shikai's eyes were glued to his monitor. "Stay calm," he ordered. "This time, we need to handle things quietly." The man beside him looked utterly confused. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Shikai's face was a mask of intense concentration. "I need that card," he declared. "Don't return until you have it in your possession." Back at the store, Yi noticed Ming's return. "So, what did Master Fong want from you at the union?" she asked. At her words, the main character cried out in frustration. He couldn't believe it. He'd completely forgotten to ask about joining the alliance. "Just forget it," he told Yi, shaking his head. "Those two old men are absolutely insane." She just stared at him in surprise. She then changed the subject, admitting, "I think we'll sell out all 300 Kun cards by tomorrow. Why don't we work overtime today and create more?" But Ming immediately shut it down. "That's too fast," he stated firmly. "Yi, you need to rest for a few days." Frowning, he did some quick mental math. They'd sold nearly 300 cards. After expenses of 100,000, their income was around 500,000. He'd never worked this hard in his entire life, but he knew the terrifying truth. If he didn't register the copyright soon, his creation would be copied by everyone. Yi moved closer. "Aren't you on a break?" she asked, her voice soft. "It looks like you're still working overtime." Ming sighed. "I have to think about the copyright." Suddenly, his computer chimed. A notification popped onto the screen. It was an official invitation, congratulating Ming. He had been accepted. All he had to do was accept or reject the offer. Seeing this, Yi cried out with joy. The application was approved. A smirk played on Ming's lips as he moved the cursor, right over the reject button. Yi watched, her joy turning to confusion. Why would he do that? She frowned, looking at him with a million questions in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shikai held the coveted card in his hands. How could a brilliant businessman like him miss an opportunity like this? He smirked, understanding its true power. The essence of this card is simple. It activates, and it releases. Leaning back into his sofa, he continued, "A card like this is easy enough to make. If you find a master card maker who knows the technique." His assistant stood before him, declaring in unison, "It will be done, sir." Shikai calmly took a sip from a small cup. He mused that the cost of breaking the double encryption would be high. Hiring an advanced card maker was also expensive, but he figured on the black market, a cracked version of the card could probably be bought for about 10,000. Later, sitting in his study, Ming slammed his fist down. "This is outrageous," he yelled.
"What kind of card has this much power?" Tiahan, sitting across from him, explained calmly. "Ming, your skill and insight are truly exceptional. However, your card cannot be copyrighted under our current rules. There are simply too many variables."
If they didn't limit it, she explained, their warehouses would be filled with an infinite number of unique cards. She was a personnel inspector for the Card Creators Association, and a 3-star creator herself. Looking at her disarmingly friendly smile, The protagonist frowned. He was beginning to understand the system he was up against. You can make a special request, Tiahan offered, and I will do my best to help you reach the top. As he stood, he made his declaration.
I need a copyright certificate. Tiahan broke into a nervous sweat, but Ming pressed on. You need to look deeper. Look at the potential. Is the Kun truly an ordinary card? Tiahan had to admit. Well, no, it's not.
Ming imagined himself standing atop a colossal summoned beast. Of course it isn't, he boomed. He remembered the whispers in the streets. People were buzzing, asking each other if they'd read the latest news. A mere one-star card maker was on the verge of turning. The entire card industry upside down. The Kun card had become the world's very first card pet. Some wondered, is this still limited to just card makers? But the answer was no. The shockwave had already reached the entire cultivator world. With a defiant glare, he bellowed that he would never remain a mere one-star card maker, pointing an accusatory finger at Taihan. He challenged her, asking if she was content being a personnel inspector for the rest of her days. She could only stare back, her confidence wavering. But before she could answer, Ming's voice boomed with passion, exclaiming that card makers had always been trampled under the feet of other professions. His words struck a nerve. Taihan's head drooped, her body trembling, until finally, she screamed that card makers are not the weakest profession. In a surge of fury, the pencil she was holding snapped in two. Seeing this explosive reaction, Ming's eyes widened in shock. Watching her carefully, realizing what she'd done, Taihan instantly covered, her face in embarrassment, stammering an apology to our main character. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a device in the corner, telling Taihan to take her time and issue Ming his certificate. It hinted that for him, an exception could be made. Jia Yang's voice continued, stating that card makers desperately needed to prove their worth. With a smile, he then asked about Ming, curious if the rumors of him being a good guy were true. Zhao Yang didn't reply, just stroked, his chin in deep thought. Sometime later, Ming returned to the shop, calling out to Yi with his good news. She gazed at him with pure admiration, amazed that he had convinced the association members on his very first attempt. Ming just smiled sheepishly, waving off the praise. He asked if she had prepared all the data on the Quinn card. She confirmed it was all done, pointing to the tablet screen. She proudly showed him that the card had officially passed. A satisfied smile spread across Ming's face. Yi declared that their next step was to announce the card immediately, but Shikai stepped forward, sneering that Ming's current capabilities were far too limited to be a real threat. Spreading his arms wide, he lectured them on what true efficiency was, claiming it meant setting up mass production in an instant. He arrogantly assumed it was simple, vowing that he was going to win back every cent he had lost last time. Uai, a 4-star card maker standing nearby, frowned at his arrogance. Asking him just how much he planned to sell his knockoff card for, Shikai smugly replied, 10,000? Then asked what the problem was. Uai's expression turned dead serious. He had just seen the official copyright for the card, the Quinn card, registered in the association's official files. Suddenly, he broke off, asking if Shikai was feeling all right. Shikai couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Seeing their boss in a state of shock, his assistants cried out his name. He grabbed his hair in despair, screaming about how such a card could possibly get a copyright. He just couldn't understand. All the while, Uai simply watched him tear his hair out, completely crushed by the revelation. With the copyright secured, the Kunon card fever erupted across the city. People on the street would ask each other what level their Quinn pet was. One user laughed, bragging that his pet had reached level 135. But another shouted that it didn't count, desperately asking if anyone knew how to properly develop it. Suddenly, one of the guys yelled that his friend had a Yanin, but the other guy proudly announced he had the real Shuin, not some cheap copy. Countless imitation versions flooded the market, appearing in every imaginable design. 20 days later, Yi approached Ming with a package, announcing its arrival. He told her to just leave it somewhere and come over to him. As she drew closer, he showed her the latest data. The price for each design was 5,000. But after the association's cut in taxes, their net profit was a staggering 1 million. Yi gasped, realizing they now had a steady stream of funding for their future projects. They shared a look of pure excitement, then erupted into joyful shouts. Spinning around the room together, Yi ran off a little, to the side, still dancing with glee. Ming picked up the package, thinking about the 10 days of relentless work, 15 hours a day. He knew that if he had tried to do this all alone, it would have taken far, far longer. Snapping Yi out of her celebration, he asked what she truly wanted. He made a promise to help her achieve it. With a determined frown, she declared her dream to learn the skills of a sword cultivator. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, slightly displeased. He asked her what her current energy level was. She chuckled, admitting it was only 150 points. Ming placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her she was still far too weak. He decided he would teach her some basic techniques himself, as a way for her to rapidly improve her sword skills. She swore she would try her absolute hardest. Ning just laughed, deciding to buy her a box of snacks as a reward. Since he was finally ready to break through to the second star, he told Yi to go train on her own. As she stepped away, she wished him good luck. Our protagonist then unpacked the box with a slight chuckle. He realized enough time had passed. He was now confident he could handle this new card. In addition to the card itself, he also took out its instruction manual, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the challenge that lay within the box. Soon, Ming, having prepared, began. His movement within the energy space stirred the gray cat. It lazily cracked open a single, unimpressed eye. Smiling sheepishly, the protagonist admitted he was sorry. He remembered how hostile the cat was last time, when he'd offered to find it a companion. He confessed he'd completely misjudged its needs. That's why this time, he'd prepared something different. He gestured to the new creature standing beside him. He thought this would surely present a challenge for the cat, but with a single dismissive wave of its paw, the creature Ming brought was sent flying into the distance. Later, as the sun rose on a new day, Yi stretched with a yawn, but then her eyes shot wide open. She stared at the main character and gasped. "What happened to your face?" He was completely battered, but he just smiled, eyes closed, claiming he'd had a little accident saving a wildcat. But inside his mind, he made a solemn vow. Next time, he would absolutely tame that beast and ascend to an even greater level of power. Worried, Yabai offered to go get him some medicine, but Ming quickly stopped her, insisting he was fine. Instead, he asked for her help preparing energy cards.
His goal was to reach 2 stars today. His maximum energy was only 340. Far too little to achieve a breakthrough. Then, 7 days ago, as evening approached, a triumphant laugh echoed out.
It was Ming, staring at his original card. He exclaimed that the energy space inside his body had suddenly expanded beyond belief. The energy that once felt like an overflowing river was now just a tiny fraction of his new capacity. Yi clapped her hands, shouting that his breakthrough was a success, praising Ming for his achievement, but he just waved it off, saying it was only 2 stars. Closing his eyes, he sank into a chair, already calculating. He muttered that leveling up from 2 stars to 3 required a staggering 10,000 energy points. With each quick charge costing 1,000 energy, he'd need about 1,000 charges in total, which meant he needed 1 million. The number was so absurd, Ming almost cried out. This was the terrifying price of rapid advancement to 3 stars. And yet, so many 3-star card creators were just teachers. Yabai looked at him, completely baffled. If leveling fast was so hard, why not train slowly? She asked if this was really all about money. The protagonist explained that card creators themselves don't earn much. The real money was in adventure, combat, and exploration.
Conquering ruins and secret worlds. That's the path of combat-oriented cultivators. It's how they become both powerful and rich. He was lost in a daydream of glory and wealth, until Yabai's voice snapped him back to the present.
He turned to see her eyes gleaming, picturing herself in gleaming armor with a sword. She suggested they go into battle immediately. He just frowned at her enthusiasm. "What kind of 2-star card creator," he asked, "is looking for a suicide mission?" A little later, while brewing some tea, he told her to be patient. They could still earn a fortune. Isn't it great to power level with money while relaxing? Yi then asked if he'd pay for her breakthrough too. Ming simply declared that she was still young. She could afford to take her time. There was no need to rush. Yabai promised she would do her best to keep up with him. He just chuckled in response. Sometime later, he walked over to the rack holding his creations, reflecting on his past limitations. Before, his lack of energy meant he could only craft the lowest level cards. But now that he'd leveled up, he could finally make 2-star cards. He wondered if more experience would have led to better cards. He picked up one of his early, flawed creations. He admitted he really disliked this particular card. But it was through these failures that he gained priceless experience. Still, he'd created far too many of these bull cards. In the 7 days it took to break through to the 2nd star, these cards were too impractical to sell. He had to find a way to create cards that were truly useful, not just giant bulls that trampled everything in their path. As he summoned his original card, the protagonist's brow furrowed in deep thought. A crazy idea sparked in his mind. Could he merge these cards? He'd created over 100 of these useless bull cards. He decided the most important thing was to have courage. "Let's try it," he shouted, initiating the fusion process. In a flash of light, a brand new card materialized before him.
Ming stared in confusion.
What in the world?
His eyes zeroed in on the illustration, a lonely grave with a single white flag. It was as if the art style had shifted to a bizarre modernism. He couldn't make any sense of it.
He had no idea what this card would do when activated. And why was there a white flag on a grave? There was only one thing to do. He had to search the web for answers, and fast. Scanned the website, but none of the answers made any sense. He wondered to himself, are these people completely insane? After watching one ad, he wanted to tear his hair out. What does any of this even mean? With no information available on the card, he knew it was up to him. He had to decipher it himself. This was a 3-star card, requiring a staggering 1,000 energy points. He recalled the basic principles for card makers. A 1-star card needed 50 energy. A 2-star needed 200. But a 3-star demanded a full 1,000 Lu Ming put a hand to his forehead, frowning. That was a massive energy drain. This card was at the absolute peak of the 3-star rank. Using it could exhaust his entire reserve. But he was willing to take the risk, hoping this card was worth it. He prayed it would live up to his expectations. Then, he flipped the card over, and his eyes widened in shock. He nearly coughed up blood. The patterns on the back were utterly incomprehensible, grabbing his hair. He let out a curse, but a sudden voice broke his concentration. He looked toward the door and saw a girl standing at the entrance. "Excuse me," she asked. "Are you still open?" It was Znania, and she approached Lu Ming.
She stood before him with a warm, friendly smile. The main character stared in surprise, a thought flashing through his mind. Isn't this the girl Jiang Xiaopeng is always dreaming about? He watched Siner, wondering what she was doing here. Getting up from his chair, our main character spread his arms wide in a grand gesture.
"Welcome, please. Choose whatever you'd like."
Siner looked confused and addressed him by name. Lu Ming? Embarrassed, she wrung her hands, trying to explain why she'd come. He watched her, surprised, and thought to himself,
Kids in this world are certainly straightforward.
Suddenly, a dark aura filled the room. Jiang Yi appeared behind him, her expression menacing as she glared at Siner. "What do you want?" she demanded. The protagonist's eyes shot open in surprise before he lowered his head with a sigh.
Siner, however, just smiled brightly and held up one finger. "I'd like one Kun card, please."
The protagonist carefully observed the two girls. Jiang Yi was staring daggers, while Siner maintained her innocent smile. Looking between them, Lu Ming felt a distinct chill in the air. Breaking the tension, the protagonist held out the card to Siner. "Since we're classmates," he said, "I'll give you a 10% discount." With a charming smile, the protagonist waved her off. "Please come again." Siner thanked him, saying she'd leave the money on the table. She placed a bill and a photo down, using the money to cover the picture. As Jinier left, Jiang Yi watched her go. "I feel something strange about her," she said. The protagonist held the card, asking aloud, "What's so strange?" "Right now, the strangest thing is this cursed engraving." He gazed at the card in his hands. "This thing is the pinnacle of the 3rd star." Looking closer, a realization dawned on him. If I can decipher this, my card-making skills will skyrocket. He knew then it was time. He needed to strengthen his fundamentals. "Jiang Yi," he called out, "these books are the absolute foundation for any beginner." He pointed his finger at an electronic screen, displaying dozens of textbook covers. The protagonist moved the cursor over the purchase button. "You'll need these soon," he said, "so I'll order them for you now." Then, with a sly grin, Lu Ming turned to Jiang Yi. "Just ask your father to reimburse me for the cost." Jiang Yi clutched her phone and nodded. "Okay," she replied. "I'll call him right now." "Zhang Feng," Lu Ming said into the phone. "I know what you're thinking, but Jiang Yi does." "Need these books?" Then he asked, "Am I right?" The protagonist didn't wait for an answer. "Why not? Think about it," he explained. "Her cultivation speed is off the charts. She'll need these textbooks in no time. I've already ordered them." Lu Ming held the phone to his ear, adding, "And I chose express delivery. So don't forget to reimburse the shipping costs." Zhang Feng tried to get a word in, but the protagonist wasn't listening. He simply pressed the button to end the call. Sometime after that conversation, Jiang Yi looked over at Lu Ming, who was sitting at the table with a pensive look. Confused, she asked him, "Why are you staring at those?" Janbai noticed him gathering books specifically for her. The main character, reading at the table, began to explain. "As your teacher, it's my duty to review the materials." But as he spoke,
His gaze drifted, caught by something else. Something was hidden, just peeking out from the side. His hand stretched out, reaching for the object tucked away.
Under a stack of books? He pulled out a photograph of his older sister. Lu Ming, Jianbai asked, "What are you looking at?" He stared at the picture, his expression a mask of pure confusion. Then, a wave of panic washed over him.
"It's nothing," he screamed hysterically. "Everything is completely fine." In a frantic tone, he insisted. "It's just a piece of paper, a gimmick to get people interested and sell more books." He slammed his hands on the table. Turning to Jianbai, "You've worked too hard," he shouted. "You haven't had any time to rest." A nervous, strained smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He held up his index finger, an order in his eyes. "Take the day off. Go see your father." And with that, he started forcefully pushing Jianbai out of the room. "Teacher, wait!" she cried out in confusion. But he shoved her past the threshold and out onto the street. "There's no reason to argue," he snapped. "And don't forget to give your father the invoice for your expenses." Before she could utter another word, the shop door slammed shut. He quickly flipped the sign to closed. As soon as she was gone, he retreated back inside. The clock on the wall struck 8 in the evening. Lu Ming let out a vicious curse, slamming the photo onto the table. "Where the hell did this come from?" he roared. Clutching the picture, his hand trembled as he grabbed his head. Why is this thing in my store?" he shouted into the empty room. "I paid off all my debts. The store was filled with customers today." He had no idea who could have left it. Worse, these photos were supposed to have been destroyed long ago. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes shot wide open in shock. Staring at the photograph, he realized this wasn't the original.
It looked like a cheap copy, ripped from another source. It was made by someone who had seen the real one before. In that chilling moment, the main character grabbed his phone. He knew exactly what he had to find out. He pressed the phone to his ear. A smooth female voice answered. "Greetings, how may we assist you?" The main character shot back his own question. "What kind of services do you offer?" "Everything," the girl replied. "Anything that can coexist. And even things that can't. We simply imagine them into being." A slight smile echoed in her voice as she spoke. "Now, tell me what you desire." "I want her," the main character said, his tone flat and cold. "The girl on your business card." "Ah," the girl replied, unbothered. "She is our main star, you know, the price." "The price is not a problem," the main character interrupted sharply. The girl simply continued. "In that case, you can meet her in the world of fantasy with our exclusive individual service." "So they're just illusions, unreal people," he pressed. "No," the girl replied without hesitation. "This girl has a very special and noble status," she explained. "She is just lucky enough to have the body of a model." With a face to match, the girl then clarified. "The illusions are for her safety, a necessary precaution." "I understand," the main character said. "Is everything ready?" "Of course," the girl confirmed. "Simply send us your address and wait for our arrival." The instant he ended the call, a sensor on the ceiling lit up. That was terrifyingly fast. The main character thought. He immediately opened the front doors of his store. A woman in a sharp business suit walked in. She greeted Lu Ming formally. "I am from the 999 company," greeted Lu Ming. The main character impatiently cut her off. "Let's move this along." He then laid down flat on his back on the floor. With a tense smile, he gave her a thumbs up. "Let's begin." The woman looked down at Lu Ming with a strained expression. "He is acting with extreme urgency," she noted. "Once I cast the illusion," she began to explain, "you will be able to see the girl." He stared at a dark, rectangular object in his hands. The woman's voice continued. "I will synchronize my movements to add a sense of realism so that you do not get lost within the illusion." The main character clutched the object with a single button on it. "I don't need it," he stated firmly. "She is all I need." He looked at the agent from the 999 company. "I need you to wait here for a bit. You will be fine." The girl from the company adjusted her glasses, observing him. "He really is in a hurry," she thought. "We are professionals. You need not worry. Nothing will happen." At that moment, watching the main character, she felt a flicker of doubt. An unsettling feeling settled over him. Still, the main character gave the girl the signal to begin. He pressed the button on the device. In his mind, a countdown began. 3, 2, 1, 2. In a flash, he was plunged into an illusion. He found himself on a bed, a naked woman's body lying next to him. The main character looked around the modest room. "A low-level illusion," he thought to himself. A soft voice whispered, "Hello," directly into his ear.
Lu Ming's eyes shot open. He whipped his head around and saw his own older sister. She was calling him little brother, her palm resting gently on his chest. Confusion crashed over him like a tidal wave. What is this? He screamed in his mind. Why did she look so much like her? A chilling realization dawned on him. This illusion felt just like the one Zhang Xiaopeng had shown him before. A deep blush of embarrassment and anger colored his face. The phantom of his sister stared languidly into his soul. A curse formed in Lu Ming's thoughts. Is this an illusion that feeds on emotions? The disgusting truth of it hit him, and his mind erupted in pure rage. He lashed out, striking the illusion of his sister while roaring Zhang Xiaopeng's name. The violent outburst shattered the fantasy. The girl from the 999 company jumped. What happened? She stammered, noticing that less than a minute had passed. Lu Ming's fist clenched around the device, his knuckles white with fury. He jabbed a finger at the terrified girl. Shut up, he roared. I've transferred the money. Get out, now! The girl from the 999 company didn't need to be told twice and scrambled away. Lu Ming, seething, slammed a photo of his sister on the table. He let out another furious curse. Glaring at his phone screen, he growled to himself. Is Zhang Xiaopeng really that stupid? His brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage. And on top of it all, he's not even answering his phone. At that moment, Jianyi appeared in the doorway behind him. She watched the fleeing girl with a curious expression. Jianyi then approached Lu Ming from behind and told him, I heard my father say that Zhang Xiaopeng hasn't been going to college lately. Startled, the protagonist spun around. Jianyi, didn't I tell you to go home? But her attention was already captured by the photo on the table. I decided to grab some books to study, so I came back, she explained, picking up the picture. Teacher, she asked, looking at the image of his older sister. A tense expression hardened Lu Ming's face. What is this? She pressed. A cold sweat broke out on the protagonist's forehead. A sly grin spread across Jianyi's face. She gave him a thumbs up and said, I never knew you had such a hobby, taking photos of your sister. It's a really great photo, though, she added, in a panic. The protagonist suddenly grabbed Jianyi by the shoulders. It's not what you think, he pleaded desperately. I don't do things like that. This girl just slightly resembles my sister. There's nothing more to it, he insisted, trying to explain that this was all because of one person. This is all Zhang Xiaopeng's fault. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. Jianyi turned to Lu Ming. That phone number. It's the city police department, she said, her eyes fixed on the screen. The protagonist turned, his heart pounding. What? He snatched the phone and answered, his voice sharp. The call was about Zhang Xiaopeng. And a woman? The officer on the other end of the line was speaking to him. Yes, the man confirmed. Your friend, a Mr. Zhang Xiaopeng, is currently being held at our station. The police officer then asked. The protagonist let out a tired sigh, the fight draining from him. That insignificant person is currently at the police station, he added. No wonder we couldn't contact him. Lu Ming knew what he had to do. I have to go to the station and get him. Sometime later, with the moon high in the sky, Lu Ming checked the digital clock. It was 11 p.m. He glared across the table. Lu Ming stared down at Zhang Xiaopeng, his voice dangerously low. Speak! He looked down on him imperiously and demanded, How did you get there? With a look of pure anguish, Zhang Xiaopeng raised his hands in surrender and shouted that he really didn't have a loose woman. He turned to Lu Ming, begging him to believe him. You have to believe me, Zhang Xiaopeng cried. I was just starting a small business making illusions. Then I lost consciousness. And I woke up in the police station. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, his expression stern and unwavering. Do you have any respect for me at all? Lu Ming's voice was ice. Why are you lying? Do I look like a fool to you? Pang, trembling in fear, swore that wasn't it at all. He quickly confessed that he had, in fact, made a deal. A mysterious company gave him a photo, hiring him to craft the illusion. But when the job was done, they vanished without paying. He claimed he simply passed out after that, with no memory of what happened next. But the protagonist saw through the act. The story sounded like the ravings of a madman. Lu Ming considered it. Zhang Xiaopeng creating illusions seemed plausible, but where could they have possibly found photos that were deleted ages ago? His gaze hardened as he turned back to the man. How did you contact them? Zhang Xiaopeng stammered, his eyes darting around nervously. Lu Ming's expression remained eerily calm. If you don't tell me, I'll personally escort you back to the police station. As if on cue, Jian Wei theatrically slammed the heavy front doors shut. Terrified, Zhang Xiaopeng finally broke. I'll tell you. He admitted that one day. He just happened to find a small business card on the road. He rambled on, saying the only detail he could recall was the female model on the card, someone he felt he had seen before. Jiang Xiaopeng then turned to Lu Ming, trying to appeal to him. I know you're a good young man, one who loves to study and explore. And in a moment of sheer curiosity, I called the number. That's when he found out.
Their level of illusion magic was pathetic, so he showed them his own power, and as a result, they were completely stunned. They thought his color-changing ability was a work of genius, and immediately offered him their contact information.
As he finished his story, he pointed a thumb at his own chest with an incredibly proud expression. Lu Ming stared into the distance. The pieces clicking into place, this organization's illusion techniques still had weaknesses, so they used Jiang Xiaopeng's skill as a patch to make their own illusions flawless and invulnerable. Zhen Wei, who had been studying the photo, suddenly piped up. So, what kind of services does she offer? Lu Ming instantly shot his hand out, blocking her view of the card. That's not important, he snapped. This organization is what we need to investigate. He turned back to the frightened illusionist. How do you get in touch with them? Jiang Xiaopeng answered without hesitation.
They operate out of the old city. The chaos there is so bad, even the police won't dare go in. Sometime later, the protagonist stood among the sprawling slums of the district known as the Old City.
This lawless area was a blight within the city of Chining. Holding his phone, Lu Ming followed its command aloud. Turn right. He walked straight down the path and looked up. This had to be the place. Before him stood a massive, majestic mansion, its grand entrance guarded by two tough-looking men standing by a luxurious gate. A surprised thought crossed the protagonist's mind. This shady business must be ridiculously profitable. If they can afford a headquarters like this, hiding around the corner of a building. He assessed the situation. The estate's entrance was protected by two guards. Their power level was a total mystery. A head-on attack would be foolish. He needed a way to test the strength of these guards first. Suddenly, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to a ladder leading to a nearby roof. He silently climbed it. He took out a set of talismans he'd prepared. Vanity? Murder? All of it, he murmured to himself. Is this just business as usual around here? Holding the cards tightly, he offered a silent apology to his targets. He then unleashed a torrent of powerful, furious bulls made of pure energy, which began to leap from the roof towards the guards. The men below were caught completely off guard. What the? One yelled. What is that thing? They stared as the beasts charged. The bulls' red eyes blazed with fury as they closed the distance. Who dares? The guards roared. From the shadows, Lu Ming watched the chaos unfold. The enraged spirit bulls smashed through every obstacle in their way. The residents of the area snapped their heads toward the deafening noise of the magical stampede. What was that? One shouted. Another asked, Isn't this the sharks' territory? He then cursed. Are they up to their dubious business again? I'm sure of it, the first man replied. The competition in that industry is ruthless. Shards of stone flew in all directions as smoke erupted from the impacts. The main character watched as the thick smoke cleared, revealing a glowing space between the two bandits. They had activated a defensive technique, something called the Fortress of Love. The two men stood back to back, their bodies forming a heart shape to power the barrier. One of them yelled to his comrade, Gigi, we really are a perfect team. The other, whom he called brother, roared back in agreement. You, his brother cried out. As the protagonist watched this bizarre display of brotherly love, he stared in bewilderment, wondering, is the gate even secure? Who were these people? The brother turned to Yu, urging him to report to the boss immediately. But Yu, clutching a walkie-talkie, was already screaming into it. Urgent report to the boss. We're under a surprise attack.
The first wave was stopped by our Fortress of Love. On the other end, the boss named Shag, leader of the sharks, furiously roared, You imbeciles! Clenching his fists, he seethed that they were only able to save the gate. Yu, gripping the walkie-talkie in fear, stammered that they... Shag's voice boomed at the brothers again. You absolute fools! Is guarding the gate all you did? Then he demanded, Where are my walls? At that exact moment, the massive walls flanking the gate were completely pulverized by the protagonist's assault. Shag's jaw dropped as he menacingly roared that they were two losers who would guard that gate for the rest of their pathetic lives. The man behind him, Fan Arya, simply frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. Our protagonist activated his keen vision, surveying the events. His mind calculated 12 hostels without stars, 7 with 1 star, 8 with 2 stars, and 1 with 3. Suddenly, a system window materialized. A new ability, Enhanced Perception, had been unlocked. This skill meant that with his level up to the 2nd star, he could now effortlessly gauge an enemy's cultivation levels. The protagonist analyzed the scene, reasoning that he couldn't believe his eyes. A 3-star warrior was here. This was a serious problem.
Just one 3-star opponent was enough to cause their entire party to be nearly wiped out back in the mine. The protagonist knew that calling the police was futile. Even law enforcement officers wouldn't dare to step foot here. Lu Ming moved forward, cracking his knuckles. It was time to get serious. He knew the enemy was powerful, but that would not break his will. Moving stealthily across the rooftops, he realized he needed more intel first. This time, he wanted to discover the source of those photos. He didn't think it was wise to cause a huge commotion just yet. Sometime after these events, well after the moon had set, our main character sat at his desk, studying information on his computer monitor. Suddenly, an image of Fan Arya appeared on the screen. The same man who
stood beside the shark's boss. Looking at the profile, the main character realized this person on his screen. The file stated that Fan Arya is a former member of the Banana Loan and Cucumber Durian Loan Companies. He is
suspected of fraud, kidnapping, intentional assault, and even murder. Reading this, the main character felt a chill. That was the very same loan company where he'd borrowed money. Then, with a start, Lu Ming realized Fan Arya was beside the leader. If he left those photos as collateral, it was now crystal clear how they got pictures of his sister. Now, Lu Ming understood everything. But looking ahead with a thoughtful expression, he knew this was going to be difficult. His train of thought was shattered by a sound coming from his phone. The main character pressed the smartphone to his ear and heard a man greet him, then apologize. "Excuse me?" the voice asked. "Are you Lu Ming?" The main character's eyes widened in surprise as he listened. The man introduced himself as a former employee of the Cucumber Durian Company. He continued, "The thing is, you've caught the eye of a very rich young master, and this man is willing to pay a great deal of money just to meet you." The caller added that if they could be friends, then a massive fortune awaited them in the future. "And you don't need to worry about the other party," he said smoothly. "He is not from Chimin City." Fan Arya, a sly smile on his face, held a smartphone to his ear and said, "You just need to come and answer a few questions." The protagonist pressed the button to end the conversation. His brows furrowed as he stared at the screen, thinking, how dare he call me? He then decided, this man is truly seeking death. He opened his calendar, realizing he needed a plan and had to stall for time. However, Lu Ming sighed with an exhausted expression. This generation of people has some truly disgusting tastes. At that same moment, in the mansion belonging to the head of the sharks, Shag was sitting across from Fan Arya. Fan Arya stared at his smartphone, enraged. Did he hang up? He asked in furious disbelief. What is he? Suddenly, the sound of a notification came from the smartphone. Fan Arya, with an A flicker of interest, crossed his face as he stared at his phone. The screen displayed a message from the protagonist. It said he was tied up with classes and couldn't talk right now, but he was free on Saturday and would come then. Fan Arya turned to Wang Xin beside him, a cunning smile playing on his lips. He declared that everything was set. The target would arrive on Saturday. Next to him, Shagyu beamed with a wide grin. When asked if it was certain, Shagyu gave a thumbs up and told Wang Xian not to worry. They always deliver on their promises. Fan Arya, pouring tea like a true mastermind, turned to Wang Xian. He echoed the sentiment, telling him to relax and offered him a cup. Just then, Wang Xian, holding a photo of his older sister, began to gently stroke her image. He was told he had excellent taste and had chosen a truly charming girl. Wang Xin shot up from his chair, glaring at Fan Arya and Shagyu. He told them they were both taking it too far. In response, they could only look back, their eyes wide with bewilderment. One softly said that she had a very cute smile. His gaze trembled as he looked at the photo, whispering that her smile was as beautiful as spring flowers. 5 days after these events, the protagonist stood before his card shop. He abruptly snapped a device shut in front of his chest. With a click, he pulled a dark cap low over his eyes. His expression hardened as he strode towards the exit. Reaching the door, he turned to Jianbai, who was inside. Watch the shop, he instructed her, informing her that he was leaving on business. Jianbai, holding a book, addressed Lu Ming as teacher and asked when he would return. The protagonist, stepping out onto the street, promised he would be back soon and told her not to worry. Jianbai lifted her eyes from her book, watching Lu Ming's figure disappear into the distance. Sometime later, the protagonist stood perched on a yacht's rooftop near the Shark Clan's mansion. He surveyed the estate through a scope, calculating. The range was excellent. The height was perfect. The angle was ideal. He spotted 4 guards at the gate, and the walls had been reinforced to twice their previous thickness. Peering through the scope, Lu Ming confirmed they were on high alert now, but he knew it would make no difference. The protagonist opened a mechanical case shaped like an animal's head and withdrew a card. It depicted a bull with a jetpack on its back. Staring at it, he declared it was time to put an end to this. A few days before, Jianbai had been holding that very same card in her hands. She turned to him and asked, "Is this card different from the last one?" The protagonist leaned back in his chair with utter confidence, hands behind his head, and revealed it was his latest creation, an upgraded bull card. "An upgraded card?" Jianbai asked, her eyes widening. "Is this a fusion of a flight card and a delay card?" The protagonist smirked, impressed she had figured it out so quickly. He then explained that flight and delay cards were two of the most common 2-star cards, and their abilities were just as their name suggested. Jianbai, looking at the card with keen interest, pointed out a critical flaw. To use this improved card on a herd of bulls would require a massive amount of energy. The protagonist's confident smile never wavered. He confirmed her theory, but with his energy reserves, he could unleash an entire stampede. Jianbai concluded that the card was therefore completely useless. "Not so fast," the protagonist said, stopping her. He then revealed that he never said his plan was to make the bulls fly. Spreading a deck of cards out before him, the protagonist laid them out for her to see. He explained his true intent was to make the cards themselves fly to the target. At that very moment, Lu Ming unleashed a torrent of cards toward the Shark Clan's mansion. Below, Shagu looked up, his face etched with fear, as the sky above them began to pulse with a brilliant golden light. A subordinate fearfully yelled, "Boss Shagu, what's going on?" A commanding voice from the Shark Clan roared an order to sound the alarm and inform the masters that they were under attack. In the sky, a massive swarm of bull cards hovered over the mansion, each one glowing with a blinding golden aura. Down inside the compound, Wang Xin impatiently asked, "Will she be here soon?" Fanning himself, he mused that there are no coincidences in this world. "Isn't that right?" Wang Xian declared that this old city was steeped in chaos. Fen Arya, standing behind him, spreading his arms wide, telling him not to worry. He assured him their boss would personally come out to see him off. This time, they would guarantee everything went smoothly. Fan Arya then told him not to be so nervous, as judging by his experience, she was bound to agree. With a sly grin, Fan Arya boasted about his well-developed observation skills, claiming he was quite the looker in his youth. But suddenly, a sharp, terrified voice shattered their conversation. A man scrambled into the room, his face a mask of fear, and began to babble incoherently about bulls. So many bulls, swarming their boss and brothers out on the street, Fan Arya, his face contorted with rage, smacked the man on the head, calling him an idiot. He then demanded to know if the fool couldn't see he was with an important guest. Did he really think anyone would believe such a ridiculous story? The man screamed that it was true when, a smirk playing on his lips, remarked that his little brother was brave to lie so blatantly. Suddenly, Wang Xian's expression twisted. His eyes shot upwards in shock as the ceiling began to spiderweb with cracks. Chunks of concrete rained down around them. Frightened screams erupted, confirming the attack was real. Then, amidst a symphony of explosions, the voice of one of their men cried out, surrounded by roaring, threatening bulls, asking what in the world was happening. Shagu stared in horror as the mansion was torn to pieces, screaming, "No!" He then realized the gentleman was still inside the building as chaos descended upon the Shark Clan members. As the building crumbled, someone turned to Shagu, their voice trembling, asking where this herd came from. In that moment, explosions from the bull attack ripped the shark's mansion asunder. The protagonist watched, thinking about his technique. The third layer of engraving first sets the card in a predetermined position. Then, the second layer releases it. The number of bulls and their sheer power? This had to be the peak of a 3-star ability. Lu Ming crossed his arms, observing the massive devastation engulfing the Shark Clan's territory. He watched the scene unfold, his thoughts turning to the gang. They used his sister's photos, and for that, they would pay the ultimate price. From this day forward, the Shark Clan would cease to exist, and those photos would never see the light of day again. With a stern expression, the protagonist declared, "This is the end." He said his goodbyes and turned to walk away. However, a sudden surge of crimson magical energy erupted behind him. The protagonist whipped around, staring at a colossal red eye that gazed down at him, levitating in the air. His face paled with shock and fear, looking at the immense magical eye. The protagonist uttered a single, bewildered word, "What?" He then wondered, was he spotted from such a great distance? What kind of power was this, staring at the massive orb? Lu Ming realized it ignored all distance, all rules. His face tensed as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could there be a 4-star practitioner? He immediately dismissed it, but the seed of doubt was planted. If this truly was Iftar's for a 4-star user, the protagonist's mind raced. His mission was to destroy the mansion, and this was just a single 4-star card. However, he knew the terrifying truth. Anyone who could afford to use a 4-star card was a cultivator against whom fighting back was utterly futile. With that grim realization, the protagonist, planting his feet firmly on the roof, bolted. He knew he had to escape, as fast as he possibly could. Once inside a room, he desperately tried to catch his breath, his lungs burning from the run. Then, he shot towards the door and threw it open. At that very moment, the great eye hung in the sky, looming over the city streets. The citizens looked up in awe and terror. "What is that eye in the sky?" one person asked. Another voice replied with dread. "It's the Shark Gang." Again, someone else commented that these past few days had been nothing but trouble. One of the townspeople, watching the magic, shouted that their enemy was being watched by the Eye of God nearby. One man nudged his friend, telling him there was a real eye in the sky and urging him to look. The friend glanced up, his own eyes widening in disbelief. "What is that thing?" he stammered. The main character pulled a red mask over his face, attempting to blend into the panicked crowd. Voices of the citizens filled the air. "Is this the end of the world?" one cried out. "Why is it so terrifying?" another screamed. Someone else wondered if it was an alien invasion. The main character slipped away from the throng of people gathered beneath the hovering eye. But as he distanced himself, a crowd of armed bandits emerged to block his path. With weapons in hand, they sneered at Lu Ming. "Leaving the city?" one of them taunted. "Did you think you could just walk away?" The protagonist stared back at them. A horde of bandits stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shagi, their leader, stepped forward and sneered. "Did you really think you could just blow up our home and walk away?" he growled, a threatening aura pulsing around him. Cracking his knuckles, he declared, "You're going to pay for that. You understand me?" The protagonist's brow furrowed. He scanned the gang and thought to himself, "Impossible. How did they survive that blast?" He quickly deduced the truth. A user of a 4-star card must have saved them. "You've really stepped in it now," Shaggy hissed, as another figure, Wang Xian, emerged from the crowd. "This is our business. It has nothing to do with you," Wang Xian added coldly. "And right now, I'm extremely angry." With that, he pointed a single finger. "Kill him! Quickly!" he commanded. The protagonist's eyes locked onto Wang Xian, a sudden realization dawning on him. That's him, he thought. He knew instantly this was the man who had used the powerful 4-star card to protect the others. "It will be done, young master." The bandits roared in unison, their bloodlust ignited by the order. They turned to Lu Ming, their voices dripping with contempt. "You're finished, punk! We're going to tear you apart." Gripping their weapons tightly, the thugs swarmed Lu Ming, cutting off all escape. Shaggy glared at him. "If it wasn't for young Master Wang Xian's card, your little trick might have actually worked." "You worthless trash!" he spat. "You dared to attack us, so you should be prepared to die." With a battle cry, the entire gang charged, vowing to kill him and hang his head in the center of their district. Their faces twisted into vicious snarls, sharp steel glinting as they rushed forward in a deadly wave. "Die, you bastard!" they screamed. But Lu Ming remained calm, his expression locked in intense concentration. He clutched a card in his hand and raised it high. In that instant, monstrous silhouettes materialized behind him, enraged bulls. Thick steam plumed from their nostrils, and their eyes glowed with a furious crimson light. The bandits froze, their faces masks of pure shock as they stared at the colossal, wrathful beasts. The bulls charged, a stampede of raw power, grabbing bandits and tossing their bodies aside like ragdolls. One bull, wielding a gigantic hammer, lumbered towards Shaggy and raised the weapon high above his skull. Shaggy could only stare grimly as the massive hammer descended with cataclysmic force. "Boss!" one of his men screamed in terror, watching the devastating blow land. But as the dust settled, Lu Ming's glowing blue eyes widened. Shigui stood his ground, catching the hammer with a single, trembling hand. "Is that all you've got?" Shaggy mocked. His fist began to glow, crackling with brilliant magical energy. "Now it's my turn," he roared, unleashing a devastating attack directly at the protagonist. Lu Ming's eyes went wide with fear. A torrent of pure power erupted from Shaggy's fist, aimed right at him. The brilliant beam of energy slammed into the bull's chest, tearing straight through its massive body. But it didn't stop there. The beam continued its trajectory, striking the protagonist with brutal force. His face bloodied. Lu Ming was sent flying dozens of meters, his body crashing hard against the unforgiving asphalt. He struggled to his knees, his vision blurring with pain, as the furious Shigoi slowly stalked towards him, with his fist still crackling with power. Shigoi closed in. Lightning split the sky above them. A heavy downpour began, rain lashing their bodies and splashing against the cold, wet ground, miles away, in a different space. A woman's finger swiped across a phone screen. It was Zhang Yi. She watched the rain fall over the city, then raised the phone to her ear, a worried expression on her face. At that same moment, Lu Ming, lying broken on the wet ground, propped himself up and brought his own smartphone to his ear. "Hello," he managed to say. "Teacher," Zhang Yi's voice came through. "When will you be back?" "It's raining so hard outside," she continued. "I'm waiting at the store so we can eat together." Lu Ming grimaced in pain, groaning softly. "I might be a little late," he said, as Shigi watched him with cold, predatory eyes. Zhang Yi, absorbed in her book, sensed something was wrong. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice laced with concern.
The protagonist forced a steady tone. "I'll cook you some fish," he promised. "Get the ingredients ready and wait for me." Zhang Yi's face lit up, her eyes and mouth opening wide with delight. "Really, that's great, I'll be waiting," she chirped. Lu Ming's face was slick with rain and blood, but his voice held a powerful resolve. "Yeah," he answered. "Don't worry about me." With that, he ended the call, his focus returning to the grim reality before him. The figures surrounding him stood in silence, staring intently. Suddenly, a man named Shaggy burst into uncontrollable laughter. "You're a funny guy," he roared. "Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? Or that you'd be able to go home and eat fish after this?" Shaggy sneered, explaining, "Whether you live or die today depends entirely on my mood. Do you understand?" Just then, Wan Xian, holding an umbrella,
interrupted. "Can we hurry this up?" he explained coolly. "You are far too talkative." "I don't want to make Xiangsu wait." Shigoi shot Wan Xian an irritated look before breaking into a grin. Raising his index finger, he shouted, "Don't worry, this guy may be stupid, but he has courage. I want to convince him to join the sharks." Wan Xian abruptly turned to Shigi and began to question him intensely. "What is wrong with you?" Fanaria demanded, reminding him of the chaos he'd unleashed. He then asked if Lu Ming intended to kill him. Shag, however, told him not to be so hasty, explaining he could either die, or he could join their ranks, but the main character simply pulled an object from his pocket. "I don't think so." At his words, both Fanaria and Shag whipped their heads around, their expressions filled with curiosity. The protagonist stared them down from under his brow, clutching a single card in his hand. "You brought this on yourselves," he warned. Shag, stunned, asked again if he was serious, offering one last chance. But suddenly, Fanaria's face twisted in horror. His skin went pale as he looked up in sheer terror at the object that had plunged them all into shadow. A bull of impossible size now loomed over them, and resting on its massive shoulder was a colossal log, bristling with its own metallic horns. Fanaria stared, bewildered. How can it be? So big, Shag and Wang Xian could only stare, their faces taut with tension. From his perch on the great beast's shoulder, Lu Ming spoke. "I prepared this bull, especially for you." "So, what do you think, Hey?" he asked, another card already materializing in his other hand. An irritated scowl crossed Shag's face. "I was going to give you a chance," he growled. But it was too late. The colossal bull lifted the massive log high above its head, and with a savage motion, brought it crashing down. Its target, Shag, standing directly below. He barely managed to throw his hands up, his body tensing to brace for the impact. A bright magical aura flared from his hands, pushing back against the crushing weight. At that same instant, Lu Ming and Shag's eyes met. An instant later, a powerful magical explosion erupted from the point of impact. Fragments of stone were blasted in every direction. A single, thick drop of blood splattered onto the shattered asphalt. It was Shag's. He fought for breath. The wind knocked from his lungs by the devastating blow. Steam poured from his mouth, his body torn and battered. In a hoarse voice, Shag admitted, "You may be worthless." But that wasn't half bad. He then glanced at the massive bull, which was now missing an arm. But a cold fear gripped him. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand a second attack like that. Shag stared up at the protagonist. "You're strong," he admitted. "Maybe even stronger than that 3-star warrior I met." But in response, Lu Ming simply revealed another card hovering over his palm. Shag's eyes widened, in utter disbelief. The main character then began to form magical energy between his crossed hands. "However," he said calmly, "who told you I was going to fight you alone?" Shag's eyes and mouth flew open as he cursed. "Are you insane?" he screamed. For in that moment, several more of those colossal bulls materialized around him. Their eyes glowed with menacing light as they clutched their own massive logs. One of the beasts roared with fury and slammed its log into the ground, shattering the very asphalt into countless pieces. All at once, the other bulls began their rampage, destroying the city and tearing down skyscrapers with earth-shattering blows.
Citizens screamed in pure terror, running for their lives from the monstrous onslaught. The bulls unleashed their rage upon the city, creating massive explosions and sending plumes of smoke into the sky.
Fanareya turned to Wang Xian. "Use your shield," he yelled. But Wang Xian shot back. "I only have one defense card. If this keeps up, the old city will be completely wiped out," Wang Xian shouted. "Give me Jiangsu, and I'll save you." But Fanareya was already running. "You can't even save yourself," he yelled back over his shoulder. "Just run." Wang Xian watched him flee. "Fanareya, get back here," he ordered. "You have to." But he never got to finish. A gargantuan log suddenly pierced through the asphalt right in front of him. In front of him, Wang Xian shielded his face, then spun around, his expression twisted with dread. A colossal bull loomed over him, its massive hoof raised, ready to pulverize him. Horror flooded Wang's vision, his eyes wide with the chilling specter of death. But before the final blow could land, Shag intervened. His fist, crackling with raw power, slammed into the beast's jaw with earth-shattering force. With that one strike, Shag revealed his bloodied knuckles, turning to Wang Xian. "Run!" he roared. "This thing is about to destroy everything. I can't hold it back much longer." But then, a calm voice echoed from above. "It's useless." There, standing atop one of the beasts, was our main character. "None of you are getting away," he declared. He revealed another card, depicting a monstrous black bull. "This giant," he explained, "has 3 times the destructive power and reach of a normal bull card. Your 3-star creature is nothing against my entire herd." At that moment, the Shark Gang members lay unconscious beneath the rubble, their faces etched in agony. Wang Xian was on his knees, gasping for air, clutching his mangled arm. Seeing this, Shag tilted his head back and roared at the sky. "I'll kill you!" His defiant curse drew a sharp, cold glare from the main character, his brows furrowed with lethal intent. A moment later, Shago was kneeling before the huge bull, screaming, "I was wrong!" Trembling with absolute terror, he pleaded, "My younger brother. He has elderly parents to look after. Please," he begged Lu Ming, "don't kill me." Pressing his face to the cold asphalt, Shag scrambled to pull something out.
A pile of bank cards appeared before him. "This is everything I have," he cried. "All my bank cards. There are rare cards. Even a special club card. It's all yours," he pleaded once more. "Just take them and let me live." The protagonist studied him with an unreadable expression before walking towards the groveling man. "I swear I'll be a good person." As he drew closer, our hero plucked a few cards from the pile.
"These aren't half bad," Lu Ming noted. He then told Shag, "Leave your bank card. Go take care of your parents." Then, he added a warning. "If you truly want to be a good person, then focus on doing good deeds. And don't speak of this to anyone. As far as you're concerned, you never saw me tonight." He locked eyes with the terrified man and asked coldly, "Do you understand?" A relieved smile broke across Shag's face as he scrambled to his feet. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll be a good person from now on." The protagonist simply turned away from him and walked off, ordering, "Get out of here before I change my mind." Shag didn't need to be told twice, fleeing at top speed. Watching him run, Wang Xian turned to Lu Ming, his face a mask of irritation. "Why didn't you kill him?" he demanded. "You just let him go." The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, turning his gaze to Wang Xian. I'd forgotten about you." He then asked calmly, "Why would I kill him? I have no personal grudge against the man." Our hero explained, "From the very beginning, I warned them I didn't want this, but they chose not to listen. They have only themselves to blame." Surrounded by shattered stone, Wang Xian looked at Lu Ming, utterly bewildered. "So, you're not one of the sand sculptures?" Without meeting his gaze, the protagonist replied, "That doesn't matter. The less you know, the better." Wang Xian's expression hardened with frustration. "Can you help me find someone?" Suddenly, his desperation boiled over. "I have cards too," he yelled. "I can give you a 4-star card. A 4-star card." The protagonist's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "A 4-star card?" he thought to himself. Wang Xian rushed forward, pressing the card into Lu Ming's palm. "Please, take it." The protagonist let out a sharp, surprised curse. "You're just giving this to me?" Lu Ming asked, his guard up. "Aren't you afraid I'll just deceive you?" He quickly pulled his hand back from Wang Xian's grasp. Don't just grab my hand so suddenly, the protagonist snapped. It's unsettling, he explained. Wang Xian just stared back, his expression a mixture of confusion and desperation. But would you deceive me? He asked again, his voice earnest. Lu Ming knew this guy was only thinking about the girl. Turning away, Lu Ming cut to the chase. You're looking for Xiangsu, aren't you? Wang Xian's head snapped up. How? How do you know her name? Do you know her? He started to ask. But Lu Ming interrupted him, his back still turned. She's dead. The words hung in the air. Wang Xian's world shattered, his eyes wide, his mouth agape in pure disbelief. Just then, the downpour began to cease. A sliver of sun broke through the gloomy clouds as Lu Ming walked away. She committed suicide today, he said, his voice cold as ice. Feneria forced her to do it, and I'm here for revenge. The strength left Wang Xian's body. He collapsed to his knees in a puddle of rainwater, his face a canvas of pure anguish. No, the old city was now a wasteland. Word quickly reached the authorities of Chinan City that the entire district had been reduced to rubble. On the scene, an officer cuffed a member of the Shark Gang, as Officer Zhang, standing beside him in full uniform,
spoke into his radio. He reported that search and rescue teams were deployed, and arrests were already underway. Just then, a man with a microphone ambushed him from behind. He was a news reporter, claiming he was
from the Chining Daily, introducing himself as Huan. The reporter declared how inspiring it was to see the city fighting back against crime. He then pushed the mic forward, asking Zhang if he had a message for the people of Chining City. Behind him, a massive camera lens was rolling, capturing the entire exchange. Zhang, with a grim expression, stepped closer to Huan and stated firmly, this demolition was not officially sanctioned. They were still investigating the culprits. Any clues? Huan pressed. Zhang gestured wide, beginning to recount the bizarre witness testimonies. They claimed massive bulls appeared from thin air, falling from the sky like cannonballs and crashing into the earth. These things then charged through obstacles like unstoppable beasts. The largest of them towered like 5, or even 6-story buildings. Wherever they rampaged, only ruins remained in their wake. Han, with a baffled look, pushed the mic closer, reminding Zhang they were a legitimate news outlet, not some movie production. With that, Zhang stonewalled him, saying he had nothing more to add. Miles away, our main character and Jenny watched this exact report on a tablet. Wow, this is getting a lot of coverage, he muttered while eating. Jenny shot him a piercing look, with a dark expression. She told him not to play dumb. You don't need to pretend you know nothing. Suddenly, she shot up from her seat, glaring down at him with pure menace. You said you'd be back by noon, she seethed. But you came back after lunch, covered in dirt. Her voice rose to a yell as she slammed her hands on the table. Were you trying to avoid me? You did this on purpose so you wouldn't have to cook the fish, didn't you? He looked up, surprised by her outburst. Just admit it. Stop trying to play games with me, she yelled, accusing him of making her wait all day long. A sheepish smile spread across his face as he held up a finger. You can see right through me, can't you? I admit it, I was feeling lazy. Then Lu Ming spread his arms wide and added, but this time, I put in some serious effort, and I got a really cool 4-star card. Jenny froze. 4 stars, she shouted. Her anger vanished instantly. You're amazing, show it to me. With a knowing smile, he told her to be patient. Don't worry, he said. You'll see it in the morning. Right now, I'm exhausted and need to sleep. Lu Ming thought to himself. Her mood swings are unbelievably fast. He then remembered the card tester he ordered a few days ago was scheduled for delivery. It arrives tomorrow, so I need to be up early to get it. Gianni simply nodded in agreement. I'll wash the dishes, she offered. You go get some rest. Outside, the light from the shop spilled into the quiet street.
As the protagonist headed to his room, he paused at the door, holding the handle. He turned back to Gianni. You're a good girl, he said, before wishing her a good night.
The moment he entered his room and the lock clicked shut, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, the chaos was over. Lu Ming opened his animal skull card case, the source of it all. He laid out several cards, thinking that the Shark Gang leader's cards were all 3-star, a very profitable haul. He began to calculate his expenses. I used about 200 bull cards for this mission, and with the enhancement cards, I basically got a 100% cost reduction. He couldn't help but grin. The last time he'd been this generous was when he accidentally bought 648 packs in a gacha game. A frustrated look crossed Lu Ming's face. He knew he hadn't spent that much, but he wasn't entirely sure. Then, he placed one more card on his bed. He'd almost forgotten about the legendary 4-star card, but as he looked at it, his face twisted in bewilderment. He cursed out loud, shouting, This thing absorbs 2,000 energy. The main character flipped the card over. only to find the back was completely unreadable, protected by some kind of encryption. A thoughtful look crossed his face as he put a hand to his chin. He remembered trying to merge a rechargeable card with a regular one before, but every attempt had failed. It was a complete failure. And since an energy card has limited support in the foundation slot, then that means the link will shatter under the sheer pressure. However, Lu Ming suddenly had a revelation. Lu Ming. This card minimizes energy consumption through its constant energy layer. The protagonist raised it high, a trophy in his hand, and roared with joy, declaring his newfound fortune. Sometime later, as the dawn sun began to paint the cityscape, a delivery truck pulled up to the shop. Once the courier left, Gianni waved and thanked him, sending him off with a warm goodbye. The main character, at that moment, placed his hands on a massive box, announcing its long-awaited arrival, his optimistic card scanner, the Promax. 888. With a utility knife, he sliced the box open, revealing a metallic
device now standing in the center of the room. Crossing his arms, he looked at it with pride. He turned to Gianni, asking what she thought. He then boasted that it was awesome. Wasn't it? Gianni looked at the
card scanner. Her expression filled with awe, and admitted it was more than just not bad. With a smirk, the protagonist pointed a finger forward, calling her name and telling her to fire it up. Gianni immediately obeyed, placing a card on the indicator. Both of them stared at the screen, their eyes wide with anticipation. A message appeared. Status, uncertified. Card level, 1 star. Card effect, piercing blow. Range, normal. Fusions, none. The protagonist, reading the display, shouted that this was incredible. He remarked that for a professional device. This was amazing. It could even roughly analyze a card that had never been certified. Gianni, her face glowing with excitement, raised her fists and urged him to try a 4-star card next. He smiled back at her, raising an index finger as he advised her to calm down. He reminded her that this was a 4-star card, so they had to be careful. First, he told her, "Lock the door." Gianni agreed and headed for the entrance. But as she went to shut it, she saw a man in a police uniform standing right outside. When she tried to close the door, the officer suddenly blocked it, telling her to wait. He stared at her, asking why they were closing so early in the morning, while the sun shone brightly above the city. The officer, Jiang, walked into the store and greeted the protagonist. Lu Ming, Gianni, still by the door, demanded to know why he was here, pointing out he hadn't even called ahead. Jiang held up a hand, explaining it wasn't a big deal. There was an incident in the old city yesterday, and the bureau asked them to track down anyone using bull-related abilities. Stepping further inside, Jiang mused that it was probably just a feud between some thugs. He let out a heavy sigh, calling it a waste of social resources, to even conduct this survey. The main character, a wide grin on his face, agreed completely. Then, he sarcastically asked if Jiang would believe him if he said he was the one who did it. After that, the main character burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jiang laughed too, pointing at Lu Ming and saying he absolutely loved his sharp wit. With a friendly smile, Lu Ming gestured for Jiang to come further. Insane. He then turned to Gianni and asked her to make them some tea. Jiang looked at Gianni in surprise, noting that the main character must be making serious money now that he'd even hired an assistant. He then turned to Gianni and asked if she was 16 years old. The main character, standing near the scanner, told Jiang not to worry. He quickly explained she was just a relative's child helping him out. After a beat, he asked how on earth Jiang thought he could afford that. Still, the protagonist thanked Jiang for the compliment. With a smile, Jiang told Gianni that Lu Ming was far too modest. He then told her he'd take jasmine tea, no sugar. But suddenly, Jiang's expression froze. He stared ahead in shock, picking up a card from the table, one depicting a bull. He looked at it closely, his voice low as he read the name Bull, Boom. Lu Ming's face tensed, his gaze sharpening as all humor drained from his expression. Jiang adjusted his glasses with one hand, slowly turning to face Lu Ming. A chilling smile spread across his face. Jiang noted that Lu Ming really knew how to run a business, trying to take advantage of the old city incident to profit from bull-type cards. He then leaned in, asking if his guess was correct. The protagonist instantly forced a nervous laugh, shouting that this was exactly what he'd expect from Officer Jiang He, then added that Jiang didn't just have well-developed muscles, but a brilliant mind to match. Jiang placed a hand on his shoulder, confirming his suspicion. "The gaze of a law enforcement officer," he said, "is never easy to bear." Just then, Jean slid a document across the table, asking our hero to simply fill out the form. The protagonist agreed. As they sat down, Jean began sipping tea from a glass, when suddenly, his radio crackled to life with a burst of static. Jean raised it to his face, still calm. "This is 6969. Go ahead," he said, listening intently. But as the message came through, he asked again, "What?" His eyes shot down to his phone, displaying a picture of a man named Won Jun, a gray-haired man with a caption identifying him as a master of destruction and demolition. It stated he was still in Shining City. Jean grimaced. "He's a big target," he noted, "known as the King of Old City Demolition." He showed the screen to the protagonist, saying, "This is a job for the higher-ups, the police. We shouldn't get involved." But our hero stared blankly ahead, the name echoing in his mind. Won Jun? A memory surfaced. Wang Xian shouting at his back. "My father is Wang Tianjun," the boy had screamed as he walked away. Our protagonist had cut him off cold. "And why should I care who your father is?" he'd asked. As the memory faded, Wang Xian's pleas for help still rang in his ears. Back in the present, Jean set down his cup. "Time for me to get to work." The protagonist looked up, asking, "What about the questionnaire? It's useless now," Jean called back as he left. "Just throw it away." As he departed, our hero gave a small wave. "Good luck." Jean waved back without turning. He watched him go, his expression serious. So, Wang Xian asked his father to handle things. He thought. A faint smile touched his lips. "I guess that kid has some conscience after all." "Lu Ming?" Jianni's voice suddenly shattered the silence. He turned, startled by her sudden appearance. She was practically vibrating with excitement. "The 4-star card. Let's hurry up and see it." A warm smile spread across his face. He gently patted her head. All right, don't be in such a rush." A moment later, he slid the card into the scanning device. The screen lit up reading. Both he and Jianni leaned in, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Then, the results appeared. Card name Swordfall, status uncertified, level 4 stars, SS rank, type sword cultivation, effect sword cut, range undetermined. Lu Ming's eyes flew wide open, his jaw slack. Sword, cultivation. But Gianni let out a triumphant scream, sword cultivation. He stared at her, utterly shocked. "You're insane," she exhaled sharply, beaming with joy. "I knew it." In that moment, the brilliant afternoon sun reflected off the front of their store. After a moment, Lu Ming examined the card in his hand, lost in thought. Sword cultivators? Their very nature makes them overwhelmingly aggressive. Their abilities are notoriously difficult to put into words, let alone seal into a card. He knew that only sword skills activated by a sword's own AI could ever be sealed onto a medium like this, and to accomplish such a feat, one needed an energy pool several times greater than the card itself. Suddenly, his deep thoughts were shattered by Jenny's excited shouts. "Teacher," she chirped, standing beside him. She held her fists tightly, her eyes sparkling. Can you give me this card?" He met her intense gaze, his brow furrowed. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he answered, "Of course I can. But I have to warn you," he continued. "You won't be able to use it until you have enough energy. How much do you have now?" "I have 300 energy," she announced proudly. The number struck the protagonist like a bolt to the heart, a direct blow to his pride. Is that still not enough?" she asked, her face falling. He quickly cleared his throat. "No, not nearly enough. For now, I'll hold on to it for you." As they spoke, a figure approached the shop's door. A loud, sharp knock echoed through the quiet store. Startled, both Lu Ming and Giannini snapped their heads toward the entrance. At that exact moment, somewhere else, in a grand mansion surrounded by lush trees, Jiangsu opened a door. "I've summoned him," she announced calmly. "The day before yesterday," she finished, asking, "So why are you here today? Are you tired of living?" The man standing behind Jiangsu shouted, "I'm so sorry." He then turned to her, explaining, "You know how busy I've been lately." The man talking to Jiangsu was Chu Xia, an elementalist and engineer. He scratched the back of his head, a confused look on his face. "So," he asked Jiangsu, "what was so important you couldn't just tell me over the phone?" But suddenly, Chu Xia's expression froze. He stared at Jiangsu, his eyes wide with utter shock. Jiangsu then slowly began to explain what she wanted to give him. Chu Xia's face turned beet red as sweat trickled down his cheeks. His mouth hung open as he stared at her. "Give it to me," he stammered, then shouted in bewilderment. "Isn't this way too sudden?" Her gaze dropped, asking for his help. But her eyes locked onto Chu Xiao's, questioning him sharply. "Where are you looking?" As she spoke, she extended her hand. Resting in her palm was a single flash drive. Chu Xiao immediately bowed, accepting the drive. "Consider it done," he promised with absolute certainty. He left Jiangsu hanging in suspense. I was hoping for a special task, he said, a thrill rising in his voice. Jiangsu turned away, her gaze falling upon a photo on the table. This request is incredibly special, because you must find the person in this picture. Her eyes remained fixed on the photo of her little brother, Lu Ming. She begged Chu Xiao to find out what happened to him. As the wind rustled through the autumn leaves, the main character swung open his door, freezing in shock. Standing before him was Jiang Xiaowang. You again? What do you want so early in the morning? He asked. Jiang Xiaowang just spread his arms wide and boomed. Did you miss me? With a cocky grin, he then raised a single finger. Naturally, I've come bearing good news. The protagonist just looked down and let out a heavy sigh. Nothing good ever happens when you're around. Lu Ming then turned to Jian Yi and asked her to put away the items. Jian Yi bowed. I'll do it right away. Just then, Jiang Xiaowang barged into the shop. Spreading his arms wide, he yelled, Whoa! Looks like you've made a huge fortune. You even replaced your old gear with this fashionable new setup. He then accused him of trying to hide his new cards from a loyal friend. Lu Ming shot him a stern look. Do you want to see the anti-indecency card? The moment he heard that, beads of sweat dripped down Jiang Xiaowang's face. He whipped around to face the main character. Hey, no need to flaunt someone else's pain, he pleaded. Lu Ming closed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. If you have something to say, spit it out. With that, the main character walked over to his chair. He sat down and urged Jiang Xiaowang to speak. All right, Lu Ming, I need to buy some energy cards. And this time, the amount is quite large, he then asked with a smirk. So, how about a discount? The main character, sitting at his table, eyed him. Last time it was 10, how many this time? Jiang Xiaowang's answer was simple, 100. The main character's eyes widened in pure shock. He let out an audible gasp. That was a massive increase. What in the world are you planning? He demanded. Jiang Xiaowang just offered a sly smile. He held up his index finger once more. Remember I told you I had good news? He finally revealed that he'd been assigned a quest. A scouting mission in the suburban wilderness. The goal was to create a map. And the reward, 30,000, he shouted. With a wide, eager grin, he made his pitch. So, are you in? The protagonist stared at him in surprise. What? He then leaned back, hands clasped behind his head. Do you have some kind of misconception about mapmakers? The protagonist gestured to his own build. I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to defeat you. Just look at my physique. The protagonist turned to Jian Yi. Isn't that right? She answered with a firm nod. Then, pointing a finger, she yelled, You're trying to harm my teacher. Jiang Xiaowang scowled, shouting back at Lu Ming, Don't you dare! You can't fool me, he yelled, his expression in turning serious. He raised his finger, his voice low. Yesterday's incident report from the old city. The one involving the bulls. Others might not know. But I saw the power of your bull card. Lu Ming simply replied, You're very funny. And how would that apply to me? Where's your proof? At that moment, a new challenger appeared. With Wanjun's confession already on the table, Lu Ming turned his sharp gaze to Jiang Xiaopeng. Jiang Xiaopeng retorted, Even if the old city's demolition was my idea, I was the one who cleared this store's debt and snatched victory from defeat in the mine. He then sneered, So what can a mere mapmaker like you even do? Jianai shot Lu Ming a worried look. She urged him not to listen to Jiang Xiaopeng's nonsense, saying he was just spouting trash. But our main character just chuckled, arms crossed, and replied, Interesting, I'll think about it. Jiang Xiaopeng then turned to Jianai, asking her for a walk, but she just stared forward, her expression turning icy. A moment later, Jiang Xiaopeng pressed Lu Ming. So, do we have a deal? The protagonist calmly placed his cards on the table. Okay, he said, before shouting. I'll give you a 10% discount. Just scan the QR code and pay up. A confused Jiang Xiaopeng pulled out his phone and agreed. The money's been transferred, he confirmed, and then started to discuss their mission plan. But before he could, Lu Ming shoved him right out the door. See you later, he called out, as a bewildered Jiang Xiaopeng spun around. Wait, aren't we going to discuss the mission? He demanded. Lu Ming simply smirked. I only agreed to give you a discount. I never said I'd team up with you. Go with whoever you want. As he tried to argue, our hero cut him off sharply. Come again, and shut the door in his face. Jay and I burst into laughter, her arms spread wide. Wow, I really thought you were going to say yes. The protagonist turned to her. Are you kidding? Anyone who joins forces with that guy is just asking for trouble? His expression then shifted. becoming all business. His gaze fell upon the table before him. He had far more critical matters to attend to. Staring at the various cards scattered by his laptop, he began to analyze his situation. The fallout from the Old City incident was worse than he'd realized. If Wang Xuan hadn't taken the fall, even a snake like Zhang Xiaopeng could have exposed him. He looked at his collection and sighed in frustration. "My deck is too one-dimensional," he declared. It was filled with nothing but the same type of cards. He couldn't rely on this strategy much longer. As he gathered the cards, his resolve hardened. He absolutely had to evolve his deck. His fingers flew across the laptop keys as he began his research. His old summons weren't terrible, but they lacked a critical element intelligence.
The Destroyer Squad was pure chaotic force, and the Giant Bull was a stable tank, but far too slow. The main character knew he needed something with more staying power. Just then, an image flashed on his screen.
A new category of summons. Elementals? A spark lit up in his eyes as he pointed at the screen. This is it. One day later, as evening fell, a frantic customer rushed into the store. "I need 10 kunai cards and 10 fruit ninja cards, now." But the main character could only apologize. "Everything available for today has been sold," he explained. The customer slammed his fist on the counter, exasperated. "I rush here every single day before you even open. My heart feels like it's going to explode." He leaned in, his face etched with frustration. "And every single time, you have nothing left."
"Are you trying to kill me with stress?" he yelled. The main character just smiled calmly, telling him not to worry. That's when Jianai stepped in. A brilliant smile on her face. She held up her phone, telling the buyer to relax.
"Scan this QR code and join our group chat. You can connect with other fans and be the first to know about new stock and releases in our store," she added. "Plus, we have exclusive promotions." The customer's angry expression melted into one of keen interest. When the buyer left the store, John Yui called out that she looked forward to his next visit. The main character shot her a thumbs up. "That was brilliant. I can't believe how good you are at business." Jianai just giggled. "I had a good teacher," she said coyly. But our hero held up a finger, his expression turning serious again.
"Don't let this distract you from creating cards," he remarked. "Speaking of which, did you complete the task?" "I gave you yesterday." Jianai's face lit up as she proudly presented a stack of new cards she was holding. "I finished them all," she announced, her smile filled with satisfaction. 51 Star Warrior summoning cards. Seeing her happy face, the protagonist thought to himself, "She's earning her keep and crafting cards."
That alone made her beautiful in his eyes. He gently patted her head, telling her she should be proud of her work. He declared, "You're a good girl." Jenny nodded enthusiastically, as the protagonist explained his plans for the day. He was about to work on a brand new deck and needed total concentration. "Don't come into my room," he warned. She agreed without hesitation. A short while later, inside his workshop, the main character marveled at her progress. She had already crafted a full deck, all of them 1-star cards. And her speed was simply unbelievable. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Gazing at the card scanner in the center of the room, he realized she had saved him an immense amount of time. With all this extra time, he could finally attempt to merge them. Clutching the cards in his hand, he raised his palm to the sky. He roared one word, "Merge," in a flash of light. The cards combined into a single knight. He immediately placed it
onto the scanning device. The card pulsed with a brilliant glow. The main character stared forward, his heart pounding. Now. It was time to see what changes a 2-star evolution would bring, but what appeared left him utterly speechless.
A knight with a spear materialized before him, but the main character's hope quickly turned to despair as he collapsed onto the floor. He stared at the summoned knight, who was comically short and pathetically built. The main character turned to the tiny warrior. He asked them, "Are you seriously going to defeat anyone at that height?" He grabbed his hair in frustration. Looking at the tiny summons, he yelled, "The 7 dwarfs!" His voice dripped with irritation. "Is this team supposed to protect me?" The protagonist cursed in disbelief. "What kind of garbage cards are these?" At that moment, the 7 tiny figures all turned to look at him, their faces beaming with innocent smiles. This was definitely not what he had pictured. To make things worse, one of the dwarfs cheerfully turned to him and asked, "So, what's for dinner?" The protagonist stared at the card in his hand, convinced there had to be some kind of mistake. But then, he looked forward with renewed focus, shaking off the wave of pessimism that had washed over him. He realized he still had one more chance. Slamming the cards on the table, he declared his next move merge all 7 2-star cards. He held one card in his palm, and with his other hand, he began to weave a complex pattern of light. A magic circle formed from the remaining 6, blazing with intense energy. After the main character completed the fusion, He gasped for breath, the effort draining him completely. Then, he looked down at his hand and saw the result. On the card in his palm was a single white flag. His eyes flew wide in utter disbelief.
A shocked cry escaped his lips. Why this flag again? He spun towards the dwarfs, demanding, "Is this some kind of sick joke? The tombstone of your ancestors?" He roared in pure frustration. Why do I keep getting this stupid flag?
But then, his expression shifted. His eyes locked onto the bottom of the card with stunned surprise. A number was engraved there, 5,000. An energy expenditure of 5,000, he thought to himself. He immediately opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out another card. He laid them side by side. Comparing the two, both cards depicted a white flag. But as he expected, there was a clear difference. The engraving on the back of the new card was far more intricate. While both were complex, this one was clearly on another level more advanced, more optimized. As the main character stared at the cards, it suddenly clicked. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Algorithm optimization. Clarification. He realized this new card was fundamentally superior. It had to be because of the original lightning card he used as a base, the previous energy cost, and of 10,000 had been slashed to 5,000, a 50% reduction. This was a monumental optimization. If he could truly master this optimization method, looking at the card in his hands, a wild thought entered his mind. Could he forcibly lower the requirements for even premium cards? Could he make them usable even at the 3-star stage? A wave of shock washed over him. Does this mean I can create cards far beyond my current energy limits? The very next day, the main character sat amidst a sea of discarded cards that littered the floor. At that moment, he was painstakingly etching lines onto the back of a card. As he drew the final line, he screamed internally, "I did it!" A triumphant smile spread across his face as he stared at his creation. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the card onto the scanning device. As the system processed the data, a new message flashed across the screen. It was nameless, uncertified. Yet, its rank was an astounding 3SS. Frank stars. The card's type was summoning. Its effect, an intelligent pure energy body. Gabby, standing beside the main character, gasped in utter shock. Throwing her hands up, she yelled, "This is an unbelievable card!" The main character, however, simply crossed his arms with a confident smirk. He examined the card, thinking, "Not bad at all." He then spoke, "It's a 3-star card. We need a safe, open area to test its power, sometime after these events, deep within a desolate mountain range." His travel app chimed. "You have arrived at your destination." He stopped in the center of a clearing, taking in his surroundings. On all sides, he was encircled by a dense forest, with towering mountains beyond. Looking up, the main character gazed at, and the sun, noting the perfect weather. He then placed his mapping device, which he had been holding behind his back, onto the grass. But suddenly, the tranquility was shattered. From the side of the main character, something began charging toward him, shaking the very earth. It was Zhang Xiaopeng and Xiao. Fleeing for their lives from a giant, furious rodent, it glowed with fiery mana, desperate to tear. The two of them to shreds. Zhang Xiaopeng's face was a mask of terror. As he sprinted from the monster, tears streamed from his eyes. And he screamed for help. But let's rewind 10 minutes before this chaos. A lone bird was perched on a tree branch. Suddenly, it flickered like a hologram and vanished. A voice declared, "Good, everything is in place." A moment later, the illusion of the bird reappeared on the branch. Zhang Xiaopeng turned to the man beside him, assuring him, "Don't worry, my illusions are indistinguishable from reality." The man nodded in agreement. He replied, "Let's see them." Behind this man sat another, his older brother. Zhang Xiaopeng rubbed his hands together with a greedy smile. He asked, "So, will that be cash or by card?" The man glanced back at his companion, respectfully calling him older brother, and he awaited his approval. The older brother gave a slight nod. "Everything is ready," the man announced. 30,000 has been transferred to your account. You can go now." But he gave Zhang Xiaopeng a chilling warning. "No matter what you see or hear from here on out, do not turn back. The risk would be far too great. Do you understand?" At that moment, the older brother sat impassively next to a huge bag, filled to the brim with dynamite. Zhang Xiaopeng, still smiling, replied, "Understood. I'll be in touch. Call me if you have another job for me. He then turned to Ku and said, let's get going. But Ku was looking intently at the two men as they walked away. He asked Xiaopeng, what are those two plotting? Ku had a bad feeling. They don't look like good people. Xiaopeng explained. Those are the Fan brothers, their family. Has always been in the ore business, but their fortunes have fallen recently, and it seems there's a serious internal conflict between them. Spreading his arms dramatically, Xiaopeng added, one of the brothers was killed in an incident in the old city. I suspect it was the second brother who arranged it. Then Xiaopeng revealed the most crucial detail. The third of these brothers, Fan, is the most powerful. He's a rare 4-star, so cultivator here in Shimon City. Ku's eyes widened. A 4-star. Xiaopeng simply shrugged. We got paid for our part. Their business is not our concern. But suddenly, Ku froze. His gaze fixed ahead. His eyes went wide. There, sleeping in a massive pit, was a giant mole. Ku let out a gasp of disbelief, and then shouted, this is an incredible find. I can't believe we found a fire mole here. Xiaopeng repeated in shock. A fire mole? A grin spread across Ku's face as he raised a finger. I remember. My grandfather took me hunting. He told me the eggs of this beast are worth a fortune. A few moments later, Zhang Xiaopeng was already holding 2 huge eggs. He grinned and said, say no more. Then he asked Ku, you think these 2 could get us 20,000? Ku was horrified. Are you insane? Have you lost all sense of fear? But Xiaopeng just laughed. Don't worry, it's sleeping like a log. Just then, one of the Fan brothers pressed a detonator. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the forest. As the blast wave hit, the brothers, standing near the epicenter, shrouded themselves in a protective mana dome. The blast was immense. A blazing pillar of destruction erupted into the sky. Ku spun around with a look of utter shock on his face, shouting, what was that? Xiaopeng just stared back, confused. But when Ku turned, he saw it. A furious fire mole, its claws extended, glared murderously at Zhang Xiaowang, who desperately clutched its 2 stolen eggs. Paralyzed by terror, Xiaowang stammered. What do we do? Ku roared. Run! And they immediately bolted from the scene. The raging beast tore after them at incredible speed. Why? Ku seethed. Did you have to touch its eggs? Zhang Xiaowang shot back. Who knew the whole nest would just explode? From a safe distance, the protagonist watched the chaos unfold. He gazed through the optical sight of his binoculars as they ran for their lives. He recognized them, asking himself, is that Zhang Xiaowang? And Ku. Then, his eyes widened in shock. A 3-star monster was hot on their heels. Glancing at his map scanner, the protagonist noted the wide open terrain, a perfect place he'd wanted to check. But looking toward the forest, he decided it was wiser to stay hidden. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaowang tripped over a stone. He crashed to the ground with a desperate cry. Ku! With a tense expression. Ku spun around. Cursing in his mind, he let out an infuriated shout, drawing his bow as the fire mole loomed, its incredibly large claws ready. Zhang Xiaowang, seeing Ku aiming toward the beast, his face a mask of fear, scrambled out of the way. He moved from the line of fire. Ku strained, pulling the bowstring taut with great effort, his aim steady. He launched the arrow. It pierced the upper part of the mole's head, causing a bloody splash from the monster. After the hit, Ku turned to Zhang Xiaowang and ordered him to get up, but Xiaowang just screamed in fear. The fire mole's body began to freeze, encased in ice from the special arrow. Zhang Xiaowang stared at the frozen creature. He cursed, asking, why didn't you shoot it earlier? Zhu shouted back that his arrows were extremely expensive. They watched cautiously. The mole's body began to glow red under the ice. Fear gripped Zhang Xiaowang. This is, he said in horror. He begged Ku to quickly shoot again. Ku, with a tense face, told him he couldn't. He only had one of those special shots. A moment later, the ice trap shattered, and with incredible rage, the mole rushed to attack again. Zhang Xiaowang and Ku were its targets. Xiaowang screamed that more was needed. Ku could only answer with a negative. The mole closed in, overwhelming them with extreme fear. They cried out, what do we do? Suddenly, a card flew through the air. It landed on the ground between the mole and the 2 terrified men. All of them looked at the card, their eyes wide with bewilderment. To their surprise, a white flag grew from the spot where the card hit. Then the earth began to tear apart as a huge Metal Hand appeared from underground, clutching the white flag. Zhang Shuang and Ku looked on in shock. With wide open eyes, they watched in bewilderment as a huge warrior, glowing brightly with magical energy, rose up. It appeared from beneath the ground. Looking at it, they could only ask, "What the hell is this?" The majestic magic warrior turned its gaze towards the fire mole. The beast opened its mouth wide, beginning to concentrate a ball of fire. It gathered magical energy in its mouth, but the fire mole didn't have time to do anything. The mighty warrior struck it with an open palm across the jaw, causing the powerful ball of fire magic to be sent flying. It shot into the air and exploded high in the sky. The warrior from underground began to concentrate magic. Energy in its clenched fist. With a huge impulse, it struck the fire mole. From such a powerful blow, Zhang Xiaowang and Ku, who were nearby, screamed loudly in fear, covering their faces. The mole, hit squarely by the mighty warrior, flew a huge distance to the side. With great effort, it got up and frightened. It ran away, looking at the mighty monster in bewilderment. Zhang Shuang asked, "What kind of hellish creature is this, Ku?" Also looking at the warrior in surprise, said he'd never seen anything like it before. He then shouted that it wasn't important. What mattered was that they needed to run away as quickly as possible. After that, Zhang Shuang and Ku fled. They walked away from the battle site, their faces a mixture of pain and terror. The protagonist, watching them through his binoculars, thought to himself that those two were real burdens. He exhaled with relief, a smile on his face, having come to a conclusion about the Grave Warrior's power. Its combat potential was incredible. The protagonist clenched his fist, overwhelmed with excitement. He realized it took only one blow to knock out the 3-star monster. This meant that in the future, he would be able to kill 3-star warriors with incredible ease. Suddenly, a voice contacted the protagonist telepathically. "You didn't call me just to kill a little rat, did you?" The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise. He hesitantly turned to the grave warrior that appeared from the ground and asked if it could communicate with him telepathically. The warrior from the ground asked him irritably, "What grave warrior?" Then, the metal warrior continued to speak. A figure erupted from the ground, declaring, "I am Mai Kai, the god of war." The protagonist could only ask again, his eyes and mouth wide open in bewilderment. "The god of war? Are you really that strong?" Of course, the being boomed. "If you have other wishes, speak now." The protagonist told him his card. "Tester is very heavy." Then he asked, "Could you help me carry it?" The god of war stared blankly ahead, then snapped. He cursed furiously, raising his massive hands into the air. "I am the god of war," he bellowed with irritation. "And you want me to carry your equipment." Lu Ming coolly observed his explosive behavior, analyzing the reaction. Later, with a confused look, the protagonist asked the god of war, "Why didn't you catch up with the fire beast mole and deal the final blow?" The god of war beckoned him closer. "Come here, Ajia," he said, "and I will tell you." Our hero stared in disbelief, demanding answers. But after all this time, his confusion had turned to sheer frustration. What was wrong with this guy? He slammed the shovel into the earth, his face a mask of pure agony. Clutching his cheeks, he screamed, "I am the god of war, so where in the hell are my legs?" Standing in the deep pit, our protagonist's desperate cry echoed. He was a legless god of war. His suffering continued, his voice breaking. "I'm not asking for much. I just want to run with my younger brothers." One of the gnomes paused his digging. "Master, should we continue?" he asked cautiously. By now, the hole was as deep as a man. But the god of war's legs were nowhere to be found. Ignoring the dwarves, the main character tilted his head to the sky. He grabbed his hair and screamed, "If you're really the god of war, then dig out your own damn legs." Buried deep in the earth, the so-called god snapped back irritably. "Is that any way to speak to a deity?" Our hero shot back. "You call yourself a god of war? But you can't even attack." He buried his face in his hands, sighing. This isn't some tower defense game. In complete desperation, he finally gave up. "I get it. They're impossible to dig out." But then, a new thought struck him. Fortunately, the statue was durable. "For now," he muttered, "I'll use you as a shield." Meanwhile, near the mine that had been dynamited, a pair of broken glasses lay on the scarred earth. A moment later, a heavy boot crushed them into dust. F grabbed the saboteur, his own older brother, by the hair. "Brother," he growled, "what were we just talking about?" He squeezed his brother's bloodied head. "Who gave you permission?" to blow up my mine. He forced his brother to look at the devastation. Look, our two brothers, are dead because of you. Why do we have to keep fighting like this? Beneath a mountain of rubble, their other brother lay motionless. Fan's older brother was a wreck, his face twisted in fury. His one remaining eye was completely bloodshot. He spat Fan's name. You treacherous snake. Our brothers paid for that mine with their lives, and you just swallowed it whole. He roared, calling Fan a worthless parasite. And now you have the nerve to call it yours. The enraged brother screamed. You wouldn't have dared. Not when you were just a 2-star scoundrel. If you hadn't stolen the water core, he seethed, you never would have reached 4 stars. F just smiled coldly. And what does that matter? He explained with chilling calm. People only care about the result. No one cares how you get to the top. A sly grin spread across his face. Now, this mine is my property, but I'm willing to give you a share, if you admit you were wrong. Fan's brother's eyes and mouth went wide with rage. He suddenly grabbed his brother's arm. Fourth brother, he hissed. I've rigged every single mine opening with explosives. He held up a detonator, his thumb hovering over the button. The moment I press this, it all goes up in smoke. Fan's confident expression finally broke, his eyes fixed on the device. His brother's mad laughter echoed. The mine you worked so hard for will be known by everyone. Back at the pit, our hero cursed his luck. This was all for nothing. What a waste. He'd squandered half a day on this pointless task. Leaving the hole, he headed for the card analysis machine. It's getting late, time to head back. But just then, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Stunned, he whipped around, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at the roaring inferno that was once a mine. A fire now blazed across the entire field. Our hero instantly understood what this meant. The land that once belonged to Jiangshan NCU. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of pure shock. His mind reeled. What just happened? The explosion had left behind a wasteland of scorched earth, from which thick columns of smoke clawed at the sky. Joan, Brother Fan fell to his knees, screaming in despair. They're all exposed, I'm finished. But Fanzi just smirked, crossing his arms with utter confidence. Did you truly think I wouldn't anticipate such a pathetic little trick? With a flourish, he stretched out his open palm. A core of blinding magical energy materialized above it. Don't you forget, brother, he warned. The water core is mine. His brother, bloody and beaten, could only glare back, his jaw clenched in fury. Fanzi's own mana swirled violently around the pulsating core. With a sharp motion, he clenched his hand into a fist. An even greater wave of power erupted from his grasp elsewhere. An animal's eye snapped open. It was a cat. From within a strange, magical space, it watched the orb of raw energy. The moment Fanze unleashed his power, the entire forest was swallowed by a thick, unnatural fog. He turned to his brother. Now, this entire plain is cloaked in my mist. He gloated. No one will ever find your precious mines. His brother's face twisted into a grin. Ordinary people might not see them. He spat. But I hired someone to come here long ago. Someone named Shua. And to him, this fog is nothing. Fonzie's confident smirk vanished, replaced by pure shock. Rage exploded within him. Seizing his brother by the collar, he roared. Do you want to destroy the Fan family? His brother just laughed bitterly. The Fan family was destroyed long ago. Meanwhile, in a place far removed from the conflict, a glass of liquor sat on a polished wooden table. A girl turned to Chuxia, a look of concern on her face. She asked, Are you okay? Just then, Chuxia let out a massive sneeze. He was sitting with her inside a bustling nightclub, bathed in the glow of flashing lights. Are you catching a cold? She asked. Chuxia shook his head, picking up his glass. Nah, he said smoothly. Someone beautiful must be thinking about me. The girl beside him just grinned. You're so full of it. They sat at the bar, opposite them. A news channel played on a TV mounted above rows of bottles. The anchor's voice cut through the music. A new wave of cold air is expected tomorrow, bringing with it a dense fog. With visibility of less than 5 meters across the vast Yao Plains, the anchor continued. Travelers are advised to take extreme precautions. Chuxia's eyes narrowed. The Yao Plains, he muttered to himself. He stared at his glass. Isn't that exactly where I'm headed? And at that very moment, our protagonist was there. He trudged through the woods of the very same plain, a map analysis device strapped to his back. An irritated look crossed his face. This place is seriously cursed, he grumbled. Wild animals, explosions. And it was perfectly sunny just a minute ago. So why did this insane fog suddenly roll in? He stopped dead. His eyes widened. The main character stared down at the sight of tiny paws, stepping silently in front of him. Is that a cat? He whispered. It moved with clear purpose, a glowing, magical necklace around its neck. Then, without warning, it broke into a sprint, darting ahead. The protagonist called after it. Hey, what's going on? Why did you just show up and run off like that? But the cat simply vanished into the thick fog, watching it disappear. A thought struck him. The cat never did anything without a reason. It rarely took the initiative. So what in the world was happening here? His eyes darted into the mist. Why would it suddenly bolt like that? A feeling of dread washed over him. He couldn't just leave it. He had to follow, setting down his analysis device. He strapped the card extractor to his arm. He shot forward into the mist, a bad feeling churning in his gut. By now, the cat was deep within the woods. It weaved between the ancient trees at incredible speed. As it rounded a massive trunk, it heard a voice. A voice filled with menace, demanding, "Who else did you hire? Tell me." The cat's head snapped toward the sound. Its gaze locked onto the scene. It was Fiend's, the water core pulsating with power on his chest. "You never should have interfered in my affairs," he hissed. His hand was wrapped tightly around his brother's throat. He lifted him clean off the ground. "Don't blame me for what happens next." He stared coldly at his choking brother. His brows furrowed as he prepared to deliver the final blow. But in that instant, a blur of motion exploded toward him. The cat launched itself through the air, claws unsheathed, and slashed Fans across the face. The sudden attack made him loosen his grip, dropping his brother, Model. Razor-sharp claws tore across Fan's face. 3 deep gashes ripped open his cheek as blood began to flow. His eyes, blazing with fury, pierced through the dense fog as the forest cat lunged once more. Its claws left another set of scratches on his body. Fan glared murderously as the beast coiled, ready to attack again. He touched his bleeding cheek and seethed. To be scarred by a mere wildcat, his jaw tightened with rage. The creature stared straight into his soul, unafraid, enraged. Fan clenched his fists and charged forward. "Do you wish to die?" he roared. But the cat dug its paws deep into the earth, launching itself high into the air. Fan's punch met nothing but empty ground. Mid-flight, the cat's gaze was locked on, focused, and deadly. In that split second, Fan slammed his hands down, pivoting into a powerful upward kick that tore through the air. His foot slammed into the creature's core, sending it flying with a pained screech. Before it could land, Fan struck again like lightning. A brutal elbow smashed into its spine, causing blood to erupt from its mouth. He grabbed the wounded animal by its tail, a sadistic smile spreading across his face as he swung it around. "You're caught now," he sneered. The cat, its face a bloody mess, stared intently at the water core pulsing on Fan's chest.
Turning to the beast, Fan taunted, "Are you having fun?" But suddenly his expression twisted, his eyes widening in pure shock. He stared ahead in horror, and a desperate roar tore from his throat his brother's name, Futong.
There, slumped against a pile of rocks, was Futong, his face a battered mess of bruises from a savage beating. Lu Ming desperately tried to wake him. Futong's eyes remained closed as he coughed up thick clots of blood. He whispered a name. Ling Chu Xia. The main character, startled, asked him what he meant, but Futong only shouted the name again. He grabbed the hero's hands, gasping. "You're finally here!" The main character, stunned, urged him to calm down. Futong pulled an object from his pocket, pressing it into his hand. "These are coordinates," he choked out. "Follow them. And you will find a source of minerals." The main character stared at the device, utterly bewildered. "A source of minerals?" he questioned. Futong's gaze was intense as he explained. "When you get there, you'll find a rechargeable card. It's a special card my father created using secret technology." Then Futong's voice filled with urgency. "You must be careful. There is a security system," he pleaded with him. "When you're done, you must retrieve it, I promise. You'll have more money than you could ever spend." As he spoke, Futong struggled to sit up, accidentally revealing his hidden location. He turned to Lu Ming, begging him to hurry. "Hurry up before he finds out." The protagonist just clutched the coordinates, his expression completely lost. "I really don't know who you're talking about," he said. Futong's eyes widened in fresh terror. "You don't—" A massive male figure loomed behind him. A sickening splash of blood echoed, painting the entire area crimson. The protagonist's face was splattered with thick maroon blood as a set of bloody fingers appeared right before his eyes. In a state of pure shock, Futong stared blankly forward, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as blood poured from his mouth. A huge, gaping hole had been torn through his chest. Fan brutally grabbed his brother's hair, his expression cold, as blood gushed from the fatal wound. Fan sneered. "You always had such a smug expression. Older brother, the sight of it made me sick." Blood dripped from Fan's palm onto the grass. He stared at his own blood-soaked hand, while his other held his brother's lifeless body. Then he turned to the hero, addressing him as Chuxia. "Isn't that right?" he asked with a chilling smile. At that moment, the injured cat, lying on the grass, suddenly snapped its eyes open, its gaze sharp and fixed. Fan announced to the protagonist, "I am now offering you 2 options." His voice was void of all emotion. "Option 1, you know nothing about what happened here today. We forget this, and we don't get personal. I'll return what he gave you, and I'll even pay you double." Fan held up 2 outstretched fingers.
Option 2, he said, his voice dropping, is that you die, just like that cat. He noted with confidence. "I'm sure you're an intelligent person." The protagonist stood frozen, his pupils narrowed.
His mind raced back to the cat. He thought to himself, did this guy really kill that cat? A shadow of pure rage washed over the protagonist's face. He snatched a card and slammed it into the special accessory on his wrist. He shouted forward, ready for battle. But the device on his arm chimed. "Energy level is low. Please charge the device." The protagonist stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. "What?" he asked, confused. Then, a scream of pure horror tore from his throat as he realized his mistake. He forgot he had already used his 1 card for the day he turned to Fan, coolly advising him to watch his tone. Fan shot Lu Ming an irritated glare, shocked at his audacity. But just then, a terrifying presence erupted from behind him. Fan whipped around, his eyes widening at the sight. A monstrous maw belonging to an enraged beast loomed over him. Stumbling back in horror, he saw it. The cat he had just defeated, now swollen to a colossal size. With every muscle tensed, Fan braced for the attack. The giant cat radiated a suffocating magical aura. It ignored Fan, its gaze locking onto Lu Ming as it commanded him to run. The protagonist stared back, completely bewildered. Was that cat talking? He mentally reached out to it. "Are you the spirit of that cat?" he asked. "What did you do?" The creature shot back, its voice booming in his mind. "No time for questions, get moving," it roared. Lu Ming cursed his own weakness, completely drained of energy. He glanced at the strange item Fan Yutang had given him before his death. What was this thing supposed to do? Looking back at the colossal cat, he sent a final thought. Just hold on for a little longer. Then, the main character sprinted. He plunged deeper into the mine, leaving the desperate battle behind him. As he ran, he stared at the magic brand on his palm. "Wait for me," he vowed silently. "I'm coming to claim that card." Meanwhile, Fan struggled against the massive beast, a water core shining brilliantly on his chest. The cat used its immense weight, pressing down on Fan with the force of a mountain. The faces of both man and beast were masks of pure strain. They were locked in a stalemate, jaws clenched in exertion. Suddenly, Fan grabbed the cat's paw, attempting a powerful martial arts throw. He shifted his stance, planting his feet wide for leverage. The cat simply stared forward, its expression grim. In a burst of strength, Fan hurled the beast aside. It flew several meters, crashing hard into the cavern wall. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Fan stared into the haze, trying to make out the creature's silhouette. "Your strength and speed have both skyrocketed," Fan admitted, eyeing the enraged cat. "You're no ordinary beast." He spread his arms, readying himself for the next assault. But in the next instant, Fan's eyes began to glow with a blinding magical energy. A confident smirk spread across his face as he cupped his palms. Mana gathered between his hands, swirling around the water core. "Playtime is over," he declared. "Now, I'll get serious." The cat watched, tensed, its claws digging into the stone floor. Fan unleashed his skill, roaring its name Dark Atom. As he activated the ability, his body transformed. Dark armor materialized around him, connected by powerful, sinewy tendons. At that very moment, Lu Ming was sprinting through a tunnel of shimmering crystals. He gasped for breath, thinking to himself that this mine was far larger than he'd ever imagined. He glanced at the glowing crystals lining the walls. The energy ore here was leagues purer than at his last training site. Then, he felt a pull from the item Fan Yutang gave him. A notification appeared in his mind. The item pulsed, indicating he was getting close to his destination. Abruptly, the protagonist skidded to a halt, His eyes widened in disbelief. "This is it," he whispered. He stood in a massive, crystalline chamber. Glowing crystals covered every surface, and strange golden masks adorned the cave's multiple exits. And in the center of the cavern was a small, shimmering lake of pure energy. Lu Ming stared in awe. This was the perfect grotto for cultivation. He had never felt mana this pure and potent in his entire life. As his gaze fell upon the center of the lake, he saw it. A card floating on the surface, depicting the dark visage of a man. The man on the card was concentrating a ball of raw magical power. Lu Ming's eyes went wide. He realized instantly what it was. A 4-star card. This had to be what Fan Yutang was talking about. Lu Ming then turned his attention to the rest of the cave. There seemed to be countless tunnels leading from this chamber. He examined the golden masks on the walls again. These were no mere decorations. He concluded they must be guarding each entrance. Fan Yutang's warning echoed in his mind. "Be careful," his master had yelled. "The place is protected." Lu Ming knew what he had to do. He recalled his master's words about some kind of guardian. Taking out a summon card from his pocket, he made a decision. He would test the defenses first. Kneeling, Lu Ming summoned his dwarf servant. "Go and try to retrieve that card." The dwarf bowed low. "As you command, master," it replied. With that, the tiny figure began its cautious walk toward the lake. As the dwarf reached the edge of the shimmering pool, the protagonist gave the final order. "Take it!" He looked at the new map in his hands with a shocked expression. He stared intently as a gnome picked it up for him. Suddenly, the masks above the cave entrances began to glow. A sinister red light poured from their eyes and mouths. In the next instant, powerful beams of magic shot out. The rays pierced the gnome's body, tearing through him. The gnome's stomach began to swell grotesquely. He dropped the map, his body rapidly expanding. A moment later, a devastating explosion of water erupted from his body, flooding the area like a tidal wave. At this time, Fan, in his new battle armor, faced the cat. "So, it looks like you made it inside the cave. I can't believe it," Fan mused. "A mere cat actually forced me to activate my armor? Impressive," he admitted. "But I don't have time to play with you." The cat glared at Fan with pure fury. In response, Fan made a sharp gesture, inviting the creature to begin. With a leap, the cat dodged a powerful attack that ripped through the air. Fan's strike slammed into the stone wall of the cave. His heavy, razor-sharp limbs dug into the rock as he declared his presence. The cat twisted around, completely stunned. Fan launched another assault, but the cat was too fast. It dodged again, using its incredible speed to counterattack. Staggering back, the cat dug its claws deep into the cave wall for leverage and spun around. 180 degrees. With a furious snarl and jaws wide open, it lunged straight for Fan. In response, Fan raised both his hands, aiming a devastating blow right at the cat's skull. Their attacks met in a thunderous collision. The two beasts began a high-speed battle, their forms blurring as they tore through the cave. Fan seized a handful of the cat's fur, while his other hand grabbed its upper jaw and began to rip it upwards. The cat's eyes shot open in agony. Fan looked forward with cold confidence, then unleashed a devastating strike to the center of the cat's body, sending it flying backwards. The beast's mouth hung open in a silent scream. Water dripped from the stone ledges above, mixing with the pools of blood forming beneath the fallen creature. Fan, who had grown even larger and more menacing, stared down with glowing eyes at his defeated foe. At that very moment, the main character, who was in the room with the map, stared at the thick smoke pouring from the room's center. He held a hand up in shock, thinking to himself that the dwarf had just been utterly annihilated. But then he realized the map was surprisingly untouched. Looking closer, he saw a shimmering protective shield surrounding the artifact. The protagonist finally understood. The defenses in this cave were on par with a 4-star card. An image flashed in his mind, of countless beams of light piercing his body. He knew then that he had no chance of taking the card by force. He was terrified of being instantly vaporized by those lasers. With a gasp, his eyes flew, wide as he stared ahead. He assumed the laser beams could instantly pierce any target due to their perfect accuracy. He glanced at the card in his hands, remembered the exploded gnome, and wondered if it was possible. He immediately activated the screen on his wrist-mounted accessory. Looking at the data, the protagonist realized the truth. The explosion wasn't from a trap. Instead, the dwarf's core had been hit by an external energy blast, causing it to spontaneously detonate. He gathered his squad of gnomes, looking at them with disbelief. To think that these small creatures were actually unstable. Living bombs? And his energy was only enough to detonate several 2-star units. The main character addressed the gnomes. "Everyone, gather around me," he commanded. He then took out a pen and ink, announcing he had an idea. He began to draw a strange symbol on a gnome's helmet. The gnome simply nodded in agreement. After preparing them all, the main character declared, "Now, everything is ready." With a determined look, he pressed a fist to his chest. He took a deep breath and solemnly commanded the gnomes to offer up their lives. He spread his arms wide, raising them to the heavens. With resolve burning on their faces, the gnomes began their final march.
"For our master," they cried, their voices echoing as they charged forward without hesitation. They began to scramble up the walls, covering the laser-emitting masks with their own bodies. One of the gnomes leaped onto a mask,
shouting, "The first is in place." Then a second gnome, with tears streaming from its eyes, covered another mask. "The second is ready," he cried. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth gnomes sacrificed themselves to block the deadly lasers, all shouting their readiness. Finally, another gnome, with the number 7 drawn on his head, approached the map located in the... From the middle of the lake, a cry confirmed the 7th was in position. From behind a rocky ledge, our hero gave the order, beginning the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment Lu Ming shouted, gnome number 7 snatched the map instantly. The entire cave was flooded with an ominous red glow. The gnomes, using their bodies as shields, began to grotesquely swell, before a series of massive explosions ripped through the chamber, tearing their bodies to pieces. The main character shielded his face, bracing against the shrapnel. Once the dust cleared, he carefully peered toward the sole surviving gnome, who held up the map in victory. Looking at the successful outcome, our hero shouted that they had done it. He surged forward, sending a mental message to the cat to wait for him. But at that moment, the cat, returned to its original form, lay broken on the ground. Fan approached the wounded creature,
spreading his arms with a wicked smile on his face. "Well now," he taunted, "why have you gotten so small?" The cat looked on with pure hatred for the enemy before him. But Fan held up a hand, feigning mercy. "I don't